Chapter 652. The morning bell and evening drum as the lament fell. The entire arena fell into an unconcealable silence. Everyone sat quietly, their eyes narrowed, as if they were still savoring that heart-shaking song. Good. What a good line, with 1,000 different emotions. Who will tell it to? An elegant and clear voice sounded out from within the moon-embracing pavilion. Huang Fuwuji slowly stood up, his hands clapping. His handsome face was filled with appreciation and emotion. Lve Tao, Zhuowen, and the others couldn't help but nod. This lament had indeed sung into the hearts of everyone present. That mournful melancholy that was about to be broken, that was about to leave, floated in the hearts of everyone present. Who didn't have an unforgettable melancholy in their hearts? Who didn't have a regretful memory in their hearts? It was just that most people buried these feelings deep within their hearts. But today, this lament was like a chisel that broke through the walls of everyone's hearts, resonating with everyone present. Huang Fuwuji couldn't help but stand up and applaud. Across from Huang Fuwuji, Mu Shue's face was covered by a veil, and her aura was otherworldly. Ripples began to appear in her bright, moon-like eyes. Her beautiful eyes turned, and she stared in a daze at the figure carrying the green coffin not too far away. There was an unknown fluctuation in her eyes. At this moment, Zhuowen frowned slightly. This lament had similarly reached the bottom of his heart and touched his nerves. It actually caused him to feel slightly choked up, but he was extremely resistant to this feeling of being touched. The origin energy within his body circulated, and his expression returned to normal once more. As if he had sensed something, Zhuowen tilted his head. Behind him, his eyes met with a pair of bright, moon-like eyes. For a moment, Zhuowen and Mu Shue were both startled. The originally indifferent Mu Shue hurriedly avoided Zhuowen's gaze. She tilted her head to look at the stage outside the window. Beneath the veil covering her face, a crimson blush appeared. Zhuowen was naturally unable to perceive the change in Mu Shue's demeanor. He only felt somewhat surprised. He felt that this woman's attitude towards him was somewhat different from others. As for what exactly was different, he simply couldn't tell. Huang Fuwuji's 5 senses were quite sharp. He immediately realized that Zhuowen was staring straight at Zhuowen. His eyebrows wrinkled as he looked down at Zhuowen and lightly said, "Boy, there are some things that you can't see with your dog eyes. You'd better have some self-awareness." Originally, Zhuowen had been lost in thought because of Mu Shue's attitude. But at this moment, as he heard this voice, he shifted his gaze and looked at Huang Fuwuji, who was looking down at him from above. He indifferently said, "As the saying goes, a dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. A dog's mouth can really spit out ivory." As these words came out, Huang Fuwuji narrowed his eyes. How could he not understand the sarcasm in Zhuowen's words? Zhuowen was mocking him for having a dog's mouth. This caused Huang Fuwuji's complexion to gradually turn gloomy. He was the second prince of the imperial family. His power was monstrous, and his status was lofty. No one dared to speak to him in such a manner. But today, this little brat in front of him had actually dared to speak without thinking and insult him for having a dog's mouth. With his proud temperament, how could he endure this? Senior Shadow, today is a grand occasion for the intoxicating spring pavilion. It is not appropriate to kill. You only need to cut off this boy's arms and cripple his cultivation," Huang Fuwuji coldly said as he glanced at Zhuowen. In his opinion, Zhuowen was only an insignificant genius of the Muqing County. As long as he didn't touch Lu Hantian, then Lu Hantian should give him some face. Thus, he had no fear as he commanded Senior Shadow. As Huang Fuwuji spoke, Zhuowen's heart turned cold. This Huang Fuwuji seemed gentle on the surface, but when he did things he was actually ruthless and overbearing. He had only spoken a few words of sarcasm, but he actually wanted to cut off his arms and cripple his cultivation. To a martial artist, this was worse than death. "Your Highness, Second Prince, please rest assured that this old man will handle this properly." Senior's shadow wickedly smiled. He had made a fool of himself in front of Lu Hantian just now, and this had clearly caused Huang Fuwuji to be somewhat displeased. Now that he had dealt with this boy who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth, this would make up for the displeasure in Huang Fuwuji's heart. Bang! In an instant, Senior's shadow attacked. His claw grasped at the void, and a terrifying energy shot out, directly attacking Zhuowen. It was so fast that no one was able to react. Zhuowen's complexion changed. This senior shadow was a golden, venerable powerhouse. In front of such a powerhouse, he didn't even have the strength to resist. "Fuck off! If you dare to touch Zhuowen, this father will slaughter you." A loud roar sounded out. Then the originally high-spirited senior shadow howled miserably. Like a withered leaf, he was sent flying backwards, smashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura withered. Lu Hantian slowly walked to Zhuowen's side. He coldly glared at Huang Fuwuji and lightly said, "Do you still want to move against him?" Huang Fuwuji's complexion stiffened. As he looked at the distressed senior shadow, his complexion became extremely ugly. But there was a slight fluctuation in his heart. He could feel that Lu Hantian cared a great deal about this youth with the blue coffin on his back. After thinking it over, Huang Fuwuji finally decided not to offend Lu Hantian. This was an Empyrean powerhouse. Even he couldn't afford to offend such a powerhouse. Then Wuji will give Senior Hantian some face and let this arrogant brat go for the time being. But I hope that some people will pay attention to this. There are some things that cannot be coveted by lowly people. Huang Fuwuji said with deep meaning. Then he calmly sat back down in his seat, as if he wasn't embarrassed at all. As for Senior Shadow, his complexion was gloomy. He struggled to crawl up and silently stood behind Huang Fuwuji, not saying a single word. What a deep scheming and shrewd person. This person is far too dangerous. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He looked at the calm Huang Fuwuji with dread in his eyes. This Huang Fuwuji's schemes far surpassed that of an ordinary person. He was like a viper hiding in the dark. Who knew when he would plot against you? Zhuowen naturally had to be on guard against him. Miss Wushang is coming out. Suddenly, the entire moon-embracing pavilion was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation as they stared at the stage below. At this moment, the graceful dancers on the stage slowly retreated behind the curtain. Behind the hazy gauze, a slender and elegant figure slowly appeared as the gauze fluttered in the wind. When the gauze was completely removed, a beautiful figure holding a pipa and wearing a flowing dress finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. Everyone's eyes stared directly at this beautiful figure without stopping for even a moment. A pale pink dress wrapped around her body, with a white gauze covering it, revealing the beautiful lines of her neck and clearly visible collarbones. The creases of her dress were like snow and moonlight, flowing down to the ground. It was more than 3 feet long, causing her gait to be even more graceful and beautiful. Her long black hair was tied up with a hairband, with a butterfly hairpin inserted into her hair. A wisp of black hair hung in front of her chest. There was a thin layer of makeup on her face, which only added to the color. Her cheeks were faintly discernible, creating a delicate and lovely appearance. Her entire person was like a butterfly fluttering in the wind, or like a clear and pure snow. This woman stood gracefully in the center of the stage. Although there was nothing around her, she was still like the brightest star in the night sky, involuntarily attracting everyone's attention. This woman's temperament and appearance were top-notch. She was devastatingly beautiful and unparalleled in the world. She was completely comparable to Mu Qinxue, whom Zhuowen had met before. Even Zhuowen could not help but be stunned by this woman. Moyan Wushang, unparalleled in talent and appearance. Wushang gently faced the direction of the moon-embracing pavilion and bowed gracefully. Her voice, like a lark, slowly resounded. I am Wushang. Thank you for coming to support me this time. Wushang is extremely grateful. Dong! After saying this, Wushang's jade-like hand gently waved. A pleasant sound of a zither rang out, followed by the creaking sound of gears rolling around the entire stage. Then, the huge stage slowly separated from the middle. Everyone immediately saw that under the stage, a war drum that was several feet tall was slowly rising. The war drum was rusty and dirty. At a glance, it was obvious that it had been there for a long time. Dong! As soon as the war drum appeared, a melodious sound of the drum suddenly soared into the sky. The sound of the drum was swift and fierce, overbearing and lingering. It had a soul-stirring feeling. This drum was not ordinary. This was the thought in everyone's mind at this moment. This drum is called the morning bell and evening drum. It is a rhythm, spiritual treasure. However, because of its age, no one has consecrated it yet. This drum was obtained by me from an ancient ruin. As for what level of spiritual treasure it is, I do not know. Only after it is consecrated can I know the level of this spiritual treasure. This drum is extremely important to me. If there is a young master who can consecrate this drum, I am willing to play the song Bodhisattva Barbarian for that young master tonight. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire moon-embracing pavilion was in an uproar. They did not expect that Moyen Wushang would actually want to play the song Bodhisattva Barbarian for someone. The song Bodhisattva Barbarian was extremely famous in the imperial capital. When Moyen Wushang suddenly came to the drunken spring pavilion, Emperor Qing had looked for Moyen Wushang alone. Moyen Wushang had once played the song for Emperor Qing. After coming out, Emperor Qing looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. He roared, "Misty rain is boundless and boundless. Tortoises and snakes lock up the great river. What a good song, Bodhisattva Barbarian. It actually allowed me to enter the metaphysical realm. Haha." At this point, the song Bodhisattva Barbarian had shaken the imperial capital. Everyone knew that Moyen Wushang's Bodhisattva Barbarian could allow someone to enter the metaphysical realm. One had to know that the stronger a martial artist was, the harder it would be to enter the metaphysical realm. In the past, when Zhuowen was weak, he had entered the metaphysical realm a few times. However, ever since he had advanced to the ultimate emperor realm, he had not entered the metaphysical realm at all. Emperor Qing had reached the supreme emperor realm. For such a strong martial artist to enter the metaphysical realm was extremely difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, the song Bodhisattva Barbarian was actually able to allow someone like Emperor Qing to enter the metaphysical realm. It could be seen how precious Bodhisattva Barbarian was to martial artists. And it was because of Emperor Qing that Moyen Wushang's reputation was so great when he first came to the imperial capital. Almost all of the high officials and dignitaries of the imperial capital came to the drunken spring pavilion to listen to Moyen Wushang's magical song. Chapter 653. Beat the drum. This Bodhisattva Barbarian is so mysterious. It can actually allow a martial artist to enter the profound understanding realm. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows as he spoke. Zhuowen had once entered the profound understanding realm. He was very clear on the benefits of entering the profound understanding realm. The stronger a martial artist was, the more benefits they could obtain after entering the profound understanding realm. Of course, entering the profound understanding realm was also more difficult. The Bodhisattva Barbarian was able to allow a powerhouse like Emperor Qing to enter the profound understanding realm. This was enough to prove how amazing this song was. Everyone's eyes were blazing. Who didn't want to enter the profound understanding realm? Their cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. Now that the opportunity was in front of them, they naturally didn't want to let it go. When Ao Xue's cold face and Huang Fuwuji's indifferent face also revealed a trace of passion, The profound understanding realm was also what they longed for. Miss Wu Shang, how do you consecrate the morning bell and evening drum? There should be a specific solution, right? Huangfu Wuji slowly stood up and lightly smiled. In the center of the stage, Moyen Wu Shang nodded. His jade-like hands gently stroked the surface of the morning bell and evening drum. He said, if you want to consecrate the morning bell and evening drum, there are 2 conditions. The first is to strike the drum 10 times. The second is to sing a song and cause the morning bell and evening drum to resonate. Only when these 2 conditions are met will the morning bell and evening drum be consecrated. With these words, Huangfu Wuji frowned. He was quite confident in striking the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. However, if a song were to cause the morning bell and evening drum to resonate, that would be difficult. He knew that Moyen Wu Shang had brought out the morning bell and evening drum. This meant that even Moyen Wu Shang, who excelled at singing, was unable to cause the morning bell and evening drum to resonate. Who wants to come up and try? Moyen Wu Shang's clear voice was like a lark as it slowly rang out. The entire arena was silent for a moment. Although many people were restless, Moyen Wu Shang's conditions were indeed difficult. Who knew what kind of song would be able to cause the morning bell and evening drum to resonate? I'll go first. In the crowd below the moon-embracing pavilion, a black-clothed man around the age of 25 leaped up onto the enormous stage. With one step, he instantly arrived in front of the morning bell and evening drum in the center of the stage. At this moment, Moyen Wu Shang's clothes were fluttering in the wind as he stood gracefully on the edge of the stage. His flawless eyes were quietly staring at the black-clothed youth in front of the morning bell and evening drum. At this moment, the black-clothed youth's face was quite solemn. He bent his waist and took a step forward. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. The powerful aura formed irregularly rotating hurricanes around his body. A 4-wheel ultimate emperor realm cultivator? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes in the moon-embracing pavilion. When the black-robed youth released this terrifying aura, he instantly determined that this person was a mid-stage ultimate emperor. Dong! The black-clothed youth smashed his fist on the drum. Suddenly, the sound of the drum spread out with a penetrating force. With the stage as the center, the sound waves of the drum spread out in all directions in a circular shape, forming a terrifying air wave in the surroundings. Dong! 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 The black-clothed youth's expression changed slightly because he discovered that when his fist hit the drum, a terrifying repulsive force suddenly resounded from the drum. Immediately, his body was involuntarily forced back by this repulsive force. Humph! Give me the second beat. The black-clothed youth snorted coldly. He took a step forward again and punched out. A terrifying fist force erupted and immediately blasted against the drum. Rumble! A frightening sound that was like the Xian thunder from the 9 heavens suddenly surged out from within the morning bell and evening drum. It was like thunder surging, and the sound was ear-piercing. A force that was even more frightening than before was also reflected from the drum surface. Uft! The black-clothed youth didn't even have time to react before the repulsive force blasted against his chest. The terrifying force immediately caused the black-clothed youth to spit out blood and fly back like a falling leaf. Rumble! After flying back more than 10 meters, the black-clothed youth smashed into the ground. He clutched his chest, and his face was filled with fear. He didn't think that the force transmitted from the drum would be so terrifying. Only 2 beats. Moyen Wu Shang shook his head gently. A trace of disappointment appeared on his face. All the cultivators in the moon-embracing pavilion were surprised as well. The black-clothed youth was an ultimate emperor realm cultivator, but he had only been able to make 2 sounds. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? The restless hearts of the martial art practitioners who were originally below the ultimate 4-wheel emperor level instantly quieted down. The black-robed youth was stronger than him, but he could only beat the war drum twice. What more could they do? The morning bell and evening drum is indeed not simple. Zhuin's eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself. After the black-clothed youth's failure, the commotion in the surroundings quieted down. Many cultivators who weren't strong enough basically gave up and no longer dared to go up. After a moment of silence, several figures flashed out from below the moon-embracing pavilion. They came before the morning bell and evening drum and attempted to beat the drum. Dong! 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 For a moment, the distant sound of the drum rang out continuously from the center of the stage. It was quite neat and loud. Unfortunately, many people went up and changed batches, but no one was able to make more than 5 beats. The strongest was a mid-stage, 5-wheel Emperor Realm cultivator. He managed to make 4 beats, stunning many people. I'll go up and try. Suddenly, Qiu Xiaoyan, who was sitting next to Zhuin, stood up and stared at the giant war drum on the stage with a burning gaze. His strength was at the peak of the 5-wheel Emperor Realm, and he was the #1 genius of Luyan County. His strength was far greater than that of an ordinary cultivator. Whoosh! Qiu Xiaoyan stomped his foot and flew out of the moon-embracing pavilion. He landed lightly in the center of the stage. His posture was elegant and he was in high spirits. The genius of the moon-embracing pavilion has finally made his move. I wonder how many beats he can make? He'll definitely be able to make more than 5 beats. I know this person. He's the #1 genius of Luyan County, Qiu Xiaoyan. He's proficient in palm techniques and knows the colossal falling sun palm. He's extremely powerful. Qiu Xiaoyun's arrival immediately caused an uproar among the people below the moon-embracing pavilion. Many people stared at Qiu Xiaoyun, looking forward to seeing how many beats he could make. Brother Qiu, I wonder if Xiaoyun can make 10 beats? Lu Nantian looked at Qiu Xiaoyun and nodded. He was quite impressed. 10 beats will be very difficult. However, he should be able to make it more than 5 beats. Qiu Changsheng smiled, but he was slightly nervous. Qiu Xiaoyan was the #1 genius of Luyan County. He hoped that Qiu Xiaoyan could make a few more beats. That way, he would be able to bring glory to Luyan County. Young master, please begin. Moyin Wushang hugged his pipa and smiled. Qiu Xiaoyan nodded and took a deep breath. He stared at the drum in front of him. He took a step forward and punched the drum with a terrifying might. Dong! The sound of the bell burst out, and a powerful repulsive force appeared on Qiu Xiaoyan's body. However, Qiu Xiaoyan did not move at all. He was like a boulder as he punched the drum again. Dong! 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 For consecutive beats sounded. Qiu Xiaoyan actually made 5 beats in one breath. When the 5th beat sounded, Qiu Xiaoyan groaned and took 3 steps back. Humph! Great collapsing sun palm. Qiu Xiaoyan snorted coldly as a terrifying aura burst out from his body. A palm that was emitting golden light shuttled through space and slammed onto the drum. It was as if the sun had set and slammed onto the drum. Dong! Dong! 2 consecutive palms caused the drum to let out 2 loud beats. Suddenly, the sound waves spread out and an even more terrifying force descended and bombarded Qiu Xiaoyan's chest. Qiu Xiaoyan groaned and retreated several steps back. He barely managed to stabilize his body after retreating dozens of steps. He looked at the drum in front of him in fear. He knew very well that he had already reached his limit. If he continued to beat the drum, he would exceed his limit and his end would not be much better than the black-clothed youth who had gone on stage for the first time. Qiu Xiaoyun's eyes flashed, but he did not dare to beat the drum for the 8th time. He sighed and returned to the moon-embracing pavilion. 7 beats. As expected of the #1 genius of Luyan County, he can actually beat the drum 7 times. Amazing! After Qiu Xiaoyan left, a wave of praises sounded from the surroundings. At first, they did not take the morning bell and evening drum too seriously, But after seeing so many people return in failure, they knew how difficult it was to beat the morning bell and evening drum. Before Qiu Shaoyan, the strongest cultivator could only beat it 4 times, but Qiu Shaoyan could beat it 7 times. It was enough to show that Qiu Shaoyan's strength far surpassed other cultivators. Brother Qiu, is the morning bell and evening drum really that difficult? Even you can only beat it 7 times? After Qiu Shaoyan sat down, Lve Tao frowned slightly. In any case, Qiu Shaoran was in existence at the peak of the ultimate emperor realm. Yet he could only sound the drum 7 times. Sounding the morning bell and evening drum was a little too difficult. It is indeed difficult. The surface of the drum will transmit a terrifying rebound force, and the more you hit it, the more terrifying the rebound force will be. When you hit it 7 times, the rebound force will be too terrifying, and I've already reached my limit. Qiu Shaoyan shook his head and smiled bitterly. The difficulty of beating the morning bell and evening drum was beyond his expectations. I'll give it a try. Lve Tao frowned and stood up. With a leap, he arrived at the center of the stage. Lve Tao did not act pretentiously. He beat the drum as soon as he arrived. Dong dong dong. The distant sound of the drum rang out. Lve Tao's strength had reached the 6-wheel emperor realm, and he was even stronger than Qiu Shaoyan. He beat the drum 5 times in a row without stopping. The 7th time, Lve Tao raised his handsome eyebrows and punched out with his right palm. A terrifying aura spread out. The 7th drum beat was like a monstrous tsunami that rolled over the sea. A terrifying rebound force crushed Lve Tao's body like a towering mountain. Lve Tao felt his body sink, and an even more terrifying aura surged out. It easily neutralized the rebound force. Lve Tao bent down again and punched out again. So strong! This person is about to beat the 8th time. I wonder if he can beat it? Chapter 654. Hypocritical idiot. At this moment, Lve Tao's face was extremely solemn. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body rose to the peak. His right fist suddenly punched out, and a terrifying power formed a terrifying spiral around his body. Boom! A terrifying sound like thunder rang out. Lve Tao's fist arrived in an instant and fiercely hit the drum. An intense and melodious sound of the drum resounded, and a terrifying pressure erupted from the drum, causing Lve Tao's face to change. Dang, dang, dang. The crisp sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Lve Tao continuously retreated until he was barely able to stabilize his body after more than 10 steps. A trace of cherry red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It seems that the 8th strike is my limit. Lve Tao bitterly smiled. The morning bell and evening drum was indeed not simple. Even he could only beat it 8 times. He really did not know who could beat it 10 times. Perhaps the 3 of them have a chance. Lve Tao's gaze shifted and landed on the moon-embracing pavilion. He saw Zhuowen, who was carrying a green coffin, the indifferent Wen Aoshue, and the indifferent Huangfu Wuji. He knew that only these 3 people could beat the war drum 10 times. To be able to beat it 8 times, this Lve Tao strength is not bad. After all, it is not easy to beat the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. After the 8th strike of the bell ended, the surroundings burst into an uproar. Although Lve Tao was not able to last until the end, it was already commendable. With Qiu Shaoyan and Lve Tao taking the lead, the other geniuses in the moon-embracing pavilion were also eager to give it a try. They rubbed their shoulders and walked onto the stage to beat the war drum. Dong dong dong. The bell continued to ring. Most of the geniuses in the moon-embracing pavilion went up to beat the war drum in an orderly manner. Most of them were able to beat it 5 times. However, the highest result was maintained by Lve Tao. 8 strikes was considered the highest result. This result caused the crowd around the moon-embracing pavilion to be somewhat disappointed. There were even some people who shook their heads. Let me do it. Finally, when Aoshue, who had been standing beside the profound ice man with a cold expression, slowly stood up, her cold voice resounded around the moon-embracing pavilion. When Aoshue's words immediately caused an uproar. The other geniuses might not be able to attract the attention of the crowd, but this cold woman had no choice but to attract the attention of the crowd. This was because when Aoshue was ranked 11th on the Green Emperor list, she was the strongest person in the 8 regions. There was no need to doubt her strength. When Aoshue's finally made a move, I wonder how many strikes she will be able to beat. When Aoshue is extremely powerful, it is said that he has reached the early stage of the ultimate 7-wheel emperor realm. When Aoshue's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. Some of the audience members, who were originally yawning, also focused their attention on when Aoshue's proud figure at this moment. Whoosh! When Aoshue stepped on the air and floated onto the stage, her snow-white hair draped over her shoulders. Her cold face had actually condensed traces of frost. Not only that, but the area around her was like a world of ice and snow. Even Huang Fuwuji's and Mu Shue's gazes converged on this woman, who was emitting a cold aura from head to toe. There was a sliver of expectation in their eyes as they waited to see if the number 1 person in the 8 great counties would be able to beat the great drum 10 times. When Aoshue extended her snow-white hand and flicked her finger, a terrifying ice energy spread out. Even the air seemed to have solidified as it struck the drum. Dong, 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 dong. In an instant, 5 loud and clear drum beats resounded continuously around the stage. They were like a great bell, distant and resonant. There are actually 5 drum beats at the same time. When Aoshue might have to bear the terrifying rebound force of 5 drum beats at once. I wonder if she can withstand it? Looking at when Aoshue's arrogant actions, many of the surrounding people cried out in surprise. 1 rebound force was already terrifying enough. This woman actually planned to withstand 5 at the same time. She was crazy and arrogant enough. When Aoshue's expression was still cold, and she was not moved at all, she stretched out her jade-like hand in the air and suddenly pointed. Instantly, a terrifying icy energy spread out and turned into an oval ice mirror that was as tall as a person. Boom! The 5 rebound forces instantly bombarded the ice mirror. Only a hissing sound could be heard. The bright ice mirror was as solid as iron and was not damaged at all. However, the terrifying rebound force was completely offset by the ice mirror and turned into nothingness. The 5 rebound forces were all blocked. This when Aoshue is indeed terrifying. Looking at when Aoshue, who was like a boulder and did not move at all, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Blocking 5 rebound forces at the same time was indeed shocking. After blocking the 5 rebound forces, when Aoshue's body did not move at all, she gently stepped forward and flicked her finger again. Dong! Dong! Another 3 drum beats sounded out at the same time, and 3 even more terrifying rebounding forces followed. At the same time, they acted on when Aoshue's body. A terrifying pressure descended, and the stage actually shook violently as if it was about to collapse. A trace of seriousness finally appeared on when Aoshue's cold face. When Aoshue gently waved her jade-like hand and countless ice energy condensed in front of her, forming a huge ice wall. Boom! The 3 rebounding forces smashed onto the ice wall. Instantly, the seemingly indestructible ice wall began to violently tremble. When Aoshue's pretty face also paled a little. However, the ice wall ultimately managed to block the rebounding forces. She has struck the 8th time. It will be the 9th time soon. The crowd began to look forward to it. When Aoshue's face was as serious as ice, her jade-like hand flicked her finger again, and the ice energy condensed to the extreme. Her snow-white hair danced in the wind and actually condensed into ice frost. At this moment, it actually looked demonic and beautiful. Dong! In the end, when Aoshue struck the 9th time, Instantly, within the morning bell and evening drum, an extremely terrifying pressure burst forth. It formed a spiral shape and fiercely crushed down. The entire stage actually trembled once again, and traces of cracks appeared. Pucci, under such terrifying pressure, when Ao Shue actually spat out a mouthful of red blood. However, her body was like a pine tree that stood proudly and actually forcefully withstood the rebound force of the ninth drumbeat. She has blocked the ninth drumbeat, when Ao Shue might be able to do the 10th. The crowd began to look forward to it. Although when Ao Shue's current condition was not good, she had already struck the ninth drumbeat and was extremely close to the 10th. Everyone was looking forward to when Ao Shue's 10th drumbeat. When Ao Shue took a deep breath and gently took a step back, she also knew that this was a crucial moment and there was absolutely no room for any mistakes. The last one. When Ao Shue pointed her jade-like hand and an even more terrifying ice energy surged out. With a flick of her finger, the terrifying energy condensed and directly hit the drum. Boom! Before the energy arrived, the morning bell and evening drum actually emitted an even more terrifying pressure. This pressure had almost reached an unprecedented level. The ice energy that was shot out from when Ao Shue's fingertip was actually forcefully blocked and then shot towards when Ao Shue. At this moment, when Ao Shue's face was incomparably pale and there was a smear of fear in her eyes. This ice energy was when Ao Shue's most powerful attack, and it had almost consumed most of her energy. At this moment, she no longer had any extra energy to resist. She knew that if she was hit by this energy, she would definitely die. Whoosh! The instant the rebound force came into effect, a figure pulled when Ao Shue over, and with a shake of his sleeve, the rebound force was easily erased by this figure. This person was the Region Lord of the Icebound County, the profound Ice Old Man. At this moment, his face was extremely solemn, and there was even a hint of anger on his face. When Ao Shue was too reckless, she actually bet all of her energy on the 10th drumbeat. This was simply a joke with her life. Do what you can in the future. Do you understand? The profound Ice Old Man returned to the moon embracing pavilion and put down when Ao Shue as he sternly said, "Yes, Master." Ao Shue knows she was wrong. When Ao Shue lowered her head and said in a soft voice, the profound Ice Old Man nodded and no longer pursued this matter. Instead, his eyes converged on the nearby Huangfu Wuji. He knew that if when Ao Shue was unable to beat the morning bell and evening drum 10 times, then there was only Huangfu Wuji who had a refined smile on his face. When Ao Shue's failure immediately caused the surrounding crowd to shake their heads and sigh. When Ao Shue was the #1 genius of the 8 large counties, but even she had failed. Perhaps there was no one else in the 8 large counties that could beat the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. Perhaps only the top 10 rankers of the Azure Emperor Proclamation of the Imperial Capital could possibly do so. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but gather on the window seat of the moon embracing pavilion, where Huangfu Wuji had a scholarly smile on his face. Of all the young elites of the moon embracing pavilion, only this Huangfu Wuji could accomplish such a feat as he received so much attention. The smile on Huangfu Wuji's face became even wider. He enjoyed being looked up at by so many people. This sort of high and mighty feeling made him feel as if everything was under his control. He glanced at Mu Shui and said with a smile, "Miss Mu, do you plan on going up and giving it a try?" Mu Shui glanced at Huangfu Wuji and shook her head. She lightly said, "I thank your highness, the second prince, for his good intentions, but I don't need it. I think that your highness, the second prince, should be able to beat it 10 times. Hearing Mu Shui's words, Huangfu Wuji's smile became even more brilliant. He said, "Miss Mu, please watch carefully. Wuji will beat the morning bell and evening drum for you, and will also present you with a song." As he spoke, Huangfu Wuji slowly stood up, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. This time, the Burning Heaven Sect's saintess Mu Shui was present. No matter what, he had to perform well. What a hypocritical idiot! Just as Huang Fuwuji was about to jump onto the stage, a slightly mocking voice sounded out, causing the smile on Huang Fuwuji's face to freeze. Huang Fuwuji frowned and turned his head to stare at the youth carrying the azure coffin. He coldly said, "I dare you to say that again. Did I say anything about you? Why are you responding to me? Or are you admitting that you are a hypocritical idiot?" Chapter 655. Huang Fuwuji's gambling fight. At this moment, the atmosphere in the moon-embracing pavilion had become strange and quiet. Everyone stared at the confrontation between Huang Fuwuji and Zhuowen with strange eyes. Without a doubt, Zhuowen's words just now had been extremely bold and reckless. Although Zhuowen had the support of Lu Hantian, Huang Fuwuji had the entire imperial family and the Azure Emperor behind him. Moreover, Huang Fuwuji was in existence ranked in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor proclamation. Whether it was background or strength, Huang Fuwuji was far superior to Zhuowen. But Zhuowen was like a moth flying into a flame. In the eyes of many, this was an extremely stupid behavior. Puchi! Within the quiet moon-embracing pavilion, a clear and melodious laughter suddenly sounded out, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Everyone's eyes turned to Huang Fuwuji, who was facing Mu Shui, who was covering her face with a veil and was actually laughing. Huang Fuwuji and Zhuowen, who were originally facing off against each other, were also attracted by this bird-like laughter. After discovering that the owner of this laughter was Mu Shui, the two of them had different expressions. Zhuowen revealed an astonished expression. He never thought that the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect, who had always been cold and aloof, would actually laugh because of his words. In contrast to Zhuowen's astonishment, Huang Fuwuji's complexion was as cold as the dead of winter. His mood was extremely bad. He had originally wanted to put on a good show in front of Mu Shui, but now, because of this little bastard in front of him, he had made a fool of himself. Zhuowen's laughter was like a knife, causing Huang Fuwuji's heart to be filled with a raging inferno. His hatred towards Zhuowen was like a torrential river, surging with waves. "You despicable little bastard. Do you really want to die?" Stepping forward, Huang Fuwuji's eyes coldly stared at Zhuowen. A terrifying aura erupted from him. He wished that he could cut this boy who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth into 1,000 pieces. "Oh, you want to start a fight in the moon-embracing pavilion? As the second prince of the royal family, I can't believe that you would attack a nobody like me. I don't know if it's my honor, or if you're as lowly as I am, second prince?" Zhuowen raised his head, the corners of his lips curling up. He stared at Huang Fuwuji with a cold and fearless expression. Huang Fuwuji narrowed his eyes and immediately calmed down. Just as Zhuowen had said, if he really did anything to Zhuowen, then it really might damage his reputation. Moreover, that Lu Hantian cared a lot about this Zhuowen. Lu Hantian was a madman. If he were to make a move, the Lu Hantian would probably even dare to hit him. When that happened, his reputation would be ruined, and he would be even worse off than Flamewing. However, Huang Fuwuji was extremely unwilling to let Zhuowen go like this. He narrowed his eyes and lightly said, "Humph! I don't want to fight with a lowly person like you. That will only dirty my hands." "Hee, you really are a hypocritical idiot," Zhuowen lightly said as he shook his head. Huang Fuwuji's pupils shrank. This boy in front of him had repeatedly provoked him. Now his killing intent towards him had reached an extremely rich degree. If he didn't kill this boy, it would be difficult to quench the hatred in his heart. Whoosh! Huang Fuwuji coldly snorted. With a single step, he instantly leapt onto the center of the stage. His purple robes made him look handsome and confident. "His Highness, the second prince, has come down. With His Highness, the second prince's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to sound the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. It shouldn't be a problem. However, The most difficult part of the morning bell and evening drum should be to sound it 10 times and see if the music offered can resonate with the morning bell and evening drum. Only by resonating will the morning bell and evening drum be consecrated successfully. Not only is His Highness the second prince's cultivation exquisite, but he is also proficient in the 4 arts, literature, martial arts, and poetry. I think he should be able to create a song that resonates with the morning bell and evening drum. Huangfu Wuji's arrival was like a fuse, causing a frenzy of excitement. Everyone's eyes blazed as they stared at Huangfu Wuji. This was an existence that ranked in the top 10 of the Blue Emperor decree. It shouldn't be a problem for him to sound it 10 times. Standing at the edge of the stage, the beautiful Moyan Wushang held a pipa in his hand. He stared at the high-spirited Huangfu Wuji in the center of the stage, a trace of anticipation flashing in his eyes. It had to be known that in order to successfully consecrate the morning bell and evening drum, strength alone was not enough. One also needed an unparalleled talent. Only by creating a heaven-shaking song and a formidable strength would one be able to awaken the soul within the drum and completely consecrate it. Within the imperial city, Huangfu Wuji had the reputation of being a master of both the pen and the sword. In truth, Moyan Wushang was also looking forward to Huangfu Wuji successfully consecrating the morning bell and evening drum. Stopping in front of the drum, Huangfu Wuji turned around and faced the direction of the moon-embracing pavilion. He loudly said, "Zhuowen, do you dare to come down and make a bet with me?" A terrifying sound wave burst out from Huangfu Wuji's mouth like a rolling thunder, echoing in the air above the stage. Who is this Zhuowen? He actually made the second prince call him by name to come down and make a bet with him? Isn't this name strange? How come I've never heard of him before? He should be some nameless person. Nameless person? How could a nameless person make the second prince call him by name? After Huangfu Wuji shouted out these words, the surrounding crowd was stunned. Soon after, their gazes gathered on the moon-embracing pavilion. They really wanted to see just what kind of person this Zhuowen was. Within the moon-embracing pavilion, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He didn't think that this Huangfu Wuji would actually call him by name to make a bet with him. It seemed that Huangfu Wuji's resentment towards him was quite deep. What? Weren't you very arrogant in the moon-embracing pavilion a moment ago? Why aren't you speaking now? Huangfu Wuji calmly stood where he was. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his entire body moved without wind. His voice was like thunder. "Zhuowen, don't agree. Huangfu Wuji is one of the top 10 existences on the Azure Emperor Proclamation. His strength is even greater than Guosheng's. If you make a bet with him, you simply have no chance of winning." Lve Tao suddenly frowned. The other people in the audience also frowned. They all tried to persuade Zhuowen not to agree to this bet. When Aoshua's expression was ice cold, her white hair draped over her shoulders, and the corners of her mouth curved up in a mocking smile. She faintly said, "You reap what you sow. You don't even have the strength to be so arrogant. If you hadn't provoked the second prince, then this wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, you brought this upon yourself. What does my sins have to do with you? Just who do you think you are? You can't even sound a morning bell and evening drum 10 times. What qualifications do you have to talk about me?" Zhuowen turned his head and coldly glanced at Wen Aoshue. This woman had displayed an arrogant and condescending attitude from the very beginning. This had already caused Zhuowen to feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Now that she had spoken such sarcastic words, Zhuowen's disgust towards her had increased by several degrees. "You humph! You're just a coward. Although I can't sound the bell 10 times, I'm already extremely close. But what about you? How many times do you think you can sound the bell? I'm afraid that 5 times is already the limit. Now that the second prince has challenged you, you're actually acting like a coward. You don't dare to accept his challenge, but you still dare to clamor in front of me." When Aoshue coldly snorted. She stared at Zhuo Wen with a cold gaze. The ridicule in her eyes was getting thicker and thicker. She concluded that Zhuo Wen was a coward who only knew how to talk and not do anything. Coward? Zhuo Wen coldly smiled. With a single step, he arrived at the window seat. His clear voice sounded out. Why wouldn't I dare? As he spoke, Zhuo Wen's figure was like a leopard. He leapt through the air and gracefully stepped onto the stage. But the moment he stepped onto the stage, a cold voice suddenly sounded out in his mind. Huangfu Wuji's strength has reached the peak of the ultimate seven-wheel emperor realm. His strength is unfathomable. You should be more careful. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen couldn't help but be startled. How could he not know that this voice was transmitted to him by someone? Moreover, the owner of this sound transmission was Mu Shui, who was sitting at the window seat of the embracing moon pavilion. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the quiet Mu Shui in the pavilion. Their eyes met again, and for some unknown reason, Zhuo Wen actually nodded his head naturally. He also transmitted his voice back. Thank you. I know what I'm doing. Looking at the youth walking towards the stage, Mu Shui's veiled face actually revealed an undetectable curve. If the veil was removed, this girl's smile would be as brilliant as 100 flowers blooming. It would be able to turn the world upside down. This person is Zhuo Wen? What an unfamiliar youth. This person is definitely not from the imperial capital. I'm afraid he's a genius from one of the other counties. But out of the 8 great counties, the only ones that can make His Highness the second prince mentioned by name should be the icebound counties Wen Aoshiwei and the Light-Fire County Sir Laiyun. Just where did this person come from? Seeing Zhuo Wen appear, the surrounding people all revealed looks of confusion. They had never seen this strange youth with a blue coffin on his back before. I thought that you wouldn't dare to accept my challenge, but now it seems that you do have some guts. You actually accepted my challenge. Huangfu Wuji's eyes were cold, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. He was extremely confident in his own strength and talent. This common-looking boy in front of him would lose, without a doubt. Speak. What kind of bet? Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the sneering Huangfu Wuji. Very simple. Let's see who can strike the morning bell and evening drum the most times. The loser will kneel on the ground, kowtow to the victor 3 times, and then cripple their own cultivation. How about it? Huangfu Wuji's lips curved into a sneer as he spoke. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen's pupils shrank. This Huangfu Wuji was truly ruthless. The loser would not only have to kowtow 3 times, but they would also have to cripple their own cultivation. Without a doubt, the loser would lose all face and become a complete piece of trash. What? Are you afraid? If you are, then you only need to kowtow to me 3 times. You don't need to cripple your own cultivation. Then I can let you go. Hee, what do you think? Huangfu Wuji sinisterly smiled. Idiot. 3 kowtows? You've really lost your mind. I, Zhuo Wen, accept this bet. Zhuo Wen shook his head and indifferently said, Your courage is commendable. You've already reached this point, and yet you're still so stubborn. But I want to see just how long you can remain stubborn. Chapter 656. Loud song dong dong dong. 3 consecutive rings of the bell suddenly sounded out on the stage. Huangfu Wuji's expression was calm. The overlapping rebounding force of the 3 rings had no effect on him at all. His long hair danced in the wind and his clothes fluttered. Huangfu Wuji's eyes were like the starry sky. He took a step forward, clenched his right fist, and smashed it against the morning bell and evening drum once more. Dong, 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 dong. For consecutive rings sounded out. Huangfu Wuji was still as steady as Mount Tai. He took another step forward, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. A terrifying aura rose to the extreme, forming a dragon-shaped aura behind him. Dong dong! 2 more thunderous drum beats sounded out, shaking the heavens and earth, echoing through the skies. Huang Fuwuji had easily sounded the 8th and 9th drum beats. What a terrifying strength! He is truly worthy of being called one of the most outstanding geniuses of the royal family. After sounding the 8th and 9th rings, he still hasn't shown any signs of retreating. His strength is truly terrifying. Now it's time for the 10th ring. The surrounding audience was in an uproar. Their eyes were locked onto Huang Fuwuji's body. Everyone was waiting for Huang Fuwuji to sound the 10th ring. Zhuwen's eyes narrowed. This Huang Fuwuji was truly worthy of being one of the top 10 existences on the Blue Imperial Decree. His strength had surpassed his expectations. Just the strength that he had displayed now was enough to move Zhuwen. Zhuwen knew that with his current strength, if he were to fight Huang Fuwuji face to face, he would undoubtedly lose. Humph! The 10th ring, break for me. Huang Fuwuji coldly snorted. He stepped forwards once more, his right hand curled into a fist and smashed into the drum. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying pressure that shook the heavens and earth erupted from the morning bell and evening drum, gushing out. What a horrifying pressure! The 10th ring of the morning bell and evening drum is actually so terrifying. Isn't this just too amazing? As this pressure appeared, some of the weaker martial artists were forced back again and again. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their faces were filled with panic. Huang Fuwuji frowned. At this moment, the pressure that was being transmitted from the drum had already reached an extremely terrifying degree. This pressure was like a mountain or a sea, capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas. But under this pressure, his fist was like a clay ox sinking into the sea. For a moment, he froze on the spot. This pressure can't stop me, Huang Fuwuji coldly shouted. Behind him, the massive dragon-shaped aura field suddenly sank down, fusing into Huang Fuwuji's fist light. Suddenly, countless streams of air began to surge, as if they were in the shape of a dragon. At this moment, Huang Fuwuji's fist light had reached an unprecedented level of blazing heat. Rumble! Under the support of the dragon-shaped aura, the originally stagnant fist aura reached a terrifying level. It pierced through the sun with irresistible force. The fist aura was like the brightest star in the night sky. It broke through the pressure and finally bombarded the drum. Dong! The earth-shattering sound of the drums was amplified infinitely at this moment. Endless terrifying hurricanes formed around the morning bell and evening drum. Huang Fuwuji stood in the midst of the hurricanes, his eyes like stars and his aura like a rainbow. On the other hand, the morning bell and evening drum began to tremble and actually emitted a rare buzzing sound. When this buzzing sound rang out, it actually sounded a little sorrowful and sad and even a little lonely. He is truly worthy of being the second prince. After the 10th strike, the morning bell and evening drum began to tremble. It seems that the second prince is not too far away from consecrating this drum. Everyone's eyes brightened as they stared at Huang Fuwuji. They knew that the most critical moment of the morning bell and evening drum's consecration was to resonate with the drum. Congratulations to Your Majesty, the second prince. After the 10th strike of the morning bell and evening drum, you're only a single step away from consecrating this drum. If the second prince can resonate with this drum and successfully consecrate it, then this little girl is willing to play the Bodhisattva barbarian for you. Moyan Wushang quietly stood at the edge of the stage. At this moment, her beautiful eyes shined with a strange light as she stared at Huang Fuwuji's figure. There was a trace of excitement in her eyes. To her, the morning bell and evening drum was extremely important. Once the drum was consecrated, it would be of enormous help to her. If Huang Fuwuji was able to consecrate it, then what was wrong with her playing the Bodhisattva barbarian for him? At this moment, in the center of the stage, around the drum, a terrifying hurricane swept up. In the center, Huang Fuwuji quietly stood there, high and mighty as if he were a god. Haha, many thanks for Miss Wushang's praise. Then, I will sing a song with the drum as accompaniment. Huang Fuwuji laughed. His body was like a wild goose. Within the hurricane, it was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. He strolled in front of the drum, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Dong, dong, dong. With the sound of the drum, Huang Fuwuji's low and hoarse voice came out from his mouth. Boundless earth, the sun and moon rise and fall. Dong! The powerful sound of the drum accompanied Huang Fuwuji's loud song. On the stage, it formed a complex melody. Wearing armor, wearing the moon and shooting stars, a man's martial attire. Dong! Dong! A single word, a single tremor. The impassioned song was accompanied by the resounding sound of the drum, shocking the hearts of everyone present. The hot-blooded youth should tread the world and establish 1,000 years of hegemony. Huang Fuwuji lifted his foot and stepped backwards. He bent over and punched out with the back of his fist, smashing it against the drum. The sound of the explosion continued without end. Under the heavens of chaos, one lord rises and falls. As Huang Fuwuji sang these words, he reared his head back and roared. Countless dragon-shaped auras formed around his body. He looked down upon the world with disdain, majestic and awe-inspiring. The sounds of the morning bell and evening drum also reached the peak, shaking the heavens. Boundless earth, the sun and moon rise and fall. Wearing armor, wearing the moon and shooting stars, a man's martial attire. The hot-blooded youth should tread the world and establish 1,000 years of hegemony. Under the heavens of chaos, one lord rises and falls. The surrounding people whispered to each other. As they looked at the center of the stage, they saw that high-spirited figure that looked down upon the world with disdain. Their blood began to boil, using the lyrics to complement the song. Using the song to complement the lyrics, the two combined to reach perfection. Huang Fuwuji's song actually caused the hearts of many people present to stir. Their eyes blazed and their hearts beat wildly. Good. It was unknown who it was, but someone shouted out loud. Suddenly, everyone began to cheer and cheer. His Highness, the Second Prince, is truly worthy of being called the Second Prince. His heart is filled with lofty aspirations, and his heart is filled with lofty ambitions. He can beat the war drum 10 times and advance with a song. He is truly a man. Above the moon-embracing pavilion, many people were also moved. When Aoshue's icy-cold eyes flashed with a strange light, he couldn't help but open his mouth to praise Huang Fuwuji. As for Mushue, her face was covered by a veil. Her beautiful eyes were as indifferent as water. It was as if Huang Fuwuji's domineering song hadn't caused her to waver in the slightest. Or it could be said that she didn't care at all. Bang! On the stage, as Huang Fuwuji's song fell, countless hurricanes began to gather, gathering within the morning bell and evening drum. Immediately, the morning bell and evening drum began to violently tremble. Then, the rusty surface of the drum began to shine with a dazzling light. The morning bell and evening drum is about to be consecrated. Looking at the large drum that was radiating with light, everyone's eyes blazed as they stared at the light. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. The light was like a rising sun, constantly growing brighter and brighter. When this light reached its peak, it suddenly dimmed until there was no more life. The large drum returned to its rusty appearance. The originally high-spirited Huang Fuwuji, with his hands clasped behind his back, saw the light of the large drum disappear. His expression froze and his complexion stiffened. What happened? Did he fail? Looking at the morning bell and evening drum that had returned to its original state, the originally expectant crowd felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Their bodies turned cold as they stared at the large drum in disbelief. Huang Fuwuji's final song could be considered extremely outstanding. Even so, it wasn't able to resonate with the morning bell and evening drum. What a pity! Your Highness, the Second Prince. In the end, you are unable to resonate with the morning bell and evening drum. Let's call it a day. From now on, the morning bell and evening drum can only wait for a fated person to consecrate it. At the edge of the stage, Moyen Wushang's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. She hadn't thought that even Huang Fuwuji would fail to consecrate the drum. Then, she feared that no one else in the moon-embracing pavilion would have the qualifications to consecrate the drum. Huang Fuwuji frowned. However, he also knew that to resonate with the morning bell and evening drum, it wasn't as simple as strength. It also required luck and coincidence. It seems that Miss Wushang's Bodhisattva barbarian is not fated with Wuji. Huang Fuwuji had an elegant demeanor. Although he had failed to consecrate the drum, he still maintained a scholarly smile on his face. He cupped his hands towards Moyen Wushang and then turned towards Zhuowen. He lightly said, "If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Now, count out to me 3 times and then cripple your own cultivation. Then, I will be merciful and spare your dog life." Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He hadn't even begun to sound the morning bell and evening drum. This Huang Fuwuji's tone was truly arrogant. He was actually so sure that he would lose. "I haven't even sounded the drum yet. What qualifications do you have to say that I lost? You can tell me, with which dogs did you see me lose?" Zhuowen quietly stood there, his clear eyes staring at Huang Fuwuji without fear. His clear voice echoed around the stage. "Oh, after seeing my result, you still have the mentality that you can win?" Huang Fuwuji looked at this youth as if he were an idiot. He simply couldn't understand what was going on. The result was already obvious. If Lin Ming wanted to win, the only way was to consecrate the morning bell and evening drum. This guy in front of him was nothing more than a nameless nobody. Did he still have the slightest bit of hope in his heart? "You don't want me to sound the drum? Are you afraid of losing?" Zhuowen sneered as he glanced at Huang Fuwuji. "Humph! Since you like to waste your time, then I'll help you." Huang Fuwuji coldly snorted and stepped to the side, making room for Zhuowen. His mouth was filled with a mocking sneer. Zhuowen completely ignored Huang Fuwuji. He stepped forward and walked towards the giant drum in the center of the stage. After seeing His Highness the second prince's performance, this boy still dares to sound the drum. I really don't know where this boy's courage comes from. As they watched Zhuowen walk step by step towards the morning bell and evening drum, everyone looked at Zhuowen with a strange expression, as if they were looking at an idiot. Above the moon-embracing pavilion, when Ao Xue's beautiful eyes were filled with ridicule, she sneered and said, "What an ignorant fellow! He actually dares to challenge His Highness, the second prince. What a hopelessly stupid fellow!" Chapter 657. Zhuowen makes a move. Moyen Wushang's beautiful eyes flashed as she watched Zhuowen slowly walk towards her. She frowned. This boy's face was extremely unfamiliar. He was definitely not one of the geniuses of the imperial city. Huang Fuwuji was one of the most outstanding geniuses of the imperial city. He was also one of the top 10 monstrous geniuses on the Green Emperor list. His literary skills, martial arts, and poetry were all top-notch. If such a genius couldn't successfully conjure the morning bell and evening drum, how could this unknown youth be so confident? Thinking of this, Moyen Wushang gently shook her head and said, "Young master, even Huang Fuwuji couldn't conjure the morning bell and evening drum, so I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to succeed. After all, the rebound power of the morning bell and evening drum is not so simple. It's best to act according to your strength." Standing in front of the drum, Zhuowen tilted his head and stared at Moyen Wushang. He lightly said, "Miss Wushang, aren't you too confident? Huang Fuwuji couldn't conjure it, but that doesn't mean I can't either. After all, conjuring it doesn't depend entirely on strength, right?" Moyen Wushang was startled as she heard this. Her beautiful eyes looked up and down at this strangely shaped youth. Although this youth looked quite ordinary, His body exuded a confident temperament that had a unique attraction. Moyin Wushang nodded her head. Her footsteps staggered as she slowly retreated to the edge of the stage. Her beautiful eyes were curiously sizing up Zhuowin. She wanted to see where this young man's confidence came from. This boy really won't give up until he reaches the Yellow River. The result is already obvious. His Highness, the second prince, not only struck the morning bell and evening drum 10 times, but he also almost conjured the morning bell and evening drum. This is a record that almost no one here can break. I'm afraid this boy is afraid. After all, if he loses, he will have to bow 3 times and destroy his own cultivation. Such a serious consequence is not something an average person can accept. Even I wouldn't be willing to admit defeat. That's right. A dying struggle is not bad. This boy's aura is much weaker than the second prince's. It's already not bad for him to be able to strike the drum 7 times, let alone 10 times. The surrounding crowd shook their heads and sighed. Their gazes were fixed on Zhuowin, who was standing in front of the big drum at the center of the stage. Their eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule. Huang Fuwuji's performance just now had been too amazing. It was so amazing that everyone thought it was impossible for anyone to surpass Huang Fuwuji's record. Huang Fuwuji crossed his arms across his chest, calmly staring at Zhuowin. His lips were curved in a sneer. He didn't believe that this arrogant boy in front of him would be able to ring out 10 times. At this moment, Zhuowin stood silently. His bright eyes stared straight at the drum before him, and a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. Steady as Mount Tai and moving as fast as lightning, Zhuowin bent his waist and stamped his feet on the ground. Terrifying power gathered on his right fist from his whole body. A golden fist aura burst out and blasted on the drum like a hot knife through butter. Dong, dong, dong. 3 crisp sounds of the drum sounded out, and the sound waves spread out. 3 rebounding forces gushed out, acting on Zhuowin's body. Golden light covered his entire body. Zhuowin was like a golden Buddha statue. After using the nirvana of the great sun, his body had become as hard as iron and as hard as jade. The 3 rebounding forces came crashing down, but Zhuowin remained motionless, like an old tree that had taken root. Not bad, to be able to block 3 rebounding forces at the same time. Huang Fuwuji's eyebrows jumped up, and he muttered to himself in surprise. Originally, in his opinion, Zhuowin was a nameless little pawn, someone who couldn't even withstand a single blow. But now, it seemed that he had misjudged him. However, 3 sounds of the drum didn't mean anything. The 3 drum sounds gradually faded away. Zhuowin's movements weren't slow. His feet suddenly moved, and the back of his fist borrowed the strength of his elbow to strike the drum. A terrifying aura flowed out. Dong, dong, dong. Another 3 drum sounds sounded out, distant and mighty. But Zhuowin seemed to have taken root in the ground. He remained motionless, as steady as a boulder. Zhuowin had easily achieved 6 sounds. Moreover, from the expression on his face, it seemed that he was quite relaxed. He hadn't even used all of his strength yet. As the surrounding people saw this, they began to stir. It seemed that this unknown youth in the blue coffin was not simple. After being startled for 6 times, he seemed to be able to deal with them with ease. Huang Fuwuji narrowed his eyes, but he wasn't too worried. It was only 6 sounds. The difference between him and Zhuowin was still too great. In view of Zhuowin's current performance, he guessed that this child would only be able to last until the 8th. As Huang Fuwuji was thinking this, Zhuowin moved again. The golden light of his fist was like a blazing sun as it swept out, smashing into the drum once more. Dong dong! 2 crisp drum sounds spread out. Around the morning bell and evening drum, waves of air spread out in layers. The rebounding forces of the 7th and 8th sounds were like Mount Tai crashing down on Zhuowin's body. Bang! Zhuowin felt his entire body tighten. His knees bent, and he almost fell to the ground from the pressure of these 2 terrifying, rebounding forces. Luckily, Zhuowen was prepared. He displayed the nirvana of the great sun to the limit, and was able to block the crushing force of these two rebounding forces. The eighth sound, this child has actually managed to sound it 8 times. I never thought that such an unknown youth would actually be able to sound it 8 times. Wouldn't such a record be equal to the number 1 genius of Muqing County, Elviatao? When Zhuowen sounded it 8 times, the surrounding people all revealed looks of astonishment. It seemed that they had all underestimated this Zhuowen. To be able to sound the morning bell and evening drum 8 times, this child's talent could be considered quite good. In the moon-embracing pavilion, when Ao Shue frowned, when Zhuowen sounded it 8 times, she was also a little surprised. It had to be known that she had only managed to sound it 9 times. This youth that she had never placed in her eyes had actually managed to sound it 8 times. The difference between them was only a single step. 8 times should be this child's limit. It's impossible for him to sound it 9 times. When Ao Shue's eyes flickered as she spoke softly. At this moment, Zhuowen was not in a hurry to sound it 9 times. Instead, he stood quietly in front of the drum with his eyes lowered, as if he was waiting for something. The surrounding people's gazes were all gathered on Zhuowen. They wanted to see if this unknown youth could sound it 9 times. Dong! Finally, Zhuowen made his move. He fiercely slammed his fist onto the drum. As the drum sounded, a terrifying pressure crushed down like a mountain, completely covering the surface of Zhuowen's body. This caused Zhuowen's expression to change slightly. Nirvana of the great sun, Nirvana! With a loud shout, the golden light on Zhuowen's body exploded to the extreme. The golden light soared into the sky and pierced a huge crack in the void. From within the crack, a 1,000-foot-tall illusory figure stepped on boundless golden flames and rolled over. The hand that was like a small mountain stroked and directly resisted the terrifying pressure, blocking in front of Zhuowen. Awoo! The golden giant roared loudly. Under the pressure, it actually exploded into countless golden lights. However, after exploding into golden lights, the terrifying pressure was also offset by the golden giant. Puff! Zhuowen took 3 steps back, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His face also became gloomy. The 9th sound of the morning bell and evening drum no longer produced a rebound force. Instead, it produced a terrifying pressure. This pressure was much more terrifying than the combined force of the previous 8 rebounding attacks. Even though Zhuowen had used Nirvana of the Great Sun, he was only barely able to block this terrifying pressure. Moreover, he had suffered slight internal injuries. No wonder when Ao Shue could only stop at the 9th strike. It turns out that the last 2 strikes were actually pressure. Moreover, this pressure is actually so terrifying. If the pressure from the 9th strike is already so terrifying, then the 10th strike will only be even more terrifying. His eyes flickered, and a trace of fear appeared on Zhuowen's face. The morning bell and evening drum were indeed terrifying. The 9th sound, this child actually made the 9th sound. Who is this child that he can actually make the 9th sound? When the 9th sound of the drum resounded, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief as they focused on Zhuowen's body. Before Zhuowen, the only ones who had been able to make the 9th sound were when Ao Shue and Huang Fuwuji. When Ao Shue had made the 9th sound, and Huang Fuwuji had made the 10th sound. But now, there was another person who had made the 9th sound. That was this ordinary youth in front of them. Creak! When Ao Shue clenched her fists. For the first time, her cold and indifferent face lost all color. She stared at Zhuo when on the stage, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had originally thought that only Huang Fuwuji and herself would be able to make it 9 times. But now, Zhuowen had actually managed to make it 9 times, tying with her record. Huang Fuwuji's face finally sank. Even he had not expected that Zhuowen, who he had never placed in his eyes, would actually be able to make the 9th sound. This was really beyond his expectations. It seems that I really did underestimate this child. No wonder that Lu Hantian cared so much about this child. This child is actually the #1 genius of Muqing County. His strength is much greater than that of Lu Yitao. However, this is where it ends. As Huang Fuwuji spoke to hear, the corners of his mouth curved up in a smile. When Zhuo Wen had blocked the 9th wave of pressure, he had been forced to do so. Huang Fuwuji had seen this with his own eyes. Perhaps this boy had already reached his limit. So what if he could make the 9th sound? This child was still a loser, and the fate of a loser was not good. As he thought of Zhuowen kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to him, Huang Fuwuji's lips curled up. Wasn't this child very arrogant before? Soon, he would know that offending him would not lead to a good ending. Zhuowen, you have already lost. Now is the time to fulfill the terms of the bet. Come and kowtow to me, and then destroy your own cultivation. Huang Fuwuji slowly walked towards Zhuowen, the corners of his mouth curled up in an arrogant smile. His eyes contained a sense of superiority, as if he were looking down on an ant, filled with disdain and arrogance. Which dog eye of yours saw that I lost? I haven't even made the 10th sound yet. Why do you seem like a resentful woman who can't wait? Zhuowen turned his head and coldly mocked. What did you say? Huang Fuwuji coldly said, You want to make the 10th sound? Hee. I advise you to act according to your strength. If you are not strong enough, then making the 10th sound will only cost you your life. You don't need to worry. Chapter 658. A pitiful situation occurred under the expectant gazes of the crowd. Zhuowen's fist was like a dazzling sun as it blasted towards the drum. It was like a hot knife through butter, its momentum like a rainbow. Bang! A sound like muffled thunder sounded out. With the drum as the center, a terrifying pressure spread out like a ring-shaped wave. This pressure was like the might of the heavens, crushing down on Zhuowen's body. It caused his knees to bend, and the fist that he had just punched out was like a clay ox entering the sea. Zhuowen, the pressure of the 10th strike of the morning bell and evening drum is 10 times more terrifying than the 9th strike. Just now, when you sounded the 9th strike, you had already suffered heavy internal injuries. Do you think that with your current strength you can withstand the pressure of the 10th strike? At the edge of the stage, Huang Fuwuji crossed his arms, a trace of mockery appearing on his handsome face. His strength was far greater than Zhuowen's. Although he had withstood the pressure of the 10th strike, it had still been quite difficult. But this boy in front of him was much weaker than him. If he wanted to sound the morning bell and evening drum for the 10th time, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Dang, dang, dang. 3 steps. Under this pressure, Zhuowen was forced back 3 steps. At this moment, Zhuowen's breathing was ragged, his eyes were red, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped down from his forehead. As Huang Fuwuji saw Zhuowen's reluctant appearance, the mocking smile on his face became even thicker. As for the surrounding onlookers, they all shook their heads and sighed. They knew that it was impossible for Zhuowen to sound the bell 10 times. 1 step back, then 1 step back. Demon suppressing green coffin, open for me. A beast-like roar came out from Zhuowen's throat. Zhuowen's right hand gently patted the green coffin behind him. Creak! A strange sound sounded out. Zhuowen actually opened a crack in the green coffin. Suddenly, an earth-shaking pressure flowed out from the crack in the green coffin, stabilizing Zhuowen's retreating figure. Huang Fuwuji's eyes narrowed. He stared at the green coffin behind Zhuowen, a dignified expression on his face. He thought to himself, the coffin behind this boy is not simple. It can actually emit such a terrifying pressure. But with just this, he won't be able to sound the 10th strike. Huang Fuwuji hadn't even finished speaking when there was another creaking sound. Zhuowen had actually opened the lid of the blue coffin by a third. An even more terrifying pressure, with Zhuowen as the center, formed countless streams of air that floated upwards. It was like an upside-down waterfall, terrifying to the extreme. Ding, ding, ding. Another 3 steps. These 3 steps were not backward, but forward. Joie when arched his back, borrowing the pressure of the green coffin to throw out another punch. This punch seemed to have solidified. The explosive power of the 365 acupoints in his body was a desperate move. Dong! The melodious sound of the drum was accompanied by a ring-shaped sound wave. With the drum as the center, it spread out around the stage, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. It had a different style to it. At this instant, the entire moon-embracing pavilion fell into a strange silence. No one spoke and no one made any noise. Everyone tacitly cast their gazes towards the center of the stage, towards the young man who carried the green coffin on his back. The 10th strike. The 10th strike of the morning bell and evening drum had been sounded once again. Moreover, it was by an unknown youth. The strange silence did not last for too long. An uproar that could topple mountains and overturn seas erupted from the crowd like a thunderclap. Unbelievable. This boy actually managed to sound the drum 10 times. Doesn't that mean his record is tied with the second prince's? Both of them managed to sound the drum 10 times. Doesn't that mean their gambling match should be a draw? It should be. The second step of light blessing is extremely difficult. Although this boy can sound the drum 10 times, it is impossible for him to cause the drum to resonate. It should be a draw. Huang Fuwuji was stunned. He could no longer maintain the smile on his face. His mouth hung open as he stared at Zhuowen. He couldn't believe that this youth in front of him that he had never placed in his eyes had actually managed to sound the drum 10 times. In the moon-embracing pavilion, when Ao Shue's cold and pretty face was unable to maintain its calm any longer, her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Zhuowen's back, and her cherry lips slightly opened as she said in a low voice, "He's actually beaten the 10th time? Was it a fluke?" Because she had always doubted Zhuowen, when Ao Shue still couldn't believe that Zhuowen had relied on his own strength to sound the drum 10 times. Thus, she subconsciously believed that this boy had managed to sound the drum 10 times by luck. As for the people of Muqing County, their eyes shined with excitement. This Zhuowen in front of them was a genius of their Muqing County. As a part of Muqing County, they naturally felt a sense of belonging and glory in their hearts. Brother LV, when you told me that this boy was the strongest representative of your Muqing County, I didn't believe you. Now, it seems that I really was a petty person. Xiao Shaiyun bitterly smiled as he spoke to LV Tao with a complex expression. LV Tao's heart was also shaken. He knew that Zhuowen was strong, but he guessed that he was only at Wen Aoshue's level. But he never imagined that Zhuowen's record would surpass Wen Aoshue's and tie with Huang Fuwuji's record. It was obvious that LV Tao had underestimated Zhuowen's potential and strength. What a freak! It seems that in this 9 counties war, our house of Marquis Qin will truly shine. After the initial shock, LV Tao revealed a gratified smile. With Zhuowen here, their Muqing County would be able to achieve unprecedented results in this 9 counties war. He was looking forward to this. He hasn't changed at all. Mu Xue's peerless face that was covered by a veil revealed a faint smile. Her beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen. Young Master Zhue, congratulations on striking the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. You should know the second step. Sing your song. If you can resonate with the drum, then you will have succeeded in consecrating it. Moyan Wushang didn't have much hope, but at this moment, her beautiful eyes shined with a strange light. She didn't think that this youth in front of her would be able to strike the drum 10 times, catching up with Huang Fuwuji's record. Perhaps this person might be able to resonate with the morning bell and evening drum. Damn, this lowly commoner actually tied with the record. It seems that I can't deal with this boy. I can only wait for the 9 counties war to break his spirit. Huang Fuwuji frowned. If Zhuowen also struck the drum 10 times, then the bet between them would be a draw. Naturally, there was no meaning to it. Of course, Huang Fuwuji didn't believe that Zhuo Wen would be able to successfully consecrate the drum. Even he wasn't able to resonate with the drum. So how could this boy in front of him possibly accomplish such a feat? At this moment, Zhuo Wen's eyes were focused on the drum. After striking the drum 10 times, the surface of the drum no longer resisted him, but rather accepted him. Therefore, Zhuo Wen didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. However, Zhuo Wen didn't compose a song right away, and he instead lightly stroked the rusty drum before him. The mottled body of the drum and the dried bloodstains on the drum's surface revealed that this drum had experienced the vicissitudes of life and was extraordinary. After striking the drum 10 times, Zhuo Wen could clearly hear a trace of sorrow from the melodious sound of the drum, as well as a trace of regret. Once upon a time, this was the war drum that sounded out on the battlefield. This was the weapon that inspired the soldiers in the barracks. This drum was supposed to be used on the battlefield to praise the tenderness of iron and blood. It was supposed to mourn the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It was supposed to lament the death of those who died on the battlefield. But now it was buried in a place like the drunken spring pavilion. "You're not willing?" As he stroked the surface of the drum and felt the fluctuations coming from it, Zhuo Wen's heart began to ripple. In this impetuous world where the strong preyed on the weak and the weak were eliminated, Zhuo Wen was even more unwilling. "While drunk, I see the sword under the lamp. In my dreams, I blow the horn in the barracks." A faint voice slowly sounded out from Zhuo Wen's mouth, and at this moment Zhuo Wen moved. The back of his fist suddenly smashed onto the surface of the drum, and numerous notes of regret and unwillingness resounded out. 800 miles under my command, 50 bowstrings overturning the Great Wall. At this moment, Zhuo Wen began to unconsciously dance. His unruly figure was like a wild goose spreading its wings, dancing on the stage to his heart's content. At some point, a long-boned spear had appeared in his hand. It flickered with a cold light, and the light of the spear was awe-inspiring. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the drum accompanied the song, setting off the dance of the spear. At this moment, everyone seemed to have merged into the artistic conception of Zhuo Wen's song. In their minds, they seemed to be able to imagine that in the dead of night, a brave warrior in a drunken stupor would light up the lantern again and again. He would carefully examine the treasured sword that had accompanied him for many years, longing to enter the battlefield and lead the army on an expedition to the north. In his days, he felt that the sky had already dawned, and the continuous sound of the bugle horn resounded throughout the barracks. He rewarded the soldiers with large pieces of roast beef for them to share. The military band played a loud and intense battle song to add to the atmosphere. On the battlefield where the autumn wind whistled, he inspected the various troops and horses, preparing to set out. On the battlefield, the soldiers of autumn are pointed. The horses are swift, the bows are like thunder, the strings are frightening. They have accomplished the affairs of the world, and have won fame in life and in death. Another impassioned song rang out. At this moment, the artistic conception changed again. It was as if they had arrived on the battlefield. The soldiers were galloping on their horses, as swift as the wind and as fast as lightning. They drew their bows and released tens of thousands of arrows at the same time, sounding like thunder. It was soul-stirring. The enemy had collapsed and had completely failed. He had led the soldiers to finally complete the great task of recovering the lost land and unifying the empire. He had won fame in life and in death. Along with this impassioned song, everyone's emotions were stirred up. This kind of imposing aura of a powerful army and a ferocious tiger caused many people's hearts to surge violently, unable to calm down for a long time. Pitiful for nothing. When the song reached the end, the most impassioned and surging emotions finally fell. It turned out that the magnificent army, the ferocious battle, the glorious victory, and the eternal fame were all but a dream. A thick sense of regret and solemnity was vividly expressed in this last line. In the end, it was all a dream. What an unreconciled and regretful thing this was. When the surrounding people heard this last line, they were all immersed in it. They actually faintly sighed, their unwillingness and regret reaching the extreme. Dans Chapter 659. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. While drunk, I look at the sword under the lamp. In my dreams I blow the horn. 800 miles under my command. 50 bowstrings overturn the great wall. On the battlefield in autumn the horses fly fast. The bow is like a thunderbolt. The string is frightening. Conquering the world's affairs, winning fame in life and death. Pity happens in vain. The surrounding people were still immersed in the artistic conception of the song. Everyone's heart was shocked by this song. The ambition at the beginning of the poem caused everyone's hearts to surge with passion and ambition. However, the phrase "pitiful for nothing" at the end expressed countless sorrow and regret, causing everyone to involuntarily sigh in their hearts. It could be said that they had mixed feelings in their hearts. Even Huang Fuwuji, after listening to this song, revealed a trace of deep thought on his handsome face. Without a doubt, he was also involuntarily immersed in the artistic conception of the song. On the edge of the stage, Moyin Wushang's beautiful eyes were rippling with extraordinary splendor. She couldn't see the slightest flaw in the song. Everything was so perfect, whether it was the exciting scene on the battlefield or the final sigh of not being able to fight. Everything was so reasonable. Boom! An extremely frightening and dazzling light erupted from the surface of the morning bell and evening drum. This light became even more intense and dazzling. Numerous excited and surging drum sounds were continuously transmitted from the drum surface, as though they were expressing their excitement at this moment. When the light reached its peak, a pillar of light pierced through the sky and soared into the sky. At this moment, the enormous stage began to tremble violently before collapsing inch by inch. Moyin Wushang and Huang Fuwuji's faces slightly changed. They quickly used their movement techniques to leave the stage. On the stage, their faces were solemn. The pillar of light gradually disappeared and the morning bell and evening drum slowly appeared in front of everyone. On the surface of the drum, the rusty marks had completely disappeared. At this moment, it was as smooth as jade and its sharpness was threatening. At this moment, Zhouwen's feet stepped on the void and he also left the stage. Looking up at the huge drum that was suspended above the stage, Zhouwen frowned. This morning bell and evening drum was not simple. A terrifying aura gushed out from the morning bell and evening drum. This aura was far beyond the level of an earthly soul treasure. Good heavens! The morning bell and evening drum were actually consecrated. Doesn't that mean that the second prince lost the bet between Zhouwen and the second prince? Who the hell is this kid? Not only did he sound the morning bell and evening drum 10 times, he even consecrated it successfully. Sensing the powerful aura bursting out from the morning bell and evening drum, a commotion immediately broke out in the surroundings. A trace of shock appeared in everyone's eyes. No one had expected that the morning bell and evening drum would finally be consecrated. Moreover, the person who had successfully consecrated was the unknown Zhouwen, who carried the green coffin on his back. At this moment, the atmosphere within the moon-embracing pavilion had also become incomparably silent. Everyone's gazes were blankly staring at the morning bell and evening drum that had been successfully consecrated. The consecration was successful. When Ao Xue's delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were already filled with shock, she suddenly realized that she had actually severely underestimated that young man called Zhouwen. At this moment, when Ao Xue couldn't help but recall LV Yitao's words, the corner of her mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile as she said, "So the strongest person in Muqing County is an LV Yitao, but this Zhouwen." Mu Xue, who was sitting in the corner near the window, revealed a trace of a smile. Her beautiful eyes quietly stared the glowing morning bell and evening drum, as well as the back that was illuminated by the light. Moyen Wushang's eyes contained a trace of joy. He gracefully bowed to Zhuowen and said with a smile, "Young master, this time you have helped Wushang greatly. Tonight, Wushang will play the Bodhisattva barbarian for you." Moyen Wushang's words moved everyone around. They never thought that the one who would finally obtain this opportunity would be this unknown young man in front of them. Huangfu Wuji's face was gloomy. Today's limelight had been completely stolen by Zhuowen. He, who was used to being aloof, naturally felt extremely displeased. Then, many thanks for Miss Wushang's favor. The corner of his mouth rose as Zhuowen cupped his hands in thanks. The current him was actually quite eager to enter the mystic, comprehending realm again. Tomorrow he would enter the imperial city. At that time, the Battle of the 9 Counties would officially begin. His strength was still not enough. Young Master Zhuo is too polite. This was originally Wushang's promise. Moyen Wushang smiled sweetly. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the large drum that was suspended in the air was stored in her spirit ring. The morning bell and evening drum was still in the process of being consecrated. It would take at least 4 hours for the consecration to complete. Now, only when the light on the surface of the drum had completely faded away and its original appearance could they know the rank of this drum spirit treasure. Moyen Wushang obviously didn't want others to know the rank of the morning bell and evening drum, so she stored it in her spirit ring in advance. Then our honorable second prince. It's clear who the winner of the bet is, isn't it? Then, second prince, please fulfill the bet. Slowly turning around, Zhuowen's eyes focused on Huangfu Wuji, the corners of his mouth revealing a trace of ridicule. As Zhuowen spoke, everyone's eyes gathered on Huangfu Wuji. They were all curious as to what choice Huangfu Wuji would make. After all, this bet had been proposed by Huangfu Wuji himself. 3 bows and 9 kowtows, and also the destruction of one's own cultivation. Such a price was simply too great. This Huangfu Wuji was the dignified second prince of the imperial family. How could he possibly do such a humiliating thing? What, is the dignified second prince someone who doesn't keep his word? Or is the bet that you proposed just a fart, not even worth a single cent? Zhuowen's voice grew louder and louder, like a thunderclap. It rolled through the entire moon-embracing pavilion, causing Huangfu Wuji's complexion to become extremely ugly. Who do you think you are? You dare to make His Highness, the second prince, kneel 3 times and 9 kowtows, and even destroy his own cultivation? You lowly commoner, you really have some guts. Senior Shadow appeared beside Zhuowen and shouted at him. Zhuowen shrugged and said indifferently, "I wasn't the one who proposed the bet, and I wasn't the one who made the bet. It was our honorable second prince who said it in all sincerity and solemnity. So, the one who made the second prince kneel 3 times and 9 kowtows, and even destroy his own cultivation was not me, but your second prince." Huangfu Wuji narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "The morning bell and evening drum's light opening. Depends on luck, it doesn't count at all. You and I have both rung it 10 times, so at most it can be considered a draw. If you are not convinced, then you can exchange moves with me. If you can withstand 3 moves from me, then I will kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times, and even destroy my own cultivation. Withstand 3 moves from you. I never thought that His Highness the Second Prince would be so shameless and shameless. He clearly lost, and yet he still finds such a high-sounding reason. TSK, TSK, this is really an eye-opener for me." As Zhuowen spoke these words, the surrounding people all stared at Huangfu Wuji with strange gazes. Zhuowen's words were reasonable and fair. Whether it was the bet or the bet, it had all been decided by Huangfu Wuji. Now that he had lost, he actually wanted to go back on his word. This caused many people to start discussing amongst themselves. As Huangfu Wuji listened to the discussions of the surrounding people, his complexion became increasingly ugly. He coldly said, "If I say it's a draw, then it's a draw. What qualifications do you have to refute me? If you can withstand 3 moves from me, then I will fulfill the bet. Do you think I'm an idiot like you? I clearly won. So why should I accept such an unreasonable request from you? Zhou eyes became increasingly cold as he coldly said, this Huang Fuwuji really thought too highly of himself. He had clearly lost the bet, and yet he still dared to so confidently break the bet. His skin could not be described as thick. He. Since you don't accept these conditions, then you don't have the qualifications to make me fulfill the bet. In my opinion, the morning bell and evening drum's light opening is far too lucky. This simply doesn't prove anything. Huang Fuwuji said, someone is so shameless that they have reached the level of you. Do you think that everything you say is natural? Zhou complexion darkened as he angrily said. There were also many people around that began to point at Huang Fuwuji. After all, he was the one who had proposed the bet to Zhou from the very start. Now that he had lost, he actually dared to deny it. This was truly shameless. I think you're just looking to die. You actually dare to insult His Highness the Second Prince. Die for this old man. Senior Shadow's eyes were as gloomy as water. With a single step, his entire body melted into the ground like a shadow. In an instant he had arrived behind Zhou. His withered, branch-like claws swept towards the back of Zhou's head. Bang! As Senior Shadow's claws reached the back of Zhou's head, they were caught by a dirty hand. At some unknown time, Lu Hantian had appeared behind Zhou. Senior Shadow's complexion changed. At this moment, his claws seemed as if they had been locked by iron. He couldn't move at all. You dare to move against Zhou? I think you're just looking to die. Get out of my way. Lu Hantian coldly shouted. Senior Shadow was sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into the ground at Huang Fuwuji's feet. Lu Hantian, do you really want to oppose our royal family? Although you are an Empyrean powerhouse, our royal family is not something that an Empyrean powerhouse can afford to offend. Huang Fuwuji coldly said, you think too highly of yourself. This was clearly a fair bet, but you actually broke the agreement and even planned to attack Zhou. A scum like you has completely lost the face of the royal family. Since you don't want to fulfill the terms of the bet, then let this father help you. Lu Hantian coldly smiled. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a terrifying strength burst forth. Huang Fuwuji's complexion changed, and he involuntarily fell to his knees, bowing towards Zhou from afar. Lu Hantian, you actually dare to treat me like this. You've got guts. Huang Fuwuji spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with shock and anger. He didn't think that Lu Hantian would be so crazy as to force him to do such a thing. When did this father force you? I only want you to fulfill the terms of the bet, Lu Hantian lightly smiled. Hearing Lu Hantian's laughter, everyone felt their backs go numb. This Lu Hantian was far too unscrupulous. He actually dared to treat Huang Fuwuji in such a manner in the imperial city. This was the second prince of the royal family. Under the deliberate suppression of Lu Hantian's strength, Huang Fuwuji was forced to bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times to Zhou. Huang Fuwuji was so angry that he fainted. After the 3 bows and 9 kowtows, I'll cripple your cultivation. Chapter 660. Bodhisattva Barbarian Awo. A clear dragon's roar soared into the skies. The imperial city's dragon Qi rushed out, instantly arriving above the intoxicated spring pavilion as a terrifying pressure poured down. Lu Hantian, who had been attacking, suddenly paled. Under this pressure, he was forced back again and again, a dignified expression on his face. Blue Emperor? Lu Hantian frowned. The dragon Qi circled several times in the air. Light burst forth, turning into a blue figure. The blue figure slowly walked forwards, blue energy lingering around him. This person had the appearance of a 40-year-old middle-aged man. His face was white and his eyes were like bright moons and stars. The blue energy lingering around him transformed into blue dragons. These blue dragons crawled beneath his feet, as if he were standing on 10,000 dragons, looking down upon the world with disdain, as if he were a god. This person was the #1 powerhouse of the Imperial City, the Imperial City's guardian god, Blue Emperor. Blue Emperor flicked his sleeves, and the unconscious Huang Fuwuji was wrapped up in blue energy, floating beside Blue Emperor. Blue Emperor glanced at the unconscious Huang Fuwuji. Then his eyes shifted to Lu Hantian. He smiled and said, "You should be Lu Hantian, right? I never thought that after not seeing you for 100 years, your progress would be so quick. You've actually reached the peak of the Empyrean realm." As soon as Emperor Qing said this, countless people around revealed looks of shock. They all knew that Lu Hantian should be a cultivator of the heavenly venerate realm, but they did not expect him to be a supreme cultivator at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. The peak of the Empyrean realm was only a single step away from the Emperor realm. Besides Emperor realm powerhouses, there was no one in the 4 great masters that could match him. Give me some face and let this matter rest. How about it? Blue Emperor stared at Lu Hantian and lightly said. Lu Hantian's gaze became extremely grave. Emperor Qing was a sovereign realm expert. He was no match for him. After thinking about it, Lu Hantian nodded and said straightforwardly, "Since Emperor Qing has said so, let's end this matter here. Your Muqin County is truly a place blessed with outstanding talents. 100 years ago, a strange genius like you appeared. Now, this Zhuowen has appeared. I'm afraid that your Muqin County will achieve a good result in this war of the 9 counties." Emperor Qing smiled as he looked at Zhuowen, who was behind Lu Hantian. He then said, "Don't worry, Zhuowen. Your Highness overpraises me. Zhuowen was only lucky. In terms of strength, he is not a match for the second prince." Lu Hantian faintly smiled. Emperor Qing nodded. With his strength, he could naturally see through Zhuowen's cultivation. He was only at the early stage of the extreme Emperor realm. Being able to smoothly open the morning bell and evening drum didn't prove that this boy was stronger than Huang Fuwuji. It only proved that this boy was lucky. Of course, if Zhuowen and Huang Fuwuji were to fight, then the loser would be Zhuowen. After all, Huang Fuwuji was a peak extreme Emperor realm powerhouse. He was an entire realm higher than Zhuowen. With Huang Fuwuji's talent, his true strength should have risen to another level. It wouldn't be a problem for him to compare with an extreme Emperor realm powerhouse. Even if Zhuowen used all of his cards, he still might not be a match for Huang Fuwuji. Lu Hantian, how about working under this emperor? This emperor can bestow upon you the title of Grand Tutor. That is an official position that is second only to one, and above all, you will obtain endless respect and endless benefits. Emperor Qing stared at Lu Hantian, a trace of appreciation in his eyes. He was actually trying to recruit Lu Hantian. Grand Tutor? I never thought that your Highness Emperor Qing would actually want to bestow upon Lu Hantian the title of Grand Tutor. As Emperor Qing spoke, the surrounding crowd began to clamor. The status of Grand Tutor was extremely high. It was only lower than Emperor Qing's. Up until now, Emperor Qing had yet to bestow such a title upon anyone. Now, Emperor Qing had actually opened his mouth to bestow upon Lu Hantian the title of Grand Tutor. From this, one could see just how much importance Emperor Qing placed on Lu Hantian. Lu Hantian's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your Highness Emperor Qing's favor. This matter is of great importance and is not a small matter. I need to consider it carefully before I can give your Highness an answer." Lu Hantian did not reject directly. After all, Emperor Qing was a Dharch throughout history. He was supreme, and his imperial authority was inviolable. If Lu Hantian rejected him in front of everyone, it would obviously embarrass Emperor Qing. Hence, Lu Hantian naturally had to be tactful and give Emperor Qing enough face. Although Lu Hantian was arrogant and unruly, he was not a fool. Emperor Qing was much stronger than him. If he still dared to be so unbridled, he would simply be courting death. Seeing Lu Hantian's humble attitude, Emperor Qing nodded. He also knew that this Lu Hantian was probably unwilling to accept the title of Grand Tutor. He said indifferently, "In that case, this emperor will give you time to consider. I hope that you can give this emperor a satisfactory answer when the time comes." As he spoke, he glanced at Zhuowen one last time. Emperor Qing did not stay any longer. He stepped into the void and turned back into a huge amount of dragon qi, returning to the imperial city. An expert of the emperor realm. Zhuo Wen's eyes were blazing as he looked at the Qing emperor's graceful figure. Reaching the martial monarch realm was the goal that every cultivator yearned for. After all, this was the supreme expert that looked down upon the entire Qing Xian Empire. Unfortunately, the emperor realm was too difficult. Even the talented Lu Hantian was stuck at the last step and could not become an emperor. After Emperor Qing left, the quiet atmosphere became lively again. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Although everyone knew that Emperor Qing existed in the imperial city, they had never seen him before. "Young Master Zhuo, follow Wushang to the inner room. Tonight, Wushang will fulfill his promise and play the Bodhisattva Barbarian for you." A melodious voice rang out. Moyen Wushang, who was holding a pipa, slowly walked over with a graceful bearing. He smiled sweetly at Zhuowen. "Boy, your luck with women is not bad." Lu Hantian's face revealed a mischievous expression as he said with a mischievous smile. Zhuowen shrugged and said to Moyen Wushang, "Then I'll have to trouble Miss Wushang." "You're welcome." This time, young Master Zhuo has helped Wushang a lot. The morning bell and evening drum is very important to Wushang. It's a pity that Wushang's talent is shallow and I can't resonate with it. Moyen Wushang smiled slightly. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Zhuowen. She said softly, "I don't know the name of the song that young masters were just performed. To be able to compose such a song, one must not only have talent, but also rich experience. I didn't expect young Master Zhuo to have such rich experience at such a young age." Zhuowen was a little embarrassed by Moyen Wushang's praise. He didn't compose that song. It was a song from his previous life on Earth. It was called "Breaking the Formation" and was composed by the poet Xianqiji of the Southern Song Dynasty. At that time, Zhuowen could feel that the morning bell and evening drum conveyed a trace of regret and unwillingness. This trace of emotion was similar to Xianqiji's when he composed the song "Breaking the Formation." Similarly, he wanted to return to the battlefield and enjoy the passion of war, the friendship of iron and blood, and the years of passion and brilliance. Only by sweating in battle could one live a useful life. Therefore, Zhuowen couldn't help but think of the song "Breaking the Formation." Whether it was the emotion or the mood, it was very appropriate and suitable. This song is called "Breaking the Formation." Zhuowen scratched his head and said with a smile, "Breaking the Formation? That's a good name." Moyen Wushang's beautiful eyes flashed as she chuckled. "Let's go. Young Master Zhuo, follow Wushang to the inner room. Bodhisattva Barbarian might be of some help to you?" Moyen Wushang said with a smile, "I've long heard of the many magical aspects of Bodhisattva Barbarian. Today I'll have a good look at it." After saying that, Zhuowen followed Moyen Wushang. Under the envious gazes of many people, they entered the curtain behind the stage. Above the moon-embracing pavilion, Qing Lian and Luo Xing furrowed their brows. Their expressions were slightly displeased. The two women already had a good impression of Zhuowen. Now that they saw Zhuowen alone with Moyen Wushang, such a talented and beautiful woman, they naturally felt uncomfortable. Even Mu Shiwei, who was sitting by the window, frowned slightly. However, she quickly regained her composure. Elder Chill, let's go. Mushiwe said faintly. Then she and the man with the ghost mask stepped onto the giant vermilion bird. The vermilion bird spread its wings and disappeared from the moon-embracing pavilion. Behind the stage, there was a rather elegant, winding path. Moyen Wushang quietly walked in front, and Zhuowen quietly followed behind. The two of them did not say a word. After about half an incense stick's time, a rather elegant courtyard appeared in front of the two. The courtyard was surrounded by lush green jade bamboos. Hundreds of flowers were in full bloom, and birds were singing, and the fragrance of the flowers was fragrant. This is Wushang's residence in the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Young Master Zhua, follow Wushang in. Moyen Wushang introduced with a smile. He slowly walked into the courtyard, and Zhuowen followed closely behind. In the courtyard, the environment was extremely elegant. In the center, there was a pavilion with a stone table and a stone bench. On the stone table, there was a rectangular guzheng. Moyen Wushang leisurely walked into the pavilion and gently sat in front of the guzheng. Zhuowen did not enter the pavilion. Instead, he leaned against a rockery and gazed at Moyen Wushang with admiration. It had to be said that Moyen Wushang's temperament was extremely ethereal. He was like a fairy who did not eat the food of mortals. He was extremely indifferent and natural. This characteristic could be seen from the surrounding environment of his courtyard. Young Master Zhua, shall we play Bodhisattva Barbarian now? Moyen Wushang's slender jade hands gently placed on the guzheng. Her bright eyes carried a trace of a smile as she gazed at the unruly figure carrying a green coffin in front of her. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Wushang. Zhuowen chuckled. His words were natural and harmonious. He did not know why, but when he was with the woman in front of him, he could not help but fall into a tranquil and ethereal state. This was a unique feeling that Moyen Wushang's unique temperament brought to him. The ethereal and quiet sound of the guzheng slowly rang out from the pavilion. It was like the sound of a mountain stream flowing into Zhuowen's heart, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily close his eyes. The small mountain overlapped and the golden light was extinguished. The clouds on the temples were about to disappear. Too lazy to draw eyebrows, heavy makeup came late. In front and back of the mirror, the faces of the flowers reflected each other. The new embroidered luo luo, the pair of golden partridges. Chapter 661. Trash? Who? Like 100 flowers blooming. Her slender hands gently strummed the guzheng. Beauty, music, courtyard, guzheng. These four artistic realms intertwined and complemented each other. Everything seemed so elegant. Dong! The faint music slowly faded. Moyen Wushang gently opened his eyes. His starry eyes focused on the figure on the rockery. At this moment, Zhuowen was leaning against the rockery with his eyes slightly closed. He was enjoying the beautiful music in his ears. Unknowingly, he had fallen into a mysterious state. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly burst out from Zhuowen's body. With Zhuowen as the center, a terrifying pressure rapidly rose up like an inverted waterfall. The rockery behind him was directly crushed into powder by this pressure. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. Countless clouds, thousands of miles high in the sky, were violently affected and dissipated. Mysterious comprehending realm, a heavenly phenomenon. Just listening to it once can allow me to enter the mysterious comprehending realm. Moyen Wushang's slender hands paused. Looking at the figure who had fallen into a mysterious state, a ripple of unease appeared in his beautiful eyes. The corners of Moyen Wushang's mouth curled up into a faint smile. His jade-like hands strummed the strings. The clear sound of the guzheng slowly rang out, like a waterfall flowing down. Time was like quicksand between one's fingers, gradually passing by, accompanied by the unruly figure, accompanied by the melodious zither, accompanied by the beautiful figure sitting cross-legged. Everything seemed so natural. The next day, when a cool breeze welcomed the rising sun, the sound of the gouging in the courtyard came to an abrupt end. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with a bright light. A surging aura flowed out from his body. Have I reached the middle stage of the 6 chakras Emperor realm? Feeling the powerful energy in his body, Zhuowen revealed a joyful smile. Moyin Wushang's Bodhisattva barbarian was indeed magical. He had entered the mysterious comprehending realm just by listening to one song. Originally, he would have needed at least a few months to reach the mid-stage of the ultimate 6-wheel Emperor realm. However, he had exceeded his expectations in just one night. Moreover, in the profound comprehending state, Zhuowen's comprehension ability was extremely terrifying. His control over the spear intent had also become increasingly smooth. Although he had yet to break through to the peak, he was much stronger than before. If Zhuowen were to once again use his spear intent against Grandmaster Yan's black flame explosion, he was confident that he could block it. Miss Wushang, thank you so much. Zhuowen hurriedly cupped his hands and smiled at the beautiful figure in the pavilion. Young Master Zhua, there's no need to be so courteous. This is what you deserve. Speaking of which, the morning bell and evening drum's blessing is extremely important to me. Wushang only played the Bodhisattva barbarian solo. You can consider it as Wushang taking advantage of you. Moyin Wushang slowly stood up and nodded at Zhuowen. She smiled and said, Young Master Zhua, today is the day you enter the Imperial City. Senior Lu Hantian was looking for you just now. However, seeing that you were not awake yet, he did not disturb you. He asked me to bring you a message to quickly go to the World Suppression Great Array. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded and said goodbye to Moyin Wushang. Then he used his movement technique and left the courtyard, rushing towards the World Suppression Great Array. Looking at the departing figure, Moyin Wushang's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. She whispered softly, This boy is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps Sister's choice is right. However, this boy's cultivation is too low, and he has no background. It is really difficult for the two of them to be together. In the center of the Imperial City stood quietly like a giant dragon. In front of the Imperial City, the World Suppression Great Array was hundreds of miles wide. At this moment, a black mass of people had already gathered. Icebound County, Lihua County, Muqing County, Lian County, Ganming County, Shijian County, South Maple County, and Chuangui County. A total of more than 800 geniuses from the 8 counties had already gathered in the World Suppression Great Array. At the front of the Lihua County team, Flamewing's eyes were extremely gloomy. His gaze was focused on Lu Hantian, who was in front of Muqing County. His face was filled with hatred. What happened yesterday at the Moon Pavilion was still vivid in his mind. To him, it was a humiliation. It was because of Lu Hantian that Flamewing hated the entire Muqing County. Lai Yin, when the War of the 9 Counties begins, you know what to do, right? Flamewing said faintly. Young Master Lai Yin nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He said, Father, don't worry. This time, I will definitely wipe out all the geniuses in Muqing County. Humph. I did not expect Lu Hantian to be able to escape from the Blood Demon's inheritance land. His strength has even reached the Heavenly Venerate realm. Muqing County's rise should be very fast. Flamewing's eyes flashed. Father, don't worry. Lu Hantian has also just escaped from the Blood Demon's inheritance land. Although Lu Hantian is strong, Muqing County's strength is not strong. The strongest genius they have brought this time is Lu Yitao. He is not my match at all. As long as I wipe out all the geniuses in Muqing County in one fell swoop, Muqing County will definitely suffer a great loss. At that time, no matter how strong Lu Hantian is, it will take a long time for him to recover. Young Master Lai Yun's lips curled up as he stared at the Muqing County team not far away. His eyes were filled with disdain. In the previous War of the 9 Counties, Muqing County, which originally had a good ranking, was ranked second to last because of Lu Hantian's absence. Moreover, Muqing County was almost completely wiped out by Lihue County and suffered a great loss. As a result, Muqing County's strength had plummeted since then. Whether it was in terms of peak strength or the quality of the geniuses under their command, they were far inferior to Lihue County. This was why young Master Lai Yin was so confident. Flame Wing and young Master Lai Yin did not know that the morning bell and evening drum consecration had occurred in the Moon Reaching Pavilion last night. The two of them had been driven away by Lu Hantian long ago. In addition, there had been too little time, so Zhuowen's fame had not spread yet. As a result, Flame Wing and young Master Lai Yin did not know that the strongest person in Muqing County was not Lu Yitao, but Zhuowen. Within the Muqing County team, Lu Hantian frowned slightly and muttered, "Why hasn't Zhuowen come yet? It's almost time to activate the World Guard Array. If he doesn't come soon, he'll miss it." Not only Lu Hantian, but the geniuses in Muqing County's team also had a trace of uneasiness and impatience on their faces. Since Zhuowen's performance in the Moon Reaching Pavilion yesterday, these geniuses had been completely convinced of Zhuowen's strength. They all knew that Zhuowen's strength was extremely terrifying, far surpassing Lu Yitao's. In this battle of the 9 counties, he would definitely win glory for Muqing County. Now that Zhuowen's figure was still nowhere to be seen, they were naturally impatient. What a lecher! It seems that he doesn't want to participate in the battle of the 9 counties anymore after staying with Moyen Wushang. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes flashed slightly as she said with a hint of jealousy, "Senior sister, you must have misunderstood Zhuowen. I believe that Zhuowen is not that kind of person. It should be that he has yet to awaken from the profound comprehension stage, so he's delayed." Qing Lian smiled bitterly. "Ta ta ta!" The sound of the earth trembling suddenly came from the surroundings, causing the people in the World Guard Array to turn their heads and look over. On the road ahead, a group of armored soldiers riding on dragon horses rushed over with unparalleled power. The sound of hooves shook the heavens, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. "It's the Imperial Guards." The people in the World Guard Array looked over and immediately recognized this troop. Wasn't this the Imperial Guards that had welcomed them previously? In front of the group, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Li Jin, jumped down and looked at the people in the World Guard Array with cold eyes. He said in a clear voice, "Everyone should be here, right? Since everyone is here, the World Guard Array will be activated soon." Wait, a voice came from the World Guard Array. The commander of the Imperial Guards was surprised. He turned around and looked at the source of the voice. When he saw that it was Lu Hantian who had spoken, the commander of the Imperial Guard's voice became gentler. He said lightly, "Is there anything else?" The commander of the Imperial Guards had heard a little about Lu Hantian. He was shocked that the sloppy old beggar in front of him was actually a hidden heavenly master, so his tone was not so tough. "Commander, can you wait for a moment? There is still one person in our group who has not arrived yet. I hope that you can make an exception," Lu Hantian said politely. When Li Jin heard this, a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. After all, Lu Hantian was a powerful Empyrean powerhouse, and he didn't want to offend him too much. He wanted to agree directly, but the world-suppressing Great Array couldn't be delayed, so he hesitated. "Humph, you want 800 of US to wait for one person. When did Muqing County become so mighty? Moreover, the opening time of the World Guard Array is fixed. How can it be changed for one person? Otherwise, where is the imperial prestige?" Flame Wing crossed its arms and sneered. It looked at Lu Hantian with a mocking gaze. "You've got guts, you son of a bitch. How dare you interrupt when your father is talking? Do you think that yesterday's punishment was not enough?" Lu Hantian's cold words made Flame Wing's face stiffen. It snorted and said, "Lu Hantian, don't be too arrogant. This is the World Guard Array. You can't do whatever you want here." Lu Hantian did not bother to pay attention to Flame Wing. He stared at Li Jin and said, "Commander, can you make an exception? The opening time is not too long." Li Jin's eyes flickered. In the end, he shook his head and said indifferently, "The opening time of the World Guard Array was set by His Highness Emperor Qing. I have no right to change it, so I can't delay it." Lu Hantian frowned when he heard that, but he did not flare up. Just as Li Jin said, the opening time was set by Emperor Qing. Since they could not make it, they were not qualified to participate in the Battle of the Nine Counties. Hee. Sure enough, the geniuses of Muqing County are all trash. There are actually people who don't dare to come. What a joke! Young Master Lai Yin sneered. Who are you calling trash? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the World Guard Array. Young Master Lai Yin sneered without hesitation and said, "You trash!" Chapter 662. Top 10 on the Green Emperor list. This clear and melodious voice slowly resounded. Shortly after, Lai Yin's gaze sank. His reply just now was undoubtedly admitting that he was trash. "Who is it?" Lai Yin coldly snorted as he looked towards the source of the voice. At the end of the road, a slender youth carrying a green coffin slowly walked over. "Zhuowen!" Lu Hantian's eyes flickered as he immediately laughed heartily. A relaxed expression appeared on his face, while the rest of the group also let out a soft sigh of relief. "Zhuowen!" Lai Yun's and Flamewing's eyes darkened as they looked at the figure. They were very familiar with this kid. Yesterday at the Moon Embracing Pavilion, this kid did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and had insulted Flamewing. So it's this damned little bastard. Lai Yin, when the Nine Counties Great War begins, will have the opportunity to torture this kid and then kill him. Flamewing coldly said, "Father, don't worry. This kid will definitely die the most miserable death among the numerous geniuses in Muqing County." Lai Yin's mouth revealed a trace of a cruel smile. At the front of the group from Icebound County, when Ao Shue's beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen as ripples appeared in her eyes. Zhuowen's shocking performance at the Moon Embracing Pavilion yesterday was still constantly replaying in her mind. Under the numerous gazes, Zhuowen slowly arrived at the group from Muqing County. After exchanging a few words with LVE Tao and the rest, he stood in the group and silently waited for the boundary suppression array to open. Zhuowen's arrival did not cause the Imperial Guard commander Li Jin to show the slightest expression. Li Jin loudly shouted, "Boundary suppression array, open now!" Boundary suppression array, open! Instantly, the huge number of Imperial Guards behind Li Jin spread out like a curtain of rain, forming a strange formation. A milky white light gushed out from the Imperial Guards and swept into the sky above the boundary suppressing formation. Rumble! The enormous world suppressing great array trembled violently. Soon after, a ray of light enveloped everyone. With a whoosh, they disappeared from the world suppressing great array. When Zhuowen and the others opened their eyes again, their surroundings had become extremely unfamiliar. They were surrounded by stone pillars that were so thick that it would take 3 people to wrap their arms around them. On the surface of the stone pillars, there was a huge dragon that was coiled around, looking extremely majestic. This was a huge square, paved with white marble. At the end of the square, there was a huge hall as huge as a dragon. This hall was the Azure Thearcha's imperial residence, the Golden Imperial Palace. Many people had already gathered on the steps in front of the throne room. The leader was the high-spirited Emperor Qing. Behind Emperor Qing was a group of youths with powerful auras. These youths should be the geniuses of the imperial family. Among them, there were 2 figures standing at the front. One of them wore a purple robe and had a scholarly smile on his face. This was the second prince, Huang Fuwuji. The other person was slightly older than Huang Fuwuji. He should be around 24 years old. This youth didn't have the slightest trace of a noble aura. His appearance was ordinary, and his temperament was ordinary. Compared to Huang Fuwuji, the difference was like the heavens and the earth. But even though this youth had an ordinary temperament, Huang Fuwuji's attitude towards him was extremely respectful and even a bit fearful. Huang Fuwuji's performance was naturally noticed by Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned. This Huang Fuwuji seemed to be extremely afraid of this ordinary youth. Zhuowen, you must be careful of this person. This person is the imperial family's first prince, Huang Fuwudao. Don't judge him by his ordinary appearance. His strength is extremely terrifying. He is the monstrous genius that is ranked first on the Azure Imperial Proclamation. Moreover, it is said that his methods are extremely cruel. If someone were to exchange blows with him, even if it was just a simple exchange of pointers, they would either die or be severely injured. Beside him, LV Tao seemed to notice Zhuowen's gaze and whispered to Zhuowen in a somewhat fearful tone. Huang Fuwudao had a notorious reputation within the imperial capital. There was no one who did not fear Huang Fuwudao. And the reason why Huang Fuwudao was so cruel and ruthless was because of his childhood experiences. It was said that when Huang Fuwudao was young, his talent was ordinary, and there was nothing special about his appearance. Thus, he was basically ignored by the imperial family. Moreover, he was ridiculed by everyone within the imperial capital as trash. He was humiliated and oppressed, and even narrowly escaped death. Originally, everyone thought that Huang Fuwudao would fall because of this. But no one thought that when Huang Fuwudao was 10 years old, his cultivation would suddenly advance by leaps and bounds. His cultivation would advance at a speed that left others speechless. In an instant, the former trash had become a genius that everyone looked up to. Because of this, Huang Fuwudao attracted the attention of the Azure Emperor and was once again given the status of first prince. Perhaps because of his unfortunate childhood experiences, Huang Fuwudao's personality had become extreme and cruel. As long as he attacked, his every move would be fatal without the slightest mercy. When Huang Fuwudao regained his status, he sought out all those who had ridiculed him in the past and wiped them all out. His methods were extremely cruel, and it was from that moment that Huang Fuwudao's fame began. After listening to LV Tao's story, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he stared at Huang Fuwudao. He did not expect that in his childhood, Huang Fuwudao would also be treated as trash. His experience was quite similar to his own. However, the difference was that Huang Fuwudao's personality had already become twisted, while Zhuowen's was not. What made Zhuowen puzzled was that if Huang Fuwudao was originally a trash with ordinary talent, then how did his cultivation advance so quickly and even become the current #1 on the Azure Emperor list? This Huang Fuwudao probably has many secrets on him. As he stared fixedly at Huang Fuwudao's figure, Zhuowen's gaze revealed a trace of seriousness. He knew that usually geniuses that suddenly rose to prominence like this usually possessed quite a great secret, just like Zhuowen himself. Perhaps because he felt Zhuowen's gaze, Huang Fuwudao's eyes slightly shifted and suddenly met with Zhuowen's gaze. Soon after, Huang Fuwudao's mouth revealed a trace of a cruel smile, and an invisible force swept out like a bullet, rushing towards Zhuowen's forehead. Feeling the incoming bullet, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. This Huang Fuwudao's mentality was indeed abnormal. Just by looking at him, this person actually dared to attack him. Silently mobilizing the mental energy in his body, he formed an invisible mental energy barrier in front of him. When the bullet slammed into the mental energy barrier, it was like a stone falling into water, setting off waves of ripples. Oh, he actually blocked it. This kid is quite interesting. Second brother, is that boy the Zhuowen you spoke of? Feeling the bullet he had condensed dissipate, Huang Fuwudao revealed a trace of a cruel smile as he spoke to Huang Fuwuji. Humph, this boy is nothing to fear. In terms of strength, this boy is simply not my match. If it weren't for the fact that this boy was lucky enough to compose a song that resonated with the morning bell and evening drum, then I would not have lost that bet. Thinking back to yesterday's embarrassing appearance, Huang Fuwuji's eyes darkened. He coldly stared at Zhuowen's figure below, his voice indifferent. His strength is indeed a bit weak. To us, he is just a small character. Our goal this time is the entrance exam of the Divine Academy. If you want to obtain the qualifications to enter the Divine Academy, then you must enter the top 5 of the Azure Emperor proclamation. Huang Fu Wudao lightly said, His Highness Azure Emperor has taught me for a long time. This time, entering the top 5 of the Azure Emperor proclamation shouldn't be a problem. Huang Fu Wuji lightly smiled. It would be best if you could enter the top 5. Out of the 5 spots, if 2 of our royal family can appear, then we can demonstrate the majesty of our royal family. Huang Fu Wudao nodded. In front of the throne room, besides the geniuses of the royal family led by the Azure Emperor, the 5 great families of the imperial city also led their own geniuses. They had already lined up on the steps. The Grand family's Grand Lily, the Zhu family's Zhu Bai, the Morong family's Morong Zhan, the Feng family's Feng Yong, and the Chao family's Chao Yan. These 5 were the most outstanding geniuses of the 5 great families. They all stood at the front of their respective teams, high-spirited and vigorous. These 5 people were also existences in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor proclamation. Their strength was extremely terrifying, and each of them was a monstrous genius. Zhuowen especially glanced at the Grand Lily in front of the Grand family. This Grand Lily's appearance was indeed beautiful, but it was a pity that her aloof attitude destroyed her overall beauty. Perhaps because she noticed Zhuowen's gaze, Grand Lily's beautiful eyes slightly turned. When she noticed Zhuowen, the corners of her mouth revealed a trace of a smile. She casually turned her head. She had recognized Zhuowen, but she didn't care too much about him. After knowing that Zhuowen's body had a waste armor spirit, Grand Lily no longer placed Zhuowen in her eyes. This was because the gap between her and Zhuowen would only grow larger as time passed. Besides the royal family and the 5 great families, there was a team standing on the other side of the Azure Emperor that attracted Zhuowen's attention. Everyone in this team wore green robes, and the back of their robes had an azure dragon pattern. Moreover, standing at the front of this team was a middle-aged man in green robes. Zhuowen recognized this person. Wasn't he Aoki, who had descended upon Rot-Tan Armor City and fought with Ba Shui? At that time, Aoki had fought for a part of the holy ice-fire symbol on Ba Shui's body. Unfortunately, he was tricked by Ba Shui and returned in defeat. As a result, Zhuowen took advantage of the situation and obtained a part of the holy ice-fire symbol's origin. At that time, Aoki had once said that he was the palace master of the Azure Dragon Sub-Palace of the imperial capital. In that case, the team behind Aoki should be the geniuses of the Azure Dragon Sub-Palace. There was also a young man standing beside Aoki. However, this young man was wearing an Azure Dragon mask, and it was impossible to see his true appearance. This person was the number 1 genius of the Azure Dragon Sub-Palace, Qin Yan. Qin Yan was extremely mysterious, and his strength was unfathomable. Although he was only ranked 5th on the Azure Emperor list, even Huang Fu Wudao was somewhat afraid of Qin Yan. This was because Qin Yan had never used his full strength. If Qin Yan used his full strength, his ranking on the Azure Emperor list would rise a lot, and he would be able to catch up with Huang Fu Wudao. As for the last person in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor list, he was an acquaintance of Zhuowen. It was Guosheng, who carried a huge saber on his back. At this moment, Guosheng was standing obediently beside an old man with white hair who also carried a huge saber on his back. The old man's eyes flickered like a lantern. Terrifying saber chi was faintly emitted from his surroundings. This saber chi was much more terrifying than Guosheng's. However, the old man's control was extremely terrifying. Even though the saber chi had penetrated Guosheng's body, it did not hurt him at all. Zhuowen knew that this old man should be Guosheng's master, celestial master domineering saber. He was also a celestial master who had comprehended the saber essence to the peak. Although he was not as strong as Lu Hantian, he was actually not far behind. The top 10 geniuses on the Azure Emperor list were basically geniuses from the imperial capital prefecture. This was a kind of mockery for the geniuses from the 8 great commanderies who had arrived in such a grandiose manner. Since the geniuses from the 8 great commanderies have arrived, the Battle of the 9 Counties is about to begin. Chapter 663. Peach Blossom Source Map Emperor Qing's majestic figure slowly floated up and hovered in the sky. He looked down from above, and his voice was like a great bell as it slowly rang out from his mouth. There are a total of 1,800 geniuses participating in the War of the 9 Counties. All 1,800 of you will be bestowed with an imprint by this emperor. Furthermore, you will be transported by the power of the imprint into the emperor's weapon, the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram. The Peach Blossom Origin Diagram contains a universe within it, and it's a world of its own. The space inside is extremely large, and you can fight freely to seize the seals. The top 100 with the most imprints will be added to the Azure Emperor leaderboard and form the newest Azure Emperor leaderboard. You have 1 year in the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram. During this 1 year, no matter what method you use, as long as you can obtain more imprints and enter the top 100, you'll be able to enter the Azure Emperor ranking. After a year, everyone in the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram will be teleported out. At that time, the Azure Emperor ranking battle will take place. Of course, if you're afraid of death, you can also discard the mark in your hand, and the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram will automatically teleport you out. At this point, Emperor Qing looked at the crowd below and waved his wide sleeves. Instantly, countless golden lights gathered into a terrifying golden rain and scattered from Emperor Qing's hands. Golden rain sprinkled down and landed on the bodies of the many geniuses below the square. Zhuowen, who was standing in the Muqin County group, felt a wave of heat on his right palm. Soon after, he discovered that a bright golden imprint had unknowingly appeared on his palm. This imprint was shaped like a dragon, and it was making threatening gestures. It looked quite realistic. Raising his head and looking around, Zhuowen discovered that the same imprint had appeared on the hands of the others as well. He knew that this was the imprint that led to the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram, as the Azure Emperor had said. Whoosh! Emperor Qing waved his sleeve again. Instantly, a terrifying picture scroll that covered the sky unfurled in the sky. The picture scroll faintly showed the scene of blooming peach blossoms. Inside the Peach Blossom Cove was the Peach Blossom Nunnery. Below the Peach Blossom Nunnery was the Peach Blossom Immortal. The Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and plucked peach blossoms to exchange for wine money. Amidst the peach blossoms, a poem of peach blossoms slowly appeared in front of the crowd, causing their eyes to brighten. The Peach Blossom Origin Diagram in front of him was a supreme emperor weapon. It was a treasure that was superior to emperor-level spiritual treasures. Only emperor-level cultivators were qualified to refine such a powerful spiritual treasure. Lu Nantian looked at the huge picture scroll in the sky in astonishment and mumbled. He even took the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram. It seems like Emperor Qing is placing great Emperor Qings. It should be because of the Saintess of the Burning Sky sect. It is said that the Saintess of the Burning Sky sect came to the Qing Xian Empire to watch the Battle of the 9 Counties. Lu Hantian put his hands behind his back, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Above the imperial city, there was a vermilion bird that looked like a flame. Mu Shui was calmly looking at the Peach Blossom Origin painting. "Miss, you came all the way from Jiaxin Academy. Why don't you go and see him?" Behind Mu Shui, the man with the ghost mask suddenly spoke. "No need. We will meet at Jiaxin Academy. If I see him now, I will only distract him." Mu Shui shook her head and said calmly, "Jiaxin Academy is not that easy to enter. Moreover, he is too weak now. He barely made it into the top 5 of the Emperor ranking. It will be even more difficult for him to enter Jiaxin Academy." Qiu Yin shook his head. I believe that he can enter Jiaxin Academy. There is no reason, it is just my intuition. I know that he will not disappoint me. Mu Shui's lips curled into a peerless smile. In the sky, when the picture scroll was completely unfurled, countless peach blossoms fell and accurately landed on the bodies of the geniuses. Whoosh! 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 All of a sudden, the geniuses in the plaza were sucked into the peach blossom origin diagram uncontrollably. Ripples began to appear on the surface of the peach blossom origin diagram. Ripples began to form on the surface of the peach blossom origin diagram. Everyone who came into contact with the peach blossom origin diagram would cause ripples to form on the surface of the peach blossom origin diagram. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,800 geniuses in the plaza were all sucked into the peach blossom origin picture. The Lotus Emperor slowly descended from the sky and shook his sleeves. He smiled and said, "The battle in the peach blossom origin picture will last for a long time. Everyone, please sit down and wait." As soon as he said this, a large number of graceful dancers rushed out from the throne room. Tables were set up one after another, and delicious wine and rare fruits were served. The lords of the 8 great counties, the patriarchs of the 5 great families, as well as the Blue Dragon Hall's Aoki and the tyrannical Heavenly Sovereign, sat on the tables without any hesitation. The Lotus Emperor was the host this time, so he sat on the main seat with a smile on his face. "Are you Lu Hantian? I heard from my disciple that your lifespan is less than 200 years, but you managed to cultivate to the heavenly sovereign realm. Your talent is one of the most heaven-defying I've ever seen." The tyrannical heavenly sovereign sat beside Lu Hantian with a huge saber on his back. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the sloppy Lu Hantian in front of him. Although Lu Hantian's appearance was a little unbearable to look at, the people gathered here were all lords of counties. Why would they care about such things? Hee. Fortunately, although I am a little handsome, my talent is still relatively ordinary. Lu Hantian chuckled as he chewed on the food in his mouth. The tyrannical heavenly sovereign was speechless. At this moment, most of the people at the table were focused on the peach blossom origin diagram. They were all looking for the genius cultivator that belonged to them in the diagram. Although Lu Hantian was sloppy, his gaze would occasionally land on the peach blossom origin diagram. He was looking for Zhuowen's figure. The peach blossom origin diagram was an emperor weapon refined by the Azure Emperor. It was a world of its own. Moreover, this world wasn't desolate and lifeless. There were many living things inside. The Azure Emperor had set up many dangerous places inside the peach blossom origin diagram. Terrifying origin beasts were usually hidden in these dangerous places. These origin beasts were captured by the Azure Emperor from the outside world. There were even powerful origin beasts that had reached the 4th sovereign realm. In addition, there were many humans living inside the peach blossom origin diagram. These humans were the natives of the peach blossom origin diagram. After the Azure Emperor refined the peach blossom origin diagram, they were born from his sovereign chi. The humans in the peach blossom origin diagram were only suitable for living inside the peach blossom origin diagram. If they left the peach blossom origin diagram, they would turn into ashes. This was the tragedy of the humans that were born in the peach blossom origin diagram. Lu Hantian's gaze swept across the figures in the peach blossom origin diagram. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at a certain spot. A strange smile appeared on his lips as he said, "This kid's luck is pretty good." Following Lu Hantian's gaze, Lu Nantian also saw Zhuowen in the peach blossom origin diagram. A strange look also appeared in his eyes. Zhuowen, with the green coffin on his back, appeared in a rather secluded valley. The valley was shrouded in dense fog, making it appear rather illusory. Beneath the fog was a rather large hot spring that was steaming hot. Lu Hantian and Lu Nantian's cultivation base were exceedingly high, and their eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Naturally, they could see at a glance that there was a beautiful figure bathing in the hot spring. Moreover, this beautiful figure was a rather beautiful young woman. Zhuowen, this brat's luck with women is not bad. Lu Hantian rubbed his hands and chuckled wretchedly. That appearance immediately caused the domineering sky sovereign beside him to have black lines all over his head. Was this fellow really an Empyrean realm expert? Why didn't he look like an Empyrean at all? Instead, he looked like a commoner. The moment he was sucked into the peach blossom origin diagram, Zhuowen felt the world spin as he felt dizzy. Soon after, he realized that the scenery in front of him had changed and he had appeared in a valley. Valley. A trace of surprise appeared in Zhuowen's eyes as he observed his surroundings. However, his expression quickly turned vigilant as he observed his surroundings, secretly keeping his guard up. He was extremely unfamiliar with the peach blossom origin diagram. Who knew what would happen inside? He had no choice but to be on guard. The gurgling sound of water immediately attracted Zhuowen's attention. His gaze shifted slightly, and Zhuowen discovered that in the middle of the valley there was a layer of extremely dense fog. The fog rose, and the water vapor was dense. Vaguely, Zhuowen could see a faintly discernible figure within the fog. Someone's here. Due to the fog being too hazy, Zhuowen was unable to clearly see what kind of creature the figure within the fog was. Looking around again, Zhuowen helplessly discovered that the valley was surrounded by extremely solid barriers. There was not a single exit, and the only exit was the fog in front of him. This discovery caused Zhuowen to frown. Looks like I can only move forward. Eyes flickering, Zhuowen slowly advanced. The closer he got to the front, the more vigilant Zhuowen became. He knew that since the Azure Emperor had allowed so many geniuses to fight inside the peach blossom origin diagram, there must be many dangerous areas inside. If there wasn't any danger inside, Zhuowen wouldn't believe it. As he slowly approached, Zhuowen's footsteps were very soft. As he got closer and closer, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the figure was extremely similar to a human figure. This made Zhuowen extremely puzzled. Could it be other geniuses? Zhuowen knew that the peach blossom origin diagram was extremely vast, and geniuses with imprints would be transported into the peach blossom origin diagram in a very random manner. Although 1,800 people seemed like an extremely large number, the peach blossom origin diagram was simply too large. The probability of 1,800 people being transported into the same place was very small. Although he was extremely puzzled, Zhuowen became even more vigilant. Of course, Zhuowen had never imagined that there would be indigenous humans in the peach blossom origin diagram. Before opening the peach blossom origin diagram, the Azure Emperor had not said anything. Everything had to be explored by himself. This also caused Zhuowen to be completely clueless about the peach blossom origin diagram. Chapter 664. Night, tent within the mist. Snow-white skin slowly appeared before Zhuowen's eyes. It was actually a young woman bathing in a hot spring. The woman's hair was moist and draped over her shoulders. Her skin was white with a tinge of red, like a speck of red in the snow. Zhuowen had never expected to encounter a situation like this. He was stunned at first and involuntarily took a step back. It was with this step that he accidentally stepped on a rock behind him. Clang! The sound of the foot hitting the rock immediately rang out faintly in the valley. It was as loud and clear as a great bell in the empty valley. Who is it? A cold and lovely cry was emitted. Immediately, the clear sound of water splashing appeared. The lady in the hot spring waved her jade-like hand, and a surging energy directly smashed towards Zhuowen. At the same time, the hot spring water flew up and transformed into a rain curtain that covered her lovely body. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows and shook his sleeve, directly neutralizing the force. He said indifferently, "Miss, I have no intention of offending you. It was an accident that I entered this place." After coming into contact with the force, Zhuowen doubtfully discovered that the woman's cultivation was extremely low. It was actually only around the human king realm. He only needed to pinch her to death with this kind of strength. Her cultivation is so low. She can't be a genius of the 9 counties with such a low cultivation. Then where did this woman come from? The woman's cultivation was too low. Zhuowen knew that she couldn't be a genius of the 9 counties. After some thought, Zhuowen thought of possibility. Could it be that there are humans in the peach blossom origin diagram? Zhuowen thought to himself in surprise as his eyebrows furrowed. Rustle! The curtain of water fell and revealed the figure once more. The young woman had already put on her clothes. However, there was still a trace of water on her jet-black hair, giving her a different kind of charm. Now, Zhuowen began to carefully examine the young woman in front of him. She wasn't very old and was about the same age as Zhuowen. She had a graceful figure and a pretty face. She could be considered a beauty. However, she was far inferior to Luo Xing and Qing Lian, not to mention Mu Chinchue. You lecher! You actually dare to peep at this young Miss Bathing? You're truly too audacious. I will definitely kill you. Seeing that Zhuowen's face did not show any sign of guilt and instead acted as if it was only natural, the woman's beautiful face changed greatly, revealing a look of anger. This young man in front of her was really too hateful. Whoosh! With a light clap of her jade-like hand, all the water in the hot spring surged and turned into a water dragon that was dozens of feet long. The dragon's scales on its body were cold and emitted a dazzling light. Water dragon roar. Go to hell, you lecher! The woman shouted. Her beautiful eyes were filled with cold light. She swung her jade-like hand. Suddenly, the huge water dragon roared and opened its mouth to swallow Zhuowen. In an instant, it drowned Zhuowen's figure. Humph! You really don't know what's good for you. You deserve to die. Looking at the figure that was swallowed by the water dragon, the woman's lips curled into a cold smile. The water dragon roar was her family's most powerful armor technique. Its rank was at the upper earth rank. Even a warrior at the peak of the human king realm would find it difficult to deal with the water dragon roar. The aura of this young man in front of her was extremely weak. Naturally, the woman did not believe that this person's cultivation would be high. Moreover, this person was young, and his strength was probably even lower than hers. If he was swallowed by the water dragon roar, he would definitely die. I can't even take a bath without worrying. I can't believe I met such a lecher who doesn't know what's good for him. The woman shook her head and ignored the figure that was already swallowed by the water dragon. She took a step forward and flew out of the valley, obviously intending to leave this place. However, after the woman left, the originally surging and terrifying water dragon suddenly let out a wail and instantly exploded into countless water curtains. Zhuowen slowly walked out from within the water curtains with a pondering expression in his eyes. This woman is definitely not someone from the outside world of the Peach Blossom origin map. If there are really indigenous humans in the Peach Blossom origin map, then this woman must be one of them. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure, Zhuowen frowned slightly. This Peach Blossom origin map was indeed an emperor weapon. It could even nurture humans. Apart from the fact that it was not as vast as the Qingxian Empire, it was not far from the real world. The Peach Blossom origin map is too unfamiliar to me. I need to understand the situation first. Following this woman should be a good choice. His eyes flashing, Zhuowen finally decided to follow this woman and understand the situation here first. With a flick of his finger, Zhuowen took out a bronze mask from his spirit ring and put it on his face. The bronze mask was a spirit treasure in the land of inheritance of the blood demon. It could conceal one's aura and make others unable to see through it. Although the grade of this mask was not high, its effect was quite special, so Zhuowen kept it on him. Patting the green coffin, Zhuowen temporarily put the demon-suppressing green coffin into his spirit ring. The demon-suppressing green coffin was too eye-catching. If he met other participants, they would probably recognize him as Zhuowen from Muqing County with a single glance. Whoosh! With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen was like a flying bird, disappearing from the spot and flying out of the valley at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Outside the valley was a rather vast open space in the forest. At this moment, there was a group of people in the open space, quietly waiting for something. There were about 20 people in this group. The leader was a gray-robed elder with sharp eyes. This group basically followed this elder's lead. Evidently, this elder's prestige in the group was not low. Elder's sister should be coming out soon. Beside the gray-robed elder, a young girl with an elegant expression stared at the valley in front of her and said crisply, "Yes, it's been more than 2 hours. Miss should be coming out soon. This time we have to retreat secretly. We must be absolutely safe. I'm afraid that the Huang family will notice something is wrong and chase after us." The gray-robed elder frowned, slightly with a touch of worry between his brows. He seemed to be extremely afraid of the Huang family. Huang family. When the young girl beside him heard the 2 words Huang family, she clenched her fists and a trace of hatred appeared on her pretty face. "Second Miss, you and Miss are the hope of our Wu family's rise. As long as the 2 of you don't fall into the hands of the Huang family, then our Wu family will have hope of rising." The elder patted the young girl's shoulder and said, "Elder Wu, I know. Elder sister and I will not disappoint your expectations." The young girl nodded seriously. Whoosh! A beautiful figure suddenly flew out from the valley in front of them, causing the eyes of the elder and the young girl to light up. When this beautiful figure finally appeared in front of them, what appeared in front of them was the young girl that Zhuowen had met in the valley just now. "Miss, what's wrong?" "There's something wrong with your complexion." The gray-robed elder's 5 senses were sharp. He immediately noticed that there was something wrong with the young girl's expression and quickly asked. The young girl frowned slightly and shook her head. "It's nothing. Let's go quickly. No one knows if the Huang family will chase after us or not." The gray-robed elder frowned slightly. He knew that the young girl must have encountered something in the valley. However, since she didn't want to talk about it, he couldn't ask. "Let's go. We must reach Green Fire City within 3 days. Otherwise, something unexpected will happen." The elder shouted in a low voice and immediately led the team forward along the forest path. Soon, they disappeared from the open space in the forest. Not long after the team disappeared, a figure slowly walked out from the valley. This person carried a green coffin on his back and wore a green mask on his head. He looked extremely strange and cold. It was Zhuowen. Huang family? Wu family? Green Fire City? Looking at the team that had already left, Zhuowen softly muttered. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared on the spot, following closely behind the team. Just now, Zhuowen had investigated the team. The strongest person in the team was the gray-robed elder. He should be an initial earthly king stage warrior. With Zhuowen's strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to go against this group of people. Of course, Zhuowen wasn't someone who would look for trouble for no reason. What he needed to do now was to understand the situation in the Peach Blossom origin map and then find the other contestants. He only needed to enter the top 100 to obtain the seals on their bodies. Night fell. The curtain of night descended like black clouds and covered the entire forest world. At this moment, the team led by the gray-robed elder stopped at an open space and set up camp. They lit a bonfire. At night, wild beasts roamed about. Coupled with the darkness, it was impossible to see one's own fingers. It was not suitable for traveling at all. In front of the tent, the gray-robed elder, 2 girls, and a group of people gathered around the bonfire and chatted with each other. The atmosphere was very quiet. Creak! The sound of broken branches being stepped on rang out. Immediately, everyone in front of the bonfire stood up with a swoosh. They stared vigilantly at the forest in front of them, only to see a black figure slowly walking out from the darkness of the forest. When the black figure finally appeared in front of everyone, their expressions became extremely vigilant. This was because the person in front of them was wearing a green mask. The aura on his body was faintly discernible, making it impossible to detect his true strength. "Who are you?" The gray-robed elder furrowed his brows and shouted sternly, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just a passerby passing by. Because the forest here is too dense, I lost my way for a moment. I only saw the light here earlier, so I came over on the way. Can I stay here for the night?" Zhuowen's voice was reserved and his body trembled slightly. He seemed like a helpless passerby who had truly lost his way. This performance immediately caused many people in front of the bonfire to let down their guard. There were even a few people who looked at the masked Zhuowen with disdain. Although this was the inner part of the peach blossom origin diagram, it was still a world of cultivators. The main theme was that the strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong. If you were not strong, you would naturally not be respected by others. Then why are you wearing a mask? You're so sneaky. One look and I can tell that you're not a good person. The young girl he had met in the hot spring suddenly asked in a stern voice. Zhuowen spread out his hands and helplessly said, "It's not that I'm sneaky, but my face was once disfigured by someone. It's incomparably ugly, so I naturally don't dare to show my true face." "Oh, you've been disfigured before? If you take off your mask and let us have a look to verify the truth of your words, we'll let you stay in the group. How about it?" The young girl's beautiful eyes flickered as she suddenly proposed. Chapter 665. Contempt, oh? So you don't dare to take it off? Since you don't dare to take it off, then leave. Our team won't accept you. The young lady sneered. If that's the case, then I'll take it off. I just hope that you won't be scared. Zhuowen shrugged and slowly took off his mask under the gazes of everyone. After that, the gray-robed old man and the others were instantly shocked. The expressions of the young woman and the other woman even changed greatly, and they hurriedly turned their heads away. Under the mask, what appeared in front of everyone was a badly mutilated face. It looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. "Quickly bring it up. We believe you." The gray-robed elder frowned and quickly said. The face was indeed terrifying, and even he felt a little scared. Spreading out his hands, Zhuowen put the mask back on his face. After cultivating the nirvana of the great sun, Zhuowen's control over his body had reached a superb level. Temporarily modifying his facial muscles was nothing difficult. Of course, this modification could only be maintained for a short while. If he wanted to maintain it for a long time, it would cause great damage to his facial muscles. "Now you should believe me, right?" Zhuowen said indifferently. "Yes, I'll believe you for now. However, if I find out that you're acting strangely, don't blame me for being impolite." The gray-robed elder nodded and said indifferently. Zhuowen didn't care about the gray-robed elder and the rest's unfriendly attitude. He casually found a remote corner and sat down silently. His purpose of joining the team was to obtain some information about this place from their conversation and to head to the green fire city that they mentioned. The gray-robed elder casually glanced at Zhuowen and ignored him. Instead, he sat around the bonfire and casually chatted with others. To the elder, Zhuowen was just a passerby. The others also ignored Zhuowen, who was sitting in a corner. They intentionally or unintentionally distanced themselves from Zhuowen. This wasn't only because of his ugly appearance, but also because there wasn't a trace of yuan power fluctuation on Zhuowen's body. The aura on Zhuowen's body was completely retracted, and no one could see through Zhuowen's cultivation state. They only thought that the former was just a piece of trash without any cultivation base. In a world where the strong were respected, trash without cultivation were looked down upon and laughed at by almost everyone. Naturally, they would not take the initiative to talk to such people. In their hearts, there was even a trace of a sense of superiority. Humans were like this. Once they found someone who was inferior to them, they would involuntarily feel a sense of superiority. Sometimes, this sense of superiority was very inexplicable. "Eldest young miss, this person's background is unknown. Are we really going to take him in?" Old Wu suddenly whispered to the young woman, "I'm fine. He's just a cripple without any cultivation. I don't intend to take him in. After tonight we can send him away. After all, we're in a hurry." "Keeping such a burden is simply asking for trouble," the young woman said indifferently. The younger girl's eyes flashed with a trace of pity as she said softly, "Elder sister, this person has no cultivation base and his face has been disfigured. He must be a pitiful person. Why don't we send him to Green Fire City? It's too dangerous in this wilderness." "Little Xia, it's precisely because this person has no cultivation base that we can't take him with us. With him around, he will only be a burden to us. When the Huang family catches up with us, the gains will not make up for the losses." The young woman shook her head and said. Hearing this, the young woman's eyelids drooped slightly. Her beautiful eyes involuntarily glanced at the lonely figure in the corner with a touch of curiosity and pity in her eyes. Zhuowen naturally heard the conversation between the gray-robed old man and the other two, but his heart was not too moved. This was the way the world was. Without strength, there was no respect. Zhuowen did not show his strength, so naturally, he could not get the slightest bit of respect. Moreover, with Zhuowen's current cultivation base and strength, these people really did not put Zhuowen in his eyes. Therefore, the words of others did not affect Zhuowen at all because they were simply not on the same level. However, Zhuowen had a good impression of the younger girl. This girl obviously did not have much experience and was naive. Zhuowen also had a good impression of this naivety. Zhuowen quietly sat in a corner. The surrounding discussions were basically all captured by Zhuowen. As time passed, Zhuowen also came to know quite a few things from the surrounding discussions. At the same time, Zhuowen also learned about the general distribution of power in the Peach Blossom origin map. It turned out that there were a total of 3 big countries, namely Shuiyu, Huiyan, and Bianhai. The 3 countries were distributed in a triangle. In the middle of the 3 big countries, there was a dark area called the Heart of Darkness. It was filled with black poisonous fog all year round. The black poisonous fog in the Heart of Darkness was extremely terrifying. Even if a heavenly king realm cultivator entered, they would die within 2 hours. Only ultimate Emperor realm cultivators could barely enter the Heart of Darkness. The 3 big countries naturally had their own rulers. Their cultivation base was monstrous, and they were all ultimate Emperor realm cultivators. Moreover, from the discussions around him, it could be seen that in the 3 big countries, the rulers were the strongest, but they were only ultimate Emperor realm cultivators. A 4th Emperor realm cultivator seemed to have never appeared before. Zhuowen had a feeling that the Heart of Darkness in the middle of the 3 big countries was very likely to be a very important place. Of course, if one wanted to know the secrets of the Heart of Darkness, they would have to go to the rulers of the 3 big countries to get a rough understanding. Ordinary people would not know at all. The area he was in now was one of the 3 big countries, Bianhai. The distribution of power in Bianhai was based on the number of cities. There were a total of 15 cities in Bianhai. Outside the cities, there were many small tribes gathered. The rulers of the countries ruled the cities, and the city lords ruled the tribes under their command. The hierarchy was extremely clear. This group came from the Black Rock tribe, which was not far from Greenfire City. They were one of the 2 great families in the Black Rock tribe, the Wu family. The other family was the Huang family. Originally, the Wu family and the Huang family of the Black Rock tribe were evenly matched. However, the Huang family had suddenly received the support of a mysterious person yesterday. That mysterious person was extremely powerful, and with just one move, the Wu family head was instantly killed. With the death of the family head, the Wu family immediately fell into chaos. The Huang family head led his subordinates and attacked the Wu family in an instant. In just one night, the Wu family was annihilated. Fortunately, the Wu family head had arranged for 2 of his daughters to secretly leave the Wu family through a secret passage. This group of a dozen people was the last of the Wu family's descendants. The young lady was the eldest daughter of the Wu family, named Wu Shi. The younger girl was the second daughter of the Wu family, named Wu Xia. The gray-robed elder who was escorting this group was the Wu family's housekeeper, named Wu Yong. His strength was at the early stage of the Earth King realm, and he was the strongest person in this group. Just as Zhuowen was quietly thinking about the distribution of forces in the Peach Blossom origin diagram and the Azure Emperor's intentions, a fragrant wind blew over, and a beautiful figure appeared before Zhuowen's eyes. Raising his head slightly, he saw the pure and lovely Wu Xia staring at him curiously with a pair of big, watery eyes. "What's your name? Can you tell me?" Wu Xia suddenly asked with a light smile. Zhuowen was slightly startled. This Wu Xia was really naive. His appearance was so ugly just now. But this girl actually dared to take the initiative to approach him. "My name is Zhuowen. Aren't you afraid of my ugly appearance?" Zhuowen said with a light smile, "I can't see your face if you wear a mask. Why should I be afraid?" Wu Xia's eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons, revealing a pair of cute little canine teeth as she smiled sweetly. "That's true." Zhuowen also smiled. "Why would you be disfigured by someone? Was it done by your enemy?" Wu Xia was like a curious child, her beautiful eyes staring at Zhuowen's face as she asked, "You can say that. That's all in the past." Zhuowen replied indifferently, "Oh." Wu Xia replied, and the two of them fell into silence. After a long while, Wu Xia suddenly said, "Don't worry. I will ask my sister to keep you in the group. We will go to Green Fire City this time, and you can follow us there. Green Fire City will be much safer." After saying this, Wu Xia smiled sweetly and returned to Wu Shi's side in front of the bonfire. "What an interesting little girl." Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. After Wu Xia returned to Wu Shi's side, she whispered a few words into Wu Shi's ear. Wu Shi's long, shapely eyebrows immediately knitted together, and her beautiful eyes shifted slightly, instantly landing on Zhuowen's body in the corner as a pondering expression appeared on her face. Wu Shi slowly stood up and walked in front of Zhuowen. Looking down from above, she said indifferently, "Little Xia said that she hopes that our group will keep you. You should also know that you are a piece of trash without any cultivation, and joining us will only drag us down. However, little Xia has already pleaded with me. In consideration of little Xia's face, our group will take you in. However, you cannot affect the progress of our group. Otherwise, I will be the first to kick you out of the group. Also, don't try to get close to little Xia. She is not someone a piece of trash like you can touch. As a person, it is best to know your own limits." After speaking, Wu Shi no longer looked at Zhuowen and returned to the bonfire. Perhaps in her opinion, Zhuowen was not even worth a second look. Seeing Wu, she returned to the bonfire. Zhuowen shook his head. He did not pay too much attention to this girl's words, and instead lowered his head again, silently circulating the yuan power in his body to cultivate. Of course, in the eyes of Wu Shi and the rest, Zhuowen's actions were naturally treated as a sign of inferiority and was too ashamed to raise his head to look at them. Instantly, it caused the crowd in front of the bonfire to roar with laughter. Indeed, a piece of trash, not even a little bit like a man. Wu Shi shook her head, her pretty face filled with ridicule. Originally, she was already extremely disdainful of Zhuowen's lack of cultivation. Now that she saw how spineless he was, the ridicule in her heart became even more intense as a sneer appeared on her face. Wu Xia could not help but reveal a trace of disappointment. Evidently, her thoughts in her heart were similar to Wu Shi's. Zhuowen's spineless actions had indeed caused her good impression of Zhuowen to greatly drop. Chapter 666. The pursuers in the cool morning, accompanied by the rustling autumn wind. A ray of warm sunlight sprinkled down from the clouds, causing the originally quiet forest to become lively. At this moment, Wu Shi, Wu Xia, and the others had already woken up early and were packing up their tents, preparing to leave for Blue Fire City. Under a withered tree, Zhuowen sat cross-legged, silently opening his eyes. He stared at the surrounding people, packing up their tents, his gaze as calm as water. Yesterday, although Wu Xi had given him a chance to stay in the team, no one in the team had a good impression of him. Naturally, no one was willing to leave any space for him in the tents. There were even many people who spoke behind Zhuowen's back. Zhuowen naturally saw the attitude of others, but he didn't take it to heart. In Zhuowen's eyes, these people were just frogs at the bottom of a well. How could he, who was outside the well, care about such things? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know the route to Blue Fire City, he wouldn't have planned to follow Wu Xi's team. He would have directly rushed to Blue Fire City. Zhuowen knew that once he reached Blue Fire City, he would be able to obtain more information within the city. He might even be able to obtain a specific map of the Peach Blossom origin diagram. He had a faint feeling that the heart of darkness surrounded by the 3 great countries likely hid some sort of secret. Moreover, it was a secret that was extremely useful to the participants. When the Peach Blossom origin diagram was opened, the Azure Emperor hadn't mentioned any clues. However, the geographical arrangement of the 3 great countries should have been a clue given by the Azure Emperor. If Zhuowen wasn't wrong, the Heart of Darkness should be the final battlefield of the Peach Blossom origin diagram. Just as the Azure Emperor had said, the Peach Blossom origin diagram would be open for a full year. This year was for the participants to constantly explore the Peach Blossom origin diagram. When the year was up, the participants would most likely have to fight to the death. Therefore, Zhuowen wasn't in a hurry. A year was enough for him to raise his cultivation to another level. Ever since he had seen the 2 monstrous geniuses, Huangfu Wuji and Guoshang, Zhuowen had truly experienced the terror of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure Emperor rankings. Although Zhuowen was confident in his own strength, he still felt that it would be extremely difficult for him to face Huangfu Wuji and Guoshang. Zhuowen, how long are you going to sleep for? We're about to depart. Hurry up and get up. Don't waste our time. Wu, she suddenly shouted at Zhuowen with an unpleasant expression. Shrugging his shoulders, Zhuowen did not reply. Instead, he slowly followed behind the group, appearing extremely inconspicuous. Looking at Zhuowen, who was silently following behind him, the corner of Wu Xi's mouth twitched slightly. She whispered to herself, "What a good-for-nothing. His vigilance is really bad. If he wasn't in our group, he wouldn't even know how he died." At the back of the group, Zhuowen frowned. Wu Xi's words were really harsh. Zhuowen curled his lips and smiled, not taking it to heart. Seeing Zhuowen's yes-man appearance, the disdain in Wu Xi's eyes became even more intense. The disdain in her eyes had even risen to the level of disgust. "Sister Xi, aren't your words a bit too harsh?" Wu Xia was soft-hearted and spoke up for Zhuowen. "Little Xia, you are too naive. In this world, without enough strength, it is impossible to live for too long. This person has no cultivation and is no different from a cripple. If such a person were to live in this world, he would simply be a stepping stone for others. Why should we be polite to a weakling?" "Wu," she said matter-of-factly. "But after all, he is also our teammate. We can't treat him like this." Wu Xia's beautiful eyes flashed. "Allowing him to follow in our group is already the greatest benevolence we can give him. Well, you don't need to plead for him. I won't speak ill of him in the future." Wu Xi patted Wu Xia's head and said in a pampering manner, "Ladies, let's set off." Wu Yong rode a tall horse in front and shouted loudly. He led the group towards a small path in the forest ahead at a constant speed. The group did not slow down at all because of Zhuowen. Originally, Wu Xia was a little worried that Zhuowen would not be able to keep up. However, when she saw Zhuowen leisurely strolling behind them, her face could not help but be slightly startled. Everyone in their group was riding a big horse. Only Zhuowen, an outsider, was walking. Although they were not moving at full speed, their speed was about the same as an ordinary person running. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to last for long and would be shaken off. However, Zhuowen was strolling leisurely. There was not the slightest hint of exhaustion on his face. Instead, he was extremely calm. Wu, she also noticed Zhuowen's condition. Her long, shapely eyebrows slightly knitted together as she coldly muttered to herself. Looks like this trash's stamina is better than an ordinary person. He is actually able to keep up with our group. After saying this, Wuxi no longer paid attention to Zhuowen. In her opinion, Zhuowen should only have better stamina than an ordinary person. There was nothing special about him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the dense sound of horse hooves faintly sounded from a few hundred miles behind them. Because it was very far away, it sounded rather soft. Zhuowen's 5 senses were far sharper than the rest of the group. Naturally, he could hear the sound of horse hooves behind them. According to his estimation, there should be pursuers behind them. With this speed, they should be able to catch up with the group in about 4 hours. After hesitating for a moment, Zhuowen decided to tell them about this matter. Soon after, he loudly said, "Someone is chasing us. I think you should all speed up." When Zhuowen's words came out, the group's gazes immediately gathered on Zhuowen. Their eyes were filled with ridicule. Wu Shi's beautiful eyes coldly stared at Zhuowen and said, "What a joke! There's not a single person 10 miles behind us. You actually say that someone is chasing us. Are you trying to disturb our hearts? They are a few hundred miles away. They should be able to catch up with your group in about 4 hours. If you all speed up now, you still have time to escape. Otherwise, it will all be too late." Zhuowen directly ignored Wu Shi and focused his gaze on the gray-robed old man, Wu Yong, at the front of the group. He knew that this gray-robed old man, Wu Yong, was the strongest person in the group and had the highest prestige. Zhuowen's disregard made Wu Shi extremely angry. However, she was also a woman who prioritized the overall situation. Her beautiful eyes moved around and landed on Wu Yong. Wu Yong was the strongest person in the group, and his 5 senses were far stronger than theirs. Wu Yong frowned slightly. He did not hear anything at all. He shook his head and said, "Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want." "Zhuowen, what else do you have to say?" Old Wu already said that he did not hear anything at all. However, you are fabricating right and wrong, distorting the truth and trying to disturb our group's hearts. Originally, we were kind enough to take you in. However, we did not expect you to have such ulterior motives. Now you should leave our group. Don't force me to take action." Wu Shi's pretty face was filled with anger as she said, rather angrily, "Oh, you don't believe my words?" Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. However, he was already sneering in his heart. It seemed that he was really meddling in other people's business. These people clearly did not appreciate his kindness, but he had to stick his warm face to their cold butts. The gains did not make up for the losses. "Your words? Haha, you're really making me laugh my head off. You're just a piece of trash. Do you have the right to criticize our group? Originally, we wanted to take you in. Since you don't know what's good for you, you should leave now. Don't force me to chase you away." "Wu," she said coldly. Zhuowen shook his head and said indifferently, "You will regret it when the time comes. Since you don't welcome me, I'll leave." After speaking, Zhuowen turned around and walked towards the depths of the forest. He did not have the slightest intention of begging for mercy. Pretending to be so courageous at this time? Unfortunately, a piece of trash will always be a piece of trash. Looking at Zhuowen's departing figure, Wu Shi's mouth was filled with a thick sneer. However, she was extremely disdainful of Zhuowen in her heart. She felt that Zhuowen's current attitude was just an act. "Let's go. There's no need to delay our journey because of this person." Wu Shi shook her head and urged her horse to keep pace with Wu Yong. She did not know if it was due to Zhuowen's words, but they did indeed increase their speed a little. For hours passed. Looking at the quiet road behind them, Wu Shi revealed a cold smile and secretly said that Zhuowen is indeed deliberately mystifying us. He even said that there was someone behind us and that they would catch up in 4 hours. That's just a bunch of nonsense. When she thought of this, she no longer took Zhuowen's words to heart. She continued to lead the way with her horse, but her expression had already become much more relaxed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the concentrated sound of horse hooves suddenly swept over from behind. It was as if thousands of thunderbolts had exploded in the group's ears. As the sound of horse hooves rang out, the group's bodies immediately stiffened. Everyone turned around and gathered their gazes behind them. At the end of the road behind them, a large group of people was charging towards them. It's the Huang family's pursuing troops. Wu Yong's pupils shrank. With a glance, he saw that the members of the group were wearing yellow clothes. Those clothes were the clan insignia of the Black Rock Tribe's Huang family. Swoosh! The large group suddenly stopped in front of the Wu family. At a glance, there were close to 100 people, all of whom had surging auras. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man wearing a yellow robe. His face was full of beard and his brows were filled with arrogance. The Huang family's patriarch, Huang Yueshing. When they saw Huang Yueshing in front of the large group of people, the Wu family's group revealed a look of despair. Huang Yueshing was the Huang family's patriarch. His strength was on par with the deceased Wu family's patriarch. He was at the peak of the Earth King realm and was much more powerful than Wu Yong. Just Huang Yueshing alone could kill everyone in the group. How could this be? How could the Huang family's group catch up so quickly? She's pretty face was extremely pale as she said in disbelief. Wu Xia's face was also pale as she muttered, "Sister." Just now, Zhuowen seemed to have said that there would be pursuers coming from behind, and they would be able to catch up to me in 4 hours. If we had listened to Zhuowen, perhaps we would have been able to escape this calamity. When Wu Xia's words came out, everyone in the group recalled the words that Zhuowen had said before he left. You will regret this. Right. Chapter 667. Rescue in the Dense Forest. A slender figure wearing a bronze mask silently walked through the forest. 4 hours have passed, and we still haven't walked out of this forest. It seems that without the map, it is impossible to reach Greenfire City. Zhuowen was unfamiliar with this area. Even though he was very resourceful, it was impossible for him to predict the location of Greenfire City. Have the pursuers caught up? Suddenly stopping, Zhuowen turned around and looked at the road behind him. With his 5 senses, he could clearly feel the movement of the grass within a few hundred miles. He could sense that the Huang family's team of nearly 100 people had already caught up to the Wu family's team. Zhuowen frowned. Although he did not have a good impression of the Wu family team, Zhuowen had a good impression of the naive Wu Xia. Zhuowen sighed softly and muttered to himself, "Forget it! Since I am lost, I will just follow their team." When he spoke up to hear, Zhuowen stomped his foot, and he was like a bolt of lightning that shuttled through space as he suddenly returned from where he stood. On the wide road in the forest, 2 teams were facing each other. One of the teams only had 12 people, all of whom looked terrified and nervous. It was the Wu family team. The other team had close to 100 people. The leader was the tall and burly Huang family head Huang Yueshing. That old fox Wu Hui is indeed cunning. He actually created a secret passage in the Wu clan. If I hadn't been quick-witted enough to discover it early, I really would have missed you fish that slipped through the net. The corners of Huang Yueshing's mouth curled up, and his face was full of complacency. He looked down at Wu Yong and the others in front of him. The remaining members of the Wu family were too weak. Even Wu Yong, the housekeeper of the Wu family, was only at the initial Earth King realm. Huang Yueshing, what more do you want? Our Wu clan has already been annihilated by your Huang clan. The Black Rock tribe is already in the bag of your Huang clan. Why must you exterminate us? Wu Yong said with a gloomy look in his eyes. Behind Wu Yong, Wu Shi and Wu Xia were holding hands. Their beautiful eyes were filled with terror. Huang Yueshing's strength was too terrifying. Even if Huang Yueshing didn't make a move, the group of close to 100 people behind him could easily crush them to death. Sister, what should we do? The Huang family's team is too strong. Are we doomed? Wu Xia's delicate body trembled as she pursed her cherry lips. At this moment, she was also out of her wits. Her pretty face was deathly pale, and her mind was blank. From the moment she saw Huang Yueshing's team, she knew that they were finished. She couldn't help but recall Zhuan's departing figure, as well as the words he said before he left. You'll regret it. If we had listened to him back then and sped up, perhaps we would have been able to escape this calamity. She's pretty face revealed a trace of a bleak smile as she muttered. Unfortunately, once a wrong decision was made, there was no point in regretting it. You're asking me what else I want? Haha, what a joke. If you cut the weeds without removing the roots, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. What else do you think I want? I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Surrender now. Otherwise, all of you will die. At this point, Huang Yueshing's face darkened. His gaze focused on Wu Shi and Wu Xia, who were behind Wu Yong. Deep in his eyes, there was a peculiar trace of lust. Wu Shi and Wu Xia had the reputation of being a pair of peerless beauties in the Black Rock tribe. Their beauty was well known in the tribe. Huang Yueshing had long wanted to have a taste of these two beautiful sisters. Now that the Wu family was destroyed, Huang Yueshing could naturally openly take these two women in his pocket. Once these words were spoken, the faces of the Wu family's team changed drastically. An aura of despair lingered around them. Leave Wu Shi and Wu Xia behind. Kill the rest. Huang Yueshing's lips curled into a cruel smile as he said indifferently, Yes. A thunderous roar rang out behind Huang Yueshing, following which the group of close to 100 people stepped forward in an orderly manner and suddenly swept towards the Wu family's team. Protect the two ladies well. Wu Yong's face changed slightly. He shouted in a low voice and immediately took out a large saber from his storage bag. The aura of an initial Earth King realm gushed out. He waved the large saber in his right hand, and Yuan Qi raged like countless blades. Puchi! Blood splattered everywhere. The few people at the front of the Huang family's team were killed by Wu Yong in an instant. Perhaps because Wu Yong killed first, the rest of the Wu family's team also shouted loudly. They mustered up their courage and raised their weapons to fight against the Huang family's team. In an instant, roars filled the air. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the sound of it echoed through the forest. The Wu family's team was too small, and their strength was generally weaker than the Huang family's. In just a few moments, the Wu family's team members were basically wiped out by the Huang family. The only ones left were Wu Yong, Wu Xia, and Wu Shi. Since it was Huang Yueshing's order, Wu Xia and Wu Shi were not seriously injured. However, when they saw their fellow clan members being slaughtered, their eyes were filled with sorrow. At this moment, Wu Yong was covered in blood and panting. He held the large saber in his right hand and stood in front of Wu Shi and Wu Xia to protect them. His turbid eyes were filled with anger. Old Wu, you should leave quickly. Don't worry about us. Wu Xia choked with sobs. Her cheeks were full of tears, and she looked very pitiful. Old Wu, you should leave quickly. With your strength, if you want to escape, even Huang Yueshing can't stop you, Wu Shi said bitterly. Ladies, there's no need to say anything more. Since the patriarch entrusted all of you to this old man before his death, this old man cannot let down the patriarch's hopes. Even if I die, I will protect you. Wu Yong waved the large saber in his right hand. Suddenly, the terrifying origin energy formed a saber chi, and the surrounding Huang family members were all smashed into pieces. For a moment, the surrounding Huang family members no longer dared to step forward. They stared at Wu Yong with fear in their eyes. This Wu Yong was simply too desperate. He was simply using the method of exchanging injuries for lives. If one of them went up, the other would die. There was no way they could get lucky. What a loyal old servant. Wu Yong, you are an earthly king realm warrior. I'll give you a dignified death. Die in my hands. Huang Yueshing sneered. He squeezed the horse's belly with his feet and leaped into the air. In an instant, he rushed toward Wu Yong. His right hand stretched out in the air and turned into a claw. He suddenly attacked Wu Yong, who was staggering below. A trace of tiredness appeared in Wu Yong's eyes. He waved the large saber in his right hand again and intended to meet Huang Yueshing's claw head-on. You overestimate yourself. Die for me. Huang Yueshing suddenly used the 1,000-gene descent and instantly appeared above Wu Yong. His right hand clawed down and struck the broadsword. With a loud clang, the broadsword was shattered into countless pieces, but the claw's momentum didn't decrease and ruthlessly smashed into Wu Yong's chest. Pucci! Wu Yong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was like a withered leaf as he flew backward and crashed into the ground more than 10 meters away. His sternum was caved in and blood was gushing out. His aura was extremely weak. No, old Wu. The moment Wu Yong was struck and sent flying, the two women suddenly cried out in alarm, their beautiful faces filled with deep sorrow. You overestimate yourself. Huang Yueshing glanced at Wu Yong, who was in a half-dead state, not far away, with contempt. He took a step forward and walked toward Wu, Shi, and Wu Xia. A trace of a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he said, Your Wu family has already been destroyed. Following me now is the best choice. While speaking, Huang Yueshing shook his sleeve and a terrifying aura gushed out. Immediately, the two women in front of him were unable to move. Huang Yueshing then stretched out his right hand and wanted to touch their cheeks. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced through the air. Huang Yueshing's expression changed greatly. He took a step forward and a shadow suddenly swept past his waist, almost cutting him in half. Clang! The shadow swept past and stabbed into the ground. Only then did Huang Yueshing notice that it was an ordinary long sword that had attacked him from behind. Who is it? How dare you sneak attack me? Don't hide. You better come out. Pucci! As soon as Huang Yueshing said this, the long sword that was stabbed into the ground trembled and instantly swept across Huang Yueshing's neck. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Huang Yueshing covered his neck and stared at the long sword that was floating in the air in front of him. His eyes were filled with fear. What he really couldn't figure out was why the long sword would move by itself. He was really unwilling to accept that he didn't even know who killed him. Who is it? With a loud roar, Huang Yueshing covered his neck and fell to the ground with a thud. His aura was gone and he was clearly dead. As soon as Huang Yueshing died, the surrounding people fell into an oppressive atmosphere. Everyone looked at Huang Yueshing, who had fallen to the ground, and their eyes were filled with fear. Their Huang family's patriarch, the strongest person in the Huang family, was killed by an ordinary long sword just like that. What was going on? Let the two women go, or all of you will die. A hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the depths of the forest. However, there was no one in sight as far as the eyes of the crowd could see. They were simply unable to determine where this person was. Don't listen to his nonsense. This person killed our Huang family's patriarch. We must avenge our patriarch. Let's kill these two women first. Suddenly, a member of the Huang family shouted. Immediately, the other members of the Huang family echoed. There were nearly 100 of them. How could they be afraid of a person? A bunch of idiots. The cold voice sounded again. Then, the members of the Huang family were horrified to find that nearly 100 cold lights were flying out from the depths of the forest. Upon closer inspection, they were actually long swords that were emitting cold light. Pucci! Nearly 100 cold lights flashed past. The nearly 100 members of the Huang family stopped in their tracks. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. Plop! Plop! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground gradually resounded in the small path. Chapter 668. Nangon Lingtian in an instant. The entire path in the forest was covered in blood and corpses. It was like an Azura hell, and it was extremely terrifying. Wu Shi and Wu Xia's eyes were filled with disbelief. The Huang family's team, including the patriarch of the Huang family, Huang Yueshing, were all killed in an instant. It was too terrifying. So many martial artists were killed in an instant, including Huang Yueshing, who was at the peak of the Earth King realm. The two women's faces were filled with splendor. They knew that the person who killed them was definitely a peerless expert. I am Wu Shi, and she is my sister Wu Xia. We are the disciples of the Wu family of the Blackrock tribe. Thank you for your help. I wonder if you can come out and meet us. Wu, she said gratefully. There was no response from the depths of the forest. The 100 long swords floating in the air buzzed and turned into rays of cold light, flying towards the depths of the forest. Dozens of miles away from the path in the forest, Zhuowen, who was wearing a bronze mask, waved his sleeve and kept the 100 long swords into his spiritual ring. He was the one who killed them. With his complete 4th grade mental energy, he could control the boundless sword aura from a distance. It was easy for him to kill Huang Yueshing and the others. After putting away the limitless sword aura, Zhuowen slowly jumped down from the tree trunk and walked towards the small path in the forest. Just as he was about to walk out of the forest, the sound of wild horse hooves suddenly came from the front. Whoosh! A handsome young man with a jade-like face and a smile on his face suddenly appeared in front of the two women. He was riding a white horse and had a sword on him. Stop! The handsome young man also noticed the hellish scene on the path in front of him. His eyes narrowed and showed a trace of surprise. With a pull of the reins, the white horse stopped in the middle of the small path. At this moment, the handsome young man also noticed that there were 2 young girls standing on the small path. Both of them were very beautiful. At this moment, they were holding each other's hands. Their faces revealed a lovely and pitiful expression. The handsome young man's eyes showed a trace of surprise. He showed a trace of a refined smile and got down from the horse and walked towards the 2 girls. Wu Shi and Wu Xia also heard the sound of horse hooves coming from the front. They both looked over and immediately saw a handsome young man with a refined temperament slowly walking towards them. Ladies, have you been frightened? The handsome young man approached them and cupped his hands in a graceful manner. Young master, weren't you the one who saved us just now? Looking at the refined and handsome young man in front of her, Wu Shi's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of extraordinary splendor, especially when she discovered that this person was holding a long sword. She immediately determined in her heart that the person who killed with a sword should be this young man in front of her. The handsome young man originally wanted to greet them, but he didn't expect Wu Shi to suddenly ask such an inexplicable question. However, when he saw the anticipation in the eyes of the 2 women and the huge army behind them that had died, he couldn't help but feel a trace of vanity rise in his heart. Miss, your eyesight is pretty good. You can actually recognize me at a glance. Originally, I just happened to pass by here, but I didn't expect that the 2 of you would be encircled and annihilated by this group of thieves. What I hate the most in my life are thieves who bully others with numbers, so I made a move to annihilate them all. The 2 ladies shouldn't have suffered any injuries, right? The corners of the handsome young man's mouth rose as he said with a light smile, Yes, it's all thanks to this young master that we're fine. Wu Shi's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the handsome young man in front of her, especially because this young man was extremely handsome and had a superior temperament. She couldn't help but feel amorous. The nearby Wu Xia's beautiful eyes turned slightly and her shapely brows knit together. She kept feeling that there were some loopholes in the young man's words. Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, Wu Xia couldn't help but recall the back of the figure that left the group alone. Shaking her head slightly, Wu Xia turned around and walked towards the nearby Wu Yong. She squatted down and stretched out her jade-like hand and placed it on Wu Yang's neck. Then, Wu Xia's delicate body trembled slightly. Wu Yang's pulse had already completely stopped moving, indicating that Wu Yang already had no trace of life. "Little Xia, how's old Wu?" "Wu?" She noticed Wu Xia's unusual state and asked. "Big sister Shi, old Wu already has no trace of life. He's dead." Wu Xia choked with sobs. "Wu?" She hurriedly went to Wu Yang's side. After confirming that Wu Yang really had no trace of life, her delicate body trembled and went limp on the ground with a ghastly pale face. "Little Xia, don't be too sad. The dead are already gone." Wu, she patted Wu Xia's back and consoled her. "That's right. The dead are already gone. This person should be an important person to the two ladies, right? My condolences to the two ladies. Why don't we bury him now and let him rest in peace?" The handsome young man suddenly spoke. As he spoke, the handsome young man's right hand suddenly pulled out the sword hilt on the left. Instantly, a swift and fierce sword chi flashed out, forming an enormous crescent-shaped sword chi that was several tens of feet in size. It blasted onto the ground and formed an enormous pit that was several tens of feet in size. "If the two ladies don't mind, I'm willing to bury him here." The handsome young man spoke gracefully. "Then I'll have to trouble you, young master." "Wu," she said, rather gratefully. "It's my honor to be able to be of service to the two ladies." The handsome young man laughed lightly. His right hand clenched, and formidable origin energy gushed out as he lifted up Wu Yang's corpse and lightly placed it in the deep pit. After that, he waved his right hand, causing the mound of dirt outside to fall into the pit and completely fill it up. Wu, she's beautiful eyes flickered slightly when she felt the terrifying origin energy urged out from the handsome young man's body. The young man before her was young, yet his strength was extremely formidable. She was utterly unable to see through him. When she associated it with the scene of the entire army being annihilated by the sword light earlier, Wu Shi's heart thumped wildly. Her beautiful eyes moved about as she stared at the handsome young man's face, and a trace of crimson couldn't help but appear on her beautiful face. Not only was the young man before her strong, but he was also gracious and treated others modestly. Which young girl who was in love would refuse such a figure? "May I know young master's name?" "Wu," she asked in a light voice. "My surname is Nangong and my name is Ling Tian. The two ladies can just call me Ling Tian." Nangong Ling Tian lightly smiled. Nangong Ling Tian. When Wu Shi and Wu Xia heard Nangong Ling Tian's name, they couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. They weren't unfamiliar with the surname Nangong, as it was the surname of the Azure Fire City's city governor. The Azure Fire City's city governor was called Nangong Su-du, and the young man before them was called Nangong Ling Tian. Obviously, the two of them were definitely related. Young Master Ling Tian is the Azure Fire City's city governor, Nangong Su-du, related to Young Master? Wu, she asked rather excitedly. The Azure Fire City's city governor is my father. Looks like the two ladies are quite knowledgeable. Nangong Ling Tian smiled rather complacently. No wonder young Master Ling Tian was able to annihilate the Huang clan's team. So it turns out that young Master is a descendant of a famous clan, and his strength is extraordinary. I admire him. After hearing Nangong Ling Tian's identity, Wu Shi's beautiful eyes became even brighter. Azure Fire City was the overlord of a few tens of thousands of kilometers in circumference, and it ruled over countless tribes. It was high and mighty, and as the descendant of Nangong Su-du, Nangong Ling Tian's status was naturally extraordinary. If they were able to climb onto a thigh like Nangong Ling Tian, the rise of their Wu clan would be just around the corner, and the Wu clan might even reach a new peak in the future. Thump, thump, thump. A clear sound of footsteps suddenly came from the depths of the forest, and it immediately attracted the attention of Wu Shi, Wu Xia, and Nangong Ling Tian. they saw Zhuowen, who was wearing a bronze mask, slowly walk out of the forest. Zhuowen, why have you appeared again? Looking at the figure, Wu Shi frowned slightly and said coldly. Wu Xia's beautiful eyes revealed joy. She still remembered that it was Zhuowen who first discovered the Huang clan's team. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't believe Zhuowen's words, they probably would have left the Huang clan's team far behind by now. Zhuowen, you've finally appeared. Wu Xia smiled and ran to Zhuowen's side. She said rather self-reproachfully, we should have listened to you back then. Otherwise, we wouldn't have suffered such a great loss. Looking at how Wu Xia took the initiative to stand beside Zhuowen, Wu Shi frowned slightly. Although Zhuowen's suggestion back then was indeed quite correct, Wu Shi subconsciously thought that Zhuowen was merely a blind cat that chanced upon a dead mouse. In her opinion, Zhuowen's body did not have the slightest fluctuation of yuan power. He was simply in existence like trash. She subconsciously looked down on such a person. You're just a coward who ran away. Now, you actually have the face to come back. Wu, she mocked coldly. Zhuowen completely ignored Wu Shi. He was well aware of this woman's prejudice against him long ago. He simply did not intend to bicker with her. The reason why he took action was only for Wu Xia. This woman gave him a good impression, and he did not want to leave her in the lurch. Miss Wu Xia, you should know the route to Green Fire City, right? Can you bring me to Green Fire City? Zhuowen asked Wu Xia. Sure. Anyway, we're also planning to go to Green Fire City. It's on the way for you to follow us. Wu Xia smiled gently. So, it's a coward who ran away. I really don't know where you got the courage to turn back and come back. No matter how shameless a person is, it's also impossible to go to such an extent as you, right? Abandoning two beautiful young ladies and running away alone. If I didn't take action to save them, the two young ladies would definitely have suffered the treacherous hands of that scoundrel. Now that the crisis has been resolved, you instead eagerly came back. I just want to ask you, do you still have any face left? Nangong Lingtian raised his head slightly and glanced indifferently at Zhuowen from the corner of his eyes. He naturally also detected that Zhuowen was just a trash who did not have any yuan power fluctuations. Every sentence that came out of his mouth was heartless, using it to set off how noble he was. Wu, she naturally nodded repeatedly when she heard that. Her beautiful eyes stared at Nangong Lingtian, and her gaze was filled with adoration and worship. Such a man was the dream lover in her heart. As for that Zhuowen who was wearing a bronze mask in front of her, there was only disgust in Wu Shi's eyes. Not only was this Zhuowen ugly, he was also a trash. Moreover, he did not even have the slightest bit of a man's backbone. This kind of good-for-nothing trash was what Wu Shi hated the most. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the complacent Nangong Lingtian. His heart was filled with cold laughter. He had really witnessed the shamelessness of this Nangong Lingtian. Killing the Huang family clansman had nothing to do with this Nangong Lingtian at all. This fellow actually openly took the credit for himself and instead used it to ridicule Zhuowen. What a joke! I should be the one asking you this question. Chapter 669. Green Fire City concepts were illusory and unfathomable. When a strand of concept burst out from Zhuowen's eyes, Wu Shi and Wu Xia did not feel it at all because this strand of concept was targeted at Nangong Lingtian. Nangong Lingtian's pupils constricted, and his eyes instantly became confused. Under this strand of concept energy, he directly trembled and collapsed on the ground, looking at Zhuowen with a terrified gaze. Just now, a strand of strange energy actually surged out from the eyes of this person who he thought was trash, causing him to involuntarily kneel on the ground on one knee, unable to extricate himself. Young Master Lingtian, what's wrong? Wu, she immediately noticed Nangong Lingtian's strange state beside her. She stretched out her jade-like hand and supported Nangong Lingtian, who collapsed on the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. That strand of concept energy only lasted for a moment before it was withdrawn by Zhuowen, and Nangong Lingtian also recovered his calmness. He stood up and looked at Zhuowen with a frown. No matter how he observed, this masked man before him did not have a trace of origin energy fluctuation in his body. Nangong Lingtian frowned and muttered to himself in fear. Could it be that I was mistaken just now? Young Master Lingtian, are you all right? Wu, she still asked worriedly. I'm fine. I'm going to return to Green Fire City now. I wonder if the two of you can do me the honor and follow me back? After all, the journey is filled with danger, and the two of you are not very safe in the wilderness, Nangong Lingtian said with a smile. Wu, she revealed a shy expression and nodded lightly, saying softly, You're right, young Master Lingtian. Wu, she is willing to follow you back to Green Fire City. Zhuowen shook his head when he saw Wu, she acting like a little girl. Nangong Lingtian indeed had a good appearance, but he was probably not a good person. It could be seen from how Nangong Lingtian took the credit for killing the Huang clan's clansmen as if it was a matter of course. Miss Wu Xia, are you following me or them? Zhuowen suddenly asked calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, Nangong Lingtian and Wu, she frowned at the same time. Nangong Lingtian's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. However, Wu, she sneered and said, Zhuowen, a piece of trash like you wants my sister to follow you? Are you trying to harm my sister? Zhuowen directly ignored Wu Xi and said softly to Wu Xia beside him, Miss Wu Xia, why don't you choose? Wu Xia looked a little hesitant. She actually had a good impression of Zhuowen. In addition to Zhuowen's suggestion, Wu Xia had an indescribable feeling of dependence on Zhuowen. It was as if as long as she was by Zhuowen's side, she would not feel afraid. Xiao Xia, don't follow this trash. Young Master Lingtian is the son of the Azure Fire City's governor, and his strength is extremely formidable. He's entirely capable of escorting us into Azure Fire City. What's the use of this trash? He might even become a burden to you. Also, when the Huang clan members were chasing after us, where was this person? Didn't he escape by himself? If it wasn't for young Master Lingtian, we would have been dead. As she spoke, Wu Xi walked towards Wu Xia and tried to pull her away without saying a word. She looked at Zhuowen with even more disgust. Wu Xi, I've already done my best to the both of you. I think you should know when to stop. Zhuowen slowly stood in front of Wu Xia and stared indifferently at the mean Wu Xi. He continued, You said that I escaped by myself? Didn't I warn you that there were people chasing after us? You didn't believe me and instead chased me away. Do you think this counts as escaping? As for the Huang clan members you mentioned, they were killed by the trash behind you. Let me ask you, the trash behind you is only at the late stage of the Earth King stage, and his strength is even weaker than Huang Yueshing's. Do you think this trash has the ability to save the both of you? Originally, Zhuowen did not want to lower himself to Wu Xi's level. Unfortunately, this woman was like a moth darting into a flame, and she had to touch Zhuowen's sore spot. Even if Zhuowen did not care, a trace of anger still rose in his heart. Hearing this, Nangong Lingtian's eyes flickered, but he did not refute. However, there was a trace of resentment in his eyes. He already vaguely knew that the person who saved the two women should be the masked young man in front of him. However, what made him surprised was that there was not the slightest fluctuation of origin energy on the masked young man's body. Trash? A trash like you has the right to call young Master Lingtian trash? I think you're really a frog at the bottom of a well. Wu, she sneered. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a terrifying origin energy gushed out and transformed into a water dragon that was about 10 feet long. She actually intended to attack Zhuowen directly. Sister, don't. Wu Xia screamed. Ignorant and stupid woman. Zhuowen shook his head. With a stomp of his foot, a shapeless fluctuation spread out with him as the center. On the other hand, the water dragon that Wu Xi had just condensed emitted a wail and directly transformed into powder. Wu, she retreated repeatedly instead, and she stared at Zhuowen with a terrified gaze. What? How do you possess such strength? Wu, she's beautiful pupils constricted. The fluctuation that Zhuowen emitted earlier was at least at the Earth King stage. She truly never imagined that Zhuowen, who she'd always taken to be trash, was actually an expert that concealed his strength deeply. Miss Wuxia, let's go. Your sister is protected by the son of the Azure Fire City's city governor, so she's extremely safe. There's no need for us to disturb the two of them, Zhuowen said indifferently. Wu Xia glanced at Wu when she heard this, and then she shook her head. However, she followed by Zhuowen's side, and the two of them directly walked towards the small path ahead. Wu, she was stunned in the distance. The energy that surged out explosively from Zhuowen earlier had indeed shocked her, and it caused her heart to be in a mess. Deliberately mystifying things. This Zhuowen's strength is at most at the early stage of the Earth King stage. This person must have some kind of spiritual treasure that conceals his cultivation. That's why we can't see through his true strength. This person not only conceals his cultivation, but also his appearance. I'm afraid he's not a good person. As soon as Zhuowen left, Nangong Lingtian's expression returned to normal. His gaze converged on Wu Shi's voluptuous body, and there was a trace of obscure lust in the depths of his eyes. Young Master Lingtian is right. That Zhuowen's strength is much weaker than yours, but his attitude is still so arrogant. If it weren't for your magnanimity, that Zhuowen wouldn't have the right to speak. However, I'm worried about my sister. Speaking of this, a trace of worry appeared on Wu Shi's pretty face. Wu Xia was her only family member now, so naturally she was worried. It's all right. Aren't they also planning to go to Azure Fire City? When that time comes, as long as I return to Azure Fire City, I'll use the power of our Nangong family to find your sister. Don't worry. Nangong Lingtian laughed heartily, and his face was filled with gentleness. Unknowingly, he had already approached Wu Shi and placed his right hand on her shoulder. Wu Shi did not resist. Instead, she took the opportunity to lean on Nangong Lingtian's chest. Nangong Lingtian was the son of the Azure Fire City's governor, and at the same time he was also an outstanding genius. Wu Shi already had a good impression of him, so naturally, she would not reject Nangong Lingtian's intimacy. Wu Shi, actually, when I first saw you, I knew that you were destined to be my lover. I realized that I've fallen in love with you. Gently, Nangong Lingtian's hands involuntarily hugged Wu Shi and whispered in her ear. His hot breath made Wu Shi's delicate body weak. Young Master Lingtian, it's not good for us to do this, right? Although Wu Shi's eyes were filled with desire, she still maintained a trace of rationality. Although she had a good impression of Nangong Lingtian, she was somewhat against Nangong Lingtian's actions in her heart. Wu Shi, don't worry, as long as you accept me. I'll ask my father for permission to officially marry you when we arrive at Green Fire City. What do you think? Nangong Lingtian said gently again. Hearing this, Wu Shi's beautiful eyes flickered, and she no longer resisted. Raising her head, their lips met, and their breaths gradually became hot rustle. Their clothes were peeled off one by one, and the two bodies indulged and vented to their heart's content in the deep forest. A majestic city stood quietly on a vast plain. Green flames were burning on the surrounding walls of the city. This city was Green Fire City. Outside Green Fire City, two figures were walking slowly. One of them had a slender figure and wore a bronze mask. He looked quite strange. The other was a young girl in green silk. The two of them were naturally Zhuowen and Wu Xia. Under Wu Xia's lead, the two of them spent a total of 3 days before they arrived at Green Fire City. When they arrived at the city, Zhuowen raised his head to look at Green Fire City. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he said to Wu Xia beside him, Miss Wu Xia, thank you for bringing me to Green Fire City. Let's go in. However, Wu Xia shook her head. Her watery eyes stared at Zhuowen as she said crisply, "Zhuowen, I want to ask you something. Are you the one who killed the Huang family members?" "Oh, why do you think so? Didn't Nangong Lingtian admit it?" "The one who saved you is Nangong Lingtian." Zhuowen turned around and smiled at Wu Xia. "I don't think it's Nangong Lingtian. Although Nangong Lingtian is strong, he's not strong enough to kill the entire Huang family team. Only you are unfathomable. You're the only one who saved us. Moreover, you've warned us before that there are pursuers behind us. They'll catch up in 4 hours. The result is just as you said. The Huang family team has caught up." Wu Xia's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared curiously at Zhuowen, who was wearing a bronze mask. There was a hint of anticipation on her beautiful face. She had always felt that Zhuowen was not simple. Zhuowen nodded. This Wu Xia was much more graceful and intelligent than Wu Shi. Moreover, she was kind-hearted. "Don't tell me you don't want to admit it?" Wu Xia curled her lips and said. Shaking his head, Zhuowen flicked his finger. An ordinary-looking, long sword flew out and floated quietly in front of Wu Xia. He said, "I've never denied that I saved you." Looking at the long sword floating in front of her, Wu Xia's beautiful eyes curved slightly as she said with a smile, "It's really you. But why are you hiding your strength? If I'm not wrong, you're at least an early heavenly king stage expert." Shrugging, Zhuowen said noncommittally, "More or less. Let's go in first." Hearing this, Wu Xia obediently followed beside Zhuowen. The two of them slowly stepped into Green Fire City. Chapter 670. Fire Spirit ship The White Horse was extremely fast and arrived at Green Fire City in an instant. Nangong Lingtian was riding the white horse in high spirits. Behind him, she was leaning on his back with her arms around Nangong Lingtian. She had a sweet expression on her face. Ever since the two of them had sex, She had been following Nangong Lingtian wholeheartedly. Furthermore, Nangong Lingtian was the son of the Green Fire City governor. He had a noble status and an extraordinary temperament. She was quite dependent on him. We're here. Follow me to the Nangong family." Nangong Lingtian smiled and said to Wu, who was behind him, "All right, I'll listen to everything you say. I know you're a man of your word, Lingtian. After we return and ask your father, I'll marry you." She's beautiful face revealed a trace of shyness as she spoke up to hear. Nangong Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard that. His eyes flickered as he smiled and said, "Sure, don't worry. When we reach the Nangong family, I won't let you down." As he spoke, Nangong Lingtian pulled on the reins and steered the white horse into Green Fire City. The Nangong family was the most powerful force in Green Fire City. With the Green Fire City governor, it was undoubtedly an overlord in Green Fire City. Outside the Nangong estate, Nangong Lingtian rode the white horse and quickly stopped in front of the main gate of the estate. He supported Wu Shi and walked into the estate. "Young Master Nangong." The two guards at the entrance hurriedly bowed to Nangong Lingtian respectfully. Their attitude was extremely respectful. Nangong Lingtian nodded indifferently and brought Wu Shi into the estate. Wu Shi appeared to be quite calm, but her heart was beating wildly in excitement. The Nangong estate was indeed huge. Just the main gate alone was already so grand. Wu Shi's heart could not help but surge. She knew that if Nangong Lingtian really married her, she would be the mistress of this estate. Thinking about the Nangong family's huge influence and her beautiful future, Wu Shi held Nangong Lingtian's hand tightly. She was inexplicably excited. Perhaps Nangong Lingtian could feel Wu Shi's strange behavior behind him. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint mocking smile. When they arrived at a remote courtyard, Nangong Lingtian instructed the two maids to settle Wu Shi down in the remote courtyard before he left. When Wu Shi entered the courtyard, she did not notice the strange gaze of the maidservant who led her. These maidservants had been in the Nangong family for a long time and were very familiar with Nangong Lingtian's style. Although Nangong Lingtian was handsome and elegant, he was actually quite lecherous. He liked to cheat the feelings of good girls, and when he got tired of them, he would kick them away. In the past, Nangong Lingtian had also brought back many young women, like Wu Shi. In the end, these women were all mercilessly abandoned by Nangong Lingtian. Looks like it's another pitiful and ignorant girl. The two maids shook their heads and sighed inwardly. Naturally, they would not say this out loud. After all, Nangong Lingtian was the son of the city governor. He was not someone they could afford to offend. After Nangong Lingtian left the courtyard, he walked toward the depths of the mansion. When he thought about how he suffered a great loss at the hands of Zhouwen 3 days ago, his eyes turned extremely gloomy. I heard from Wu Shi that guy's name is Zhouwen. His strength is at the peak of the Earth King stage at most. Since he offended me, he must pay the price. Hee. Soon, Nangong Lingtian arrived at the deepest part of the mansion. There was a luxurious pavilion that was like a small mountain. Nangong Lingtian did not hesitate and stepped into the pavilion. Lingtian, you're back? In the hall of the pavilion, a middle-aged man with a long beard slowly turned around with his hands behind his back. His bright eyes stared at Nangong Lingtian with a joyful smile on his face. Lingtian greets father. Nangong Lingtian knelt on one knee and cupped his hands with a smile. The middle-aged man in front of him was the city governor of Green Fire City. Nangong Su knew he was a peak heavenly king stage expert and was considered the strongest martial artist in Green Fire City. Did you get anything out of this trip? Nangong Su asked with a faint smile. He was quite satisfied with his son. Although Nangong Lingtian would sometimes get into trouble and be greedy for beauties, he was extremely talented. He was only 22 years old this year, but he had already reached the late stage of the Earth King stage. Nangong Su knew that if Nangong Lingtian was given a certain amount of time, it was only a matter of time before he reached the Heavenly King stage. He might even break through the Heavenly King stage and enter the Ultimate Emperor stage. Nangong Lingtian's eyes flickered as he said solemnly, "Father, I was almost tricked this time. If it wasn't for my quick wits, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me now." Someone dared to trick you? Who's so bold? Nangong Su narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Nangong Lingtian recounted everything that happened on the small path in the forest. However, Nangong Lingtian distorted the whole story. Wu Shi and Wu Xia were being chased by the Huang family. Nangong Lingtian bravely went up to save the two women and annihilated the entire Huang family. However, that guy named Zhouwen was actually greedy for Wu Shi and Wu Xia's beauties. He actually planned to sneak attack him and take the two women for himself. Of course, Nangong Lingtian naturally told his father about how he was quick-witted and avoided Zhouwen's attack. Unfortunately, he had already exhausted his strength in the battle with the Huang family. Therefore, he was unable to kill Zhouwen. That Zhouwen was unwilling to give up. He actually forcefully abducted Wu Shi's sister, Wu Xia, and left. Nangong Su frowned and said, "That guy is really shameless. According to what you said, that guy's strength should be at the early stage of the Earth King stage?" "Yes, that guy is extremely shameless. He even insulted our Green Fire City many times. Father, if we don't get rid of him, it'll be difficult to uphold the dignity of our Nangong family," Nangong Lingtian said with a cold gaze. "You're right. Just now, you said that this guy also came to Green Fire City. I'll let you be in charge of this matter. 1/3 of the Green Fire Army in the family is under your command. That guy is wearing a bronze mask. It should be easy to find him," Nangong Su said with a faint smile. "Thank you, father," Nangong Lingtian said with ecstasy. The Green Fire Army was the elite of the Nangong family. Every one of them was a human king realm expert. The Nangong family only had a total of 600 Green Fire Army soldiers. Now that they had mobilized 1/3 of their strength, that was equivalent to 200 human king realm experts. Ling Tian, you should also prepare for the next 2 days. 2 days later, people from the Fire Elementalist City will come. This time, the Fire Elementalist City is planning to have a marriage alliance with our Green Fire City. Haven't you always been thinking about the Fire Elementalist Fairy? Nangong Su suddenly said with a smile. Is this marriage alliance between me and the Fire Elementalist Fairy? Hearing this, Nangong Lingtian's face was filled with ecstasy. The Fire Elementalist City was not far from Green Fire City. Its strength was slightly weaker than Green Fire City. The Fire Elementalist Fairy was the daughter of the Fire Elementalist City's city governor. Moreover, she was also the most beautiful woman in Fire Elementalist City. Nangong Lingtian had once been to Fire Elementalist City and had seen the Fire Elementalist Fairy. At that time, he had been shocked by her beauty. Nangong Lingtian had long coveted the Fire Elementalist Fairy. Although Wu Xi's appearance was quite beautiful, compared to the Fire Elementalist Fairy, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, Nangong Lingtian had already enjoyed it. Now, Wu Xi was already at the back of his mind. Yes, you must seize this opportunity. The Fire Elementalist Fairy is a rare and wonderful person. If this marriage alliance succeeds, our Green Fire City and the Fire Elementalist City will form an alliance. This will bring endless benefits to our Green Fire City, Nangong Su said with a smile. Ling Tian understands. Nangong Lingtian said with an excited smile. Yes, you may leave. These 2 days prepare well. As for that Zhuowen, you can also send the Green Fire Army to search for him. This person is really audacious. He actually dared to scheme against you despite knowing your identity. This kind of person must be severely punished, Nangong Su said with a wave of his sleeve. I understand. This time, I will definitely do it. Father, you will be satisfied. Nangong Lingtian nodded and left the loft. Zhuowen naturally did not know about Nangong Lingtian's scheme. At this moment, he and Wu Xia were in an inn in Green Fire City. Now, Wu Xia's eyes were filled with admiration and gratitude when she looked at Zhuowen. This was because, after entering the inn, Zhuowen had actually given her 2 superior heaven-level armor skills. To her, these armor skills were existences that only existed in legends. Even though the Wu family was one of the most powerful factions in the Black Rock tribe, the highest grade armor technique in the family was only at the Earth rank. However, Zhuowen was able to take out a heaven rank superior grade armor technique. Moreover, he took out 2 of them at once. Wu Xia was more and more curious about Zhuowen's identity. To be able to casually give out superior heaven-level armor skills, Wu Xia knew that this mysterious masked young man was definitely not simple. In the inn, Zhuowen and Wu Xia stayed for 2 full days. When the morning of the 2nd day arrived and the sky brightened, Zhuowen and Wu Xia left the inn. This time, Zhuowen came to Green Fire City mainly to find the way to the heart of darkness. In the entire Green Fire City, the only person who knew about this was the Green Fire City governor. Nangong Su therefore, this time, Zhuowen was heading to the Nangong family. When Wu Xia heard that Zhuowen was planning to head to the Nangong family, her heart trembled violently. Although she felt that Zhuowen's actions were extremely crazy and suicidal, she surprisingly did not object to it. She did not know why, but when she was by Zhuowen's side, she always felt an inexplicable sense of security. This sense of security encouraged her to trust this mysterious young man without reservation. On the noisy street, Zhuowen and Wu Xia walked quietly towards the Nangong family, which was located in the center of Green Fire City. Suddenly, a ball of flame swept across the sky above Green Fire City, causing everyone to look up. Only then did they see that the ball of flame was actually a flying boat. The surface of the flying boat was burning with raging flames. At the front of the flying boat, a beautiful woman with long, fiery red hair and wearing a fiery red dress stood quietly. Her bright, flame-like eyes stared indifferently at the crowd below. The corners of her mouth curled into a slight smile. This is the fire spirit ship of the fire elementalist city. The woman at the front of the ship must be the fire elementalist fairy. Rumor has it that the fire elementalist city wants to form a marriage alliance with Green Fire City. Looks like it's true. Even the fire elementalist fairy is here. The marriage alliance must be true. Chapter 671. Stupid Wu Shijuan raised his head and looked at the fire elementalist fairy on the flaming spirit ship. His eyes narrowed slightly. The fire elementalist fairy was extremely beautiful, comparable to Luo Xing listening to the discussions around him. Zhuowen also knew the identity of the lady on the flaming spirit ship. She was the daughter of the city governor of Fire Elementalist City, nicknamed the Fire Elementalist Fairy. She had a noble status and an extraordinary temperament. She was extremely popular in Fire Elementalist City. Wu Xia, let's go. Your sister should be in the Nangong family too, Zhuowen said calmly. Wu Xia nodded and followed behind Zhuowen. Although Wu Xi's actions at that time made her feel uncomfortable, she was still her biological sister. Wu Xia missed her dearly. In the middle of the Nangong family, there was a huge square. The flaming spirit ship was like a ball of flame, instantly descending on the square. At this moment, Nangong Shudu led Nangong Lingtian and the higher-ups of the Nangong family to welcome the flaming spirit ship with a smile. Nangong Lingtian's handsome face could not help but reveal an excited expression. He had long coveted the fire elementalist fairy. It's a pity that the Green Fire Army was unable to find any clues about Zhuowen. It seems that Zhuowen is afraid and has left Green Fire City. Thinking about the results of the search over the past 2 days, Nangong Lingtian's face could not help but turn gloomy. He had used 1/3 of the Green Fire Army strength and almost searched the entire Green Fire City, but he still could not find any trace of Zhuowen. In fact, with Zhuowen's current realm, it was a piece of cake for him to not be found. It was not strange that the Green Fire Army could not find him. Shaking his head, Nangong Lingtian no longer cared about Zhuowen. In his eyes, Zhuowen was just a small character. Now he was more concerned about the fire elementalist fairy. Thinking about being able to marry a beauty like the fire elementalist fairy, Nangong Lingtian's heart was filled with excitement. This was a beauty that he had long coveted. Fire elementalist fairy, welcome. It's my honor to be able to come to our Green Fire City. Nangong Shudu smiled and cupped his hands towards the fire spirit ship. The fire elementalist fairy raised her head high like a proud peacock. Her jade-like feet tapped lightly, and she gracefully landed in front of Nangong Shudu and the others. 2 black-clothed elders also swept down from the fire spirit ship. The auras of these 2 old men were terrifying. They were actually 2 heavenly king realm experts. The 2 old men were like the most loyal bodyguards, standing on either side of the fire elemental fairy. Mayor Nangong is too polite. The fire elementalist fairy bowed gracefully and said in a natural and unrestrained manner, Ling Tian, hurry up and meet the fairy. Nangong Sudu laughed and deliberately said to Nangong Lingtian beside him. Nangong Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he gracefully cupped his hands towards the fire elementalist fairy. Fire elementalist fairy, we meet again. Ling Tianxing has missed you since we parted in the fire elementalist nation. The fire elemental fairy smiled and said, You're too kind, Mr. Nangong. All right, everyone, don't stand outside like idiots. Let's talk inside. Nangong Su-du smiled faintly. As soon as he said that, everyone in the square immediately crowded around and entered the guest hall. In a remote courtyard in the Nangong estate, Wu Shi anxiously paced left and right. She had already stayed in the courtyard for 2 days. In these 2 days, Nangong Lingtian had not come even once. This caused Wu Shi to have an ominous feeling in her heart. Ling Tian must have been delayed by something urgent. Wu Shi comforted herself in her heart. No, I have to go out and find Ling Tian. Wu Shi stopped and leaped out of the courtyard, walking towards the depths of the Nangong estate. However, she was too unfamiliar with this estate. After walking for half a day, she actually got lost. Who are you? How dare you walk around casually in the Nangong estate? How dare you? A group of guards suddenly passed by and noticed Wu Shi, who was at a loss. The guard captain shouted and pointed the spear in his hand at Wu Shi. Wu Shi frowned slightly. After having sex with Nangong Lingtian, she knew that she would definitely become the mistress of the Nangong family. Now that she saw the guards pointing a spear at her, it naturally made her extremely unhappy. I'm Nangong Lingtian's fiancé. How dare you point a spear at me? You're really going against the heavens. Wu Shi sneered. As soon as she said that, the group of guards stared at Wu Shi strangely. Soon after, they all burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? If you laugh again, Ling Tian won't let you off. At that time, you'll suffer. Wu Shi frowned. She faintly felt that something was wrong, and her voice was trembling. You said your young master Nangong's fiancé. Do you have any proof? Or do you have a marriage contract with you? The guard captain teased. Wu Shi was at a loss for words. However, she still said coldly, Ling Tian told me personally that he wanted to marry me officially. Now bring us to see Ling Tian. At that time, the truth will be revealed. Where did this crazy woman come from? How could a woman as beautiful as you be worthy of our family's young master? To tell you the truth, the fire elementalist fairy from Fire Elementalist City is already engaged to our young master. Our young master's fiancé is not a withered flower like you, but a noble fire elementalist fairy. A stupid woman like you, who wants to eat swan meat like a toad, should get lost as soon as possible. The guard captain laughed out loud, causing the surrounding guards to roar with laughter. They looked at Wu Shi with ridicule. What? You're lying. Ling Tian told me personally. You're lying to me. Wu Shi's face was ghastly pale. She finally knew why Nangong Lingtian didn't look for her these 2 days. However, she subconsciously didn't believe it. She didn't believe that everything Nangong Lingtian said to her was a lie. Lie. Let me tell you, we were sent by our young master to kick you out of the Nangong family. For a lowly woman like you, it's your honor to stay in the Nangong family for 2 days. Don't be so shameless. The guard captain waved his spear and said coldly. Feeling the coldness in the guard captain's eyes, Wu Shi couldn't help but tremble. Her face was ashen. She really didn't expect that she would end up like this. Why? Why did Nangong Lingtian do this? Wu Shi screamed. Her voice was extremely sorrowful. It's just for fun. You're lucky that our young master was able to sleep with you for a few nights. Take her away. The captain of the guards chuckled and ordered the guards behind him. Yes, the guard acknowledged the order and dragged the ashen-faced Wu Shi away. In front of the Nangong family's residence, Zhuowen, who was wearing a bronze mask, and the beautiful Wu Xia stood quietly. Lifting his head to look at the plaque above the main door, Zhuowen revealed a mocking smile. With his current strength, destroying the Nangong family was a piece of cake. Suddenly, a group of guards came out from the main door of the Nangong family's residence. This group of guards dragged a soulless figure to the door and unceremoniously threw this figure outside. This figure didn't resist. She fell to the ground and only trembled. Her beautiful face was as white as snow. Zhuo Wen and Wu Xia focused their gazes on this figure, following which they were stunned to discover that the person who had been abandoned outside was actually Wu Shi, who had parted ways with them in the small forest path earlier. Sister Shi, what happened to you? Wu Xia hurried over and helped Wu Shi up. Her face was filled with worry. On the other hand, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and focused on Wu Shi's body. This girl's legs were separated in a strange manner. This phenomenon was obviously a sign that she had lost her virginity. Shaking his head, Zhuowen knew that Wu Shi's most precious virginity had probably been given to Nangong Lingtian. They had only known each other for a few days, and the two of them had already developed to such an extent. Moreover, looking at Wu Shi's current state, it was obvious that Nangong Lingtian didn't care about Wu Shi at all. Although Zhuowen's eyes were filled with astonishment, there wasn't the slightest bit of pity. This Wu Shi was not only spoiled and stupid, but also judged people based on their appearance. Compared to Wu Xia, this kind of woman only had herself to blame for ending up in such a state. Little Xia. After seeing Wu Xia, Wu Shi regained a trace of calmness. Her beautiful eyes contained a trace of guilt. Sister Shi, what the hell happened? Why were you thrown outside by the Nangong family? Wu Xia asked worriedly. It's nothing. Are you still together with that piece of trash, Zhuowen? Wu, she shook her head. She obviously didn't want to lose her composure in front of Wu Xia, so the topic instantly shifted to Zhuowen. Wu, she had already noticed Zhuowen who was behind them, so she'd obviously said these words intentionally for Zhuowen to hear. Although Nangong Lingtian had abandoned her and caused her to hate Nangong Lingtian to surge into the heavens, she didn't have a good impression of Zhuowen. At this moment, she spoke coldly because she obviously wanted to find a trace of confidence in Zhuowen. Sister Shi, you're not allowed to call Big Brother, Zhu, a piece of trash. He's actually very formidable. Actually, the person who saved us that day was... Wu Xia's beautiful brows frowned slightly. She was just about to defend Zhuowen when she was interrupted by Wu Shi. Wu Xia, you don't have to say anything. The person who saved us was only Nangong Lingtian. As for that Zhuowen you spoke of, he's simply a useless piece of trash. How could he possibly accomplish anything? Wu, she slowly stood up and glanced at Wu Xia. She said, You've been with that piece of trash these past few days. Did that piece of trash make a move on you? Sister Shi. Wu Xia's beautiful brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Wu Shi's tone and actions made her extremely disappointed. Zhuowen clearly hadn't said a single bad word about her, yet Wu Shi kept calling her a piece of trash. She even doubted Zhuowen's character. This kind of behavior was too much. Zhuowen couldn't be bothered with a stupid woman like Wu Shi. He directly walked towards the entrance of the Nangong estate. Who are you? The Nangong estate isn't a place for random people to enter. At the entrance, two soldiers held weapons as they coldly stared at Zhuowen. I'm here to look for someone. Zhuowen said indifferently, Who are you looking for? The soldiers instinctively asked, Blue Fire City City Lord Nangong Shudu. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up. His clear and melodious voice slowly rang out, causing the pupils of the two soldiers to shrink. Chapter 672. Nangong family, what did you just say? The two guards asked again. They clearly did not believe Jiang Chen's words. I said, ask the master of the Nangong family, Nangong Shudu, to come out. Zhuowen said casually. Damn it, you're here to cause trouble, right? Good. You really don't know what's good for you. Die. The two guards knew that the masked youth in front of them was probably here to cause trouble. They shouted angrily and pounced at Zhuowen with their spears. You overestimate yourselves. Zhuowen shook his head and waved his sleeve. A terrifying force surged out. The two guards were unable to resist and turned into two clouds of blood mist. Zhuowen, I advise you not to barge into the Nangong family. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death. It's important to know one's limits. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Wu, she was moved by Zhuowen's casual killing of the two guards. However, it was nothing in her heart. The two guards were weak and she could easily kill them. Do I need you to teach me? Zhuowen glanced at Wu Shi indifferently and walked into the depths of the Nangong estate. This idiot, he really doesn't know his place. Nangong Shudu is a peak heavenly king realm expert. There are even a few heavenly king realm experts in the Nangong family. He's just courting death by barging in. Wu Shi's expression darkened as she snorted coldly. Sister Shi, you're underestimating Brother Zhua. To tell you the truth, the one who killed the Huang family members was Brother Zhua. It wasn't Nangong Lingtian. Wu Xia frowned. Wu Shi shook her head and said, Little Xia, you're still too young. You don't know the dangers of the underworld. Do you believe the lies that Zhuowen made up? Stay away from people like him in the future. Sister Shi, why are you so prejudiced against Zhuowen? Since you don't believe me, I won't force you. However, I want to go in and take a look. I believe that since Brother Zhua has barged into the Nangong family, he should have some confidence. I want to go in and take a look. Wu Xia glanced at Wu Shi in disappointment. She realized that her elder sister was becoming more and more unfamiliar, especially after leaving the Nangong family. Her personality had changed too much. Wu Shi's beautiful eyes flickered as she watched Wu Xia enter the Nangong estate. She recalled Nangong Lingtian's sweet words from back then. She gritted her teeth and entered the Nangong estate as well. She had to personally ask Nangong Lingtian if he had really abandoned her. Within the Nangong residence, Zhuowen was strolling leisurely. Along the way, he encountered quite a few guards. Unfortunately, when these guards came within 10 meters of him, they would mysteriously explode into a bloody mist. In an instant, the Nangong residence had almost turned into a Jura hell, and Zhuowen was like the devil king who had returned from hell. The more Wu Xia and Wu Shi saw, the more shocked they became. The bloody scenes they saw along the way were simply too shocking. It was the first time they had seen something like this. It was simply too terrifying. Boom! Finally, Zhuowen arrived in front of the pavilion where the reception hall was located. He stared at the huge building in front of him and said in a loud and clear voice, Nangong Shudu, why haven't you come out yet? His voice was like thunder rumbling through the entire hall. Nangong Shudu, who was originally toasting in the hall, froze and became extremely gloomy when he heard this voice. Everyone in the reception hall was astonished. They never thought that someone would actually dare to ask Nangong Shudu to come out. This sentence was too arrogant, too arrogant. Humph! Who is it? How dare you make a scene in my Nangong family? Today, I, Nangong Shudu, will not forgive you. With a cold snort, Nangong Shudu waved his sleeve and led the Nangong family's upper echelon out of the reception hall. Fairy Fire Elementalist's beautiful eyes slightly flickered, revealing a trace of interest. She also followed behind Nangong Shudu and the others. She was very curious about who had the guts to provoke the Nangong family. That person was simply too audacious. When the people in the reception hall came out, they immediately noticed a slender figure standing quietly in front of the courtyard. This person wore a strange bronze mask, perhaps because he noticed the appearance of the people in the reception hall. This person turned his gaze and stared at them. He said indifferently, Which one of you is Nangong Shudu? Get down here. I have some things to ask him. Nangong Shudu's face became extremely gloomy when he heard this. The others' faces were not any better. Nangong Shudu was the city lord of Blue Fire City, and was the symbol of Blue Fire City. Now that he was being ordered around by this person, how could they not be furious? Zhuowen! Nangong Lingtian, who was beside Nangong Shudu, stared at Zhuowen and said coldly, raising his head slightly. Zhuowen also noticed Nangong Lingtian. He said indifferently, So it's you, you trash! Where is your father? I have something to talk to him about. Go away. Nangong Lingtian's face flushed red when he heard that. His expression was extremely gloomy, and the gaze he used to stare at Zhuowen was filled with resentment. Zhuowen was truly too arrogant. He actually dared to speak to him in such a manner in front of so many people. Nangong Shudu narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhuowen. He said indifferently, Aren't you too arrogant and conceited? You actually dared to barge into our Nangong family. I think you're tired of living. At this moment, the fire elementalist fairy also walked out of the reception hall. Her beautiful eyes stared curiously at Zhuowen, who was wearing a bronze mask. This person's aura was extremely obscure, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of origin energy. The fire elementalist fairy did not believe that this person was a trash without any cultivation base. She knew that this person was definitely not simple to be able to barge into the reception hall. Father, how about I take care of this person? Nangong Lingtian also noticed the fire elementalist fairy behind him. He took the initiative to volunteer. This was his chance to show off in front of the fire elementalist fairy. Although he had been frightened when Zhuowen had released the power of concept, he had only thought that it was an illusion and did not care too much about it. In his eyes, Zhuowen was at most an early Earth King, realm martial artist. Nangong Shudu also understood Nangong Lingtian's thoughts. However, he always felt that the man in the bronze mask was not simple. He frowned and said, Lingtian, you have to be careful. I'm afraid this person is not simple. Father, don't worry. I'll take care of this person. Nangong Lingtian did not care too much about Nangong Shudu's words. He stomped his foot, and the aura of a peak Earth King realm martial artist gushed out. His right hand suddenly pulled out the long sword at his waist and shook it. Suddenly, countless origin energy swirled and turned into countless origin energy blades. They densely covered Zhuowen and looked exceptionally gorgeous. Falling flower shower. Zhuowen, go to hell. Nangong Lingtian sneered and shouted in a low voice. How dare you use such a flashy move to embarrass yourself? Zhuowen shook his head. His body swelled up and golden light burst out. He turned into a golden man. At the same time, the countless origin energy blades arrived and blasted on Zhuowen's body. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Nangong Lingtian was shocked to find that the origin energy blades made by his falling flower shower actually created countless sparks when they blasted on Zhuowen's body. They did not cause any damage to him. How is this possible? Nangong Lingtian screamed in disbelief. I've said it before. In my eyes, you're just a useless clown. How dare you show off in front of an expert? Zhuowen shouted coldly. He stomped his foot and instantly appeared on top of Nangong Lingtian. With a stroke of his right hand, Nangong Lingtian was pinched in Zhuowen's hand like a little chick. One move. Nangong Lingtian was captured by Zhuowen in one move. Such a shocking fact caused Nangong Shudu and the others to be stunned. At the same time, Wu Xia and Wu Shi had also arrived at the reception hall. They just happened to see Nangong Lingtian being pinched in Zhuowen's hand like a little chick. Wu Xia did not feel that anything was wrong. She had seen Zhuowen's strength before. To be able to kill Huang Yueshing and the others, Zhuowen was at least a heavenly king realm martial artist. How could Nangong Lingtian be a match for Zhuowen? How is this possible? Zhuowen, that trash is actually so strong. Even Nangong Lingtian is not a match for him? Wu, she muttered to herself in disbelief. Sister Shi, I've said before, the one who killed the Huang clan and saved us is Zhuowen. That Nangong Lingtian is simply a shameless person who wants to take all the credit for himself. How hateful! Wu Xia said with a smile. Wu Shi's face was pale. She had also vaguely guessed the truth, but she was unwilling to admit it. She gritted her teeth and said, This Zhuowen probably used some underhanded method to capture Nangong Lingtian. Sister Shi Yu, Wu Xia was a little angry. She could not understand why She was so prejudiced against Zhuowen. Let go of Lingtian. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of the Nangong family today. Nangong Shudu's face twitched as he shouted sternly. Looking at Nangong Lingtian, who was pinched in Zhuowen's hand, he was extremely nervous. This was his only son. He could not let him die just like that. What's the point of keeping such a trash son? It's better for him to just die. Zhuowen smiled coldly. He suddenly squeezed his right hand, and the sound of bones cracking rang out. Nangong Lingtian's neck was irregularly twisted, and his eyes were wide open. He couldn't be more dead. With Nangong Lingtian's death, the scene fell into a strange silence. No one thought that Zhuowen would actually dare to kill Nangong Lingtian. Where did this person get his courage from? You bastard, you actually dared to kill Lingtian. Today, I'll personally kill you. Nangong Shudu's eyes were blood red as he shouted loudly. His feet were like a fairy as he suddenly rushed towards Zhuowen. His right palm unceremoniously slapped towards Zhuowen's forehead. Nangong Shudu personally made a move. This Zhuowen is dead for sure. What a reckless fellow. He actually dared to kill Nangong Lingtian. Wu, she sneered. She was not sad at all about Nangong Lingtian's death. She already knew that Nangong Lingtian had abandoned her. Naturally, she had no feelings for Nangong Lingtian. She even had a trace of joy in her heart. As for Zhuowen, she did not have a good impression of him. Right now, she wished that Zhuowen could also die in front of her. Your son overestimated himself. As his father, you also overestimated yourself. Chapter 673. Nangong Haotian Ah. A miserable shriek resounded through the entire courtyard like a midnight snack. Then, everyone was stunned to discover that Nangong Sudu, who had an imposing manner, was now like a withered leaf as he flew backwards. Fresh blood splattered out. Nangong Shudu's aura was extremely weak as he smashed into the ground more than 10 meters away. His eyes were twitching as he looked at Zhuowen with fear. One move. Not only had Zhuowen defeated Nangong Lingtian in one move, but he had also defeated Nangong Shudu in one move. What kind of monster was this person? Nangong Shudu was a terrifying peak Heavenly King realm expert, but such an expert couldn't even withstand one move from Zhuowen. Ultimate Emperor realm expert. This person is definitely an ultimate Emperor realm expert, an old man beside the fire elemental fairy said in a low voice with a serious expression. As soon as he said this, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. To them, ultimate Emperor realm cultivators were existences that only existed in legends. Even in Bianhai country, there were not many such experts. Ordinary warriors would rarely even hear of such warriors, let alone see them. However, Zhuowen, who was wearing a bronze mask, was very likely to be such an expert. The Nangong family is in trouble. They've offended such an expert. I'm afraid they won't be able to bear the consequences, the old man whispered into the fire elemental fairy's ear. The fire elemental fairy's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the figure that looked down on the world. Judging from Zhuowen's physique, this Zhuowen shouldn't be too old. He was definitely a monstrous genius to be able to reach the ultimate Emperor realm. If this person can assist our fire elemental city, our strength will definitely increase greatly. We'll be like the sun in the sky. Seeing Zhuowen's tall and straight figure, the fire elemental fairy's beautiful eyes rippled. Since ancient times, beauties loved heroes. Even the fire elemental fairy was no exception. Although Zhuowen was wearing a bronze mask and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly, the domineering aura he exuded deeply attracted the fire elemental fairy's gaze. What? He's actually an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator? How is this possible? How could Zhuowen be such an expert? I don't believe it. At this moment, outside the courtyard, Wu Shi was already dumbstruck. The instant Zhuowen defeated Nangong Shudu with a single move, her heart thumped wildly, and her eyes were filled with dense disbelief. Nangong Shudu was the city lord of Blue Fire City. He was lofty and had a venerated status. To her, such an existence was merely an existence that she could only look up to. But now Nangong Shudu, whom she looked up to, was actually being ruthlessly stepped on by Zhuowen. Was this Zhuowen still the trash she knew? Wu Shi's pretty face had already turned deathly pale when she heard the discussions of the crowd. They all believed that Zhuowen was an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator, and the corners of her mouth curled up in a self-mocking smile. Wu, she suddenly felt how laughable she was as she looked at that tall and straight figure. Now, she finally believed that the person who saved her and Wu Xia wasn't Nangong Lingtian at all, but Zhuowen, who she'd always thought was trash. Wu, she suddenly wanted to find a hole in the ground and crawl into it when she recalled her sarcastic remarks. Zhuowen didn't take her seriously at all back then, did he? Wu Xia was pleasantly surprised. Although she knew that Zhuowen was very strong, she didn't expect him to be so strong. Wu Xia's pretty face couldn't help but blush as she looked at Zhuowen's godlike figure. Whoosh! Zhuowen took a step forward and instantly arrived above Nangong Shudu. He raised his right foot and unceremoniously stepped on Nangong Shudu's chest, causing the latter to spit out another mouthful of blood. He glared at Zhuowen with resentment. Now you should be obedient, right? Zhuowen said indifferently as he looked down at Nangong Shudu. Zhuowen, you damnable animal. You actually dared to kill Lingtian, my son. You'll die a horrible death. Nangong Shudu roared. Die a horrible death? You think I'll die a horrible death just because of what you've said? How laughable. Zhuowen smiled coldly and took a step forward. Nangong Shudu instantly coughed up a mouthful of blood as his gaze became filled with fear. Zhuowen was too ruthless, and he couldn't afford to offend him at all. Zhuowen, I'm not the only strongest expert in our Nangong family. So what if you're an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator if you offend our Nangong family? Nangong Shudu's eyes flickered as a golden talisman appeared in his palm at an unknown time. He crushed it, and a crack instantly appeared in space under a strange effect. A figure slowly stepped out from the crack and walked through the air. This person's long hair draped over his shoulders, and he was emaciated like a dried-up corpse without any blood. He was filled with an evil and strange aura. Ancestor, save me. This person wants to destroy our Nangong family. How dare he? He's committed a heinous crime. He almost killed me. Nangong Shudu hurriedly shouted at the figure in the air. The ancestor of the Nangong family? Could it be Nangong Haotian? He's a peerless genius from back then. It's said that he reached the half-step emperor realm 100 years ago, but he disappeared without a trace, so he was hiding in the Nangong family. The fire elemental fairy's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the dried-up figure. A trace of surprise appeared on her charming face. She hadn't expected Nangong Haotian to still be alive and well. Nangong Haotian was a half-step Emperor realm expert 100 years ago. Now that 100 years have passed, he's probably already advanced to the ultimate Emperor realm. They're both at the ultimate Emperor realm. I wonder who's stronger between the two of them. The fire elemental fairy's beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. Ultimate Emperor realm cultivators were existences that couldn't be seen normally. Now that two of them had appeared before them, it was a feast for their eyes. Just a mid-stage Emperor realm expert. Zhuowen raised his head and stared at the dried-up ancestor of the Nangong family in the air. A mocking smile appeared on his face. The ancestor of the Nangong family might be a peak existence in Green Fire City, but in Zhuowen's eyes he wasn't even worth mentioning. How dare you destroy my Nangong family? You've really eaten the guts of a leopard. I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel down and break one of your arms, and I'll spare your life. Nangong Haotian narrowed his eyes as he stared coldly at Zhuowen. Everyone was surprised when they heard Nangong Haotian's words. Most of them knew Nangong Haotian's style. He was ruthless and merciless, and he would eliminate the source of trouble. Moreover, Zhuowen had caused a huge ruckus in the Nangong family, but he was only letting him off by asking him to break one of his arms. Such a punishment was extremely light. Break one of my arms? Who do you think you are? You actually want me to break one of my arms and let me leave the Nangong family? I'll give you a breath's time. If you leave this place immediately and ignore this matter, I'll spare your worthless life." Zhuowen's eyelids drooped as he spoke. Everyone was stunned when they heard his words. They even thought that there was something wrong with their ears. After all, Nangong Haotian was an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator as well. Zhuowen's strength was probably not much stronger than Nangong Haotian's. Yet he actually dared to speak so bluntly. Nangong Haotian's face instantly turned gloomy. The mysterious young man with the bronze mask was too arrogant. Although Nangong Haotian was wary of this person because he was able to defeat Nangong Shudu, it was only a slight fear. If Nangong Haotian was serious, why would he be afraid of this person? "You're courting death. Don't blame me for this," Nangong Haotian sneered. He had been an Emperor Realm cultivator for many years, but he had never seen anyone stronger than him. The only ones who were stronger than him were those few old monsters in the seaside country. Nangong Haotian was quite confident that the mysterious young man in front of him wouldn't surpass him in terms of strength. Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. Die for this old man. Nangong Haotian clasped his hands together before separating them. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist as he suddenly punched out. Instantly, a heaven-shaking roar of a tiger resounded through the forest as a gigantic fist came crashing down from the sky like a mountain. The gigantic fist was surrounded by numerous black tiger phantoms. These black tiger phantoms were flickering as they covered the entire sky. They were like dense dark clouds that came crashing down. What a terrifying fist! Nangong Haotian's Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist is too terrifying. Before the fist arrived, the shock waves dispersed. The shock waves caused the surrounding people to involuntarily retreat with indescribable shock in their eyes. The fire elemental fairy stared at the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist with yearning in her eyes. Is this the strength of an Emperor Realm cultivator? It's too powerful. I wonder if that Zhuowen can take on this Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. The fire elemental fairy's beautiful eyes turned and focused on Zhuowen. She was looking forward to seeing if this mysterious young man could take on such a terrifying fist. Slowly raising his head, the mocking smile on Zhuowen's face became even more intense. The golden radiance around his body surged to the limit as he lightly punched out. The golden radiance was like the most dazzling sun as it suddenly exploded. Rumble! With an earth-shaking boom, the imposing Tiger Demon's Bone Forging Fist landed on Zhuowen's body. Afterwards, the ground in a radius of several kilometers collapsed into countless pieces of rock. The center of the large courtyard actually caved in, forming a huge fist imprint. Hee, overestimating yourself. You're courting death. Nangong Haotian sneered in the sky. Overestimating yourself? It's more appropriate for me to say that. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded from behind Nangong Haotian, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. He quickly turned around and saw Zhuowen standing behind him with a bone spear in his hand. Whoosh! Without any warning, the bone spear instantly pierced through the void and arrived in front of Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian's pupils shrank to the extreme. Block it for me. Nangong Haotian shouted as he clasped his hands together and formed a Yuan Qi wall around him. Can you block it? Chapter 674. Fairy Embroidered Spring, Steps Pucci. The long spear swept through the void, causing blood to spurt out. Without any warning, the bone spear pierced through Nangong Haotian's chest, leaving behind a trail of blood. Nangong Haotian's eyes widened as he lowered his head to look at the bone spear that pierced through his chest. His eyes were filled with disbelief as a piercing pain spread throughout his body. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? How many rounds of the ultimate Emperor Realm are you? Nangong Haotian stared at the cold-masked youth in front of him as a trace of regret finally appeared in his eyes. He never imagined that the mysterious youth before him would possess such terrifying strength that he could be killed in a single move. In any case, I'm far stronger than you. Zhuowen's eyes were cold as he waved his bone spear. Nangong Haotian's mummified body was like a butterfly with its wings broken as it powerlessly fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. Swoosh! 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 Everyone's gazes converged on the crater. Nangong Haotian was lying in a strange posture, motionless. His face was dim and lifeless. He had actually died, just like that. Dead. Nangong Haotian died just like that? The fire elementalist fairy covered her mouth with her jade-like hands as her eyes widened. She stared at Nangong Haotian's corpse in the crater and exclaimed in disbelief. Nangong Haotian was a true ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Although he was only at the first wheel extreme Emperor Realm, he was already an invincible existence in Green Fire City. Even in the capital of the coastal country, he could be considered a famous expert. However, such an expert was actually killed by a mysterious youth in a single move. He didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. Everyone's gaze towards Zhuowen changed. It was now filled with fear and reverence. At this moment, the figure that stood in the air with a bone spear in his hand and a bronze mask on his head was like a demon from hell in everyone's hearts. Everyone couldn't help but tremble in fear. The old ancestor is actually dead. Nangong Shudu was paralyzed on the ground as he fell into a daze. He never imagined that the invincible Nangong Haotian in his heart would be killed so easily. Outside the courtyard, Wu Shi's beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions and regret. She finally knew how good of an opportunity she had missed. This Zhuowen before her eyes could even kill an ultimate Emperor Realm expert, like Nangong Haotian. His strength was definitely far beyond her imagination. If she had a good relationship with Zhuowen before, she might have been able to borrow the strength of such an expert to help her Wu family rise. However, it was too late to say anything now. Back? Zhuowen slowly descended and walked towards Nangong Shudu. He grabbed the latter's collar and lifted him up. He said indifferently, "You won't refuse my question now, right?" Nangong Shudu seemed to have lost his soul. His son, Nangong Lingtian, had been killed. Even the Nangong family's guardian, Nangong Haotian, had been killed. How could Nangong Shudu remain calm after losing the two most important people in his life? What are you trying to do? Our Nangong family didn't offend you. Why are you treating us like this? Nangong Shudu roared hysterically. Huh? Zhuowen smiled and said indifferently, "Your Nangong family has no enmity with me. I didn't even know you were from the Nangong family before this. Originally, I only came to your Nangong family to ask you some questions. But it seems like it was you who attacked me indiscriminately and wanted to kill me. Now that you know you're no match for me, you're asking me such questions. Nangong Shudu, don't you think it's ridiculous?" Speaking until here, Nangong Shudu suddenly became silent. The surrounding people also nodded. Zhuowen was right. It seemed like the Nangong family was the first to attack, and Zhuowen was only retaliating. However, no one had expected that the mysterious young man in front of them would actually possess such terrifying strength, causing them to be taken aback. After a moment of silence, Nangong Shudu finally calmed down and said in a low voice, "If you're willing to let the rest of my Nangong family go, I, Nangong Shudu, am willing to answer your questions. I don't have any enmity with your Nangong family. Why should I destroy your Nangong family? As long as you answer my questions, I won't make things difficult for you," Zhuowen said indifferently. "Ask away," Nangong Shudu said coldly. "I want to ask about the Heart of Darkness. Since you're the city lord of Blue Fire City, you should know some secrets about the Heart of Darkness, right?" Zhuowen said indifferently. "Heart of Darkness? You want to enter the heart of darkness? Nangong Shudu's eyes narrowed. However, when he thought of Zhuowen's terrifying strength, he understood. Cultivators below the ultimate emperor realm would be courting death if they entered the heart of darkness. However, if they were at the ultimate emperor realm, they might be able to explore the heart of darkness. Even so, the chances of an ultimate emperor realm cultivator dying in the heart of darkness were extremely high. There weren't many ultimate emperor realm cultivators in the seaside country to begin with, and all of them cherished their lives. Very few people were willing to enter the heart of darkness. I don't know much about the heart of darkness. It's said that the heart of darkness is a strange region surrounded by the 3 great countries. It's shrouded in a terrifying poisonous mist all year round, and it's filled with danger. However, it's said that there's an earth-shattering treasure hidden within the heart of darkness. As for what kind of treasure it is, no one knows. After all, it's only a legend. Nangong Shudu glanced indifferently at Zhuowen as he spoke. Deep regret surfaced in his heart. If he knew that this person had only come to the Nangong family to ask about the heart of darkness, he wouldn't have foolishly dealt with this person. Nangong Shudu's heart bled when he thought of the dead Nangong Lingtian and Nangong Haotian. Then, do you know how to enter the heart of darkness? Zhuowen asked indifferently after pondering for a moment. You don't know the location of the heart of darkness? Nangong Shudu looked at Zhuowen strangely. What? Is there a problem? Zhuowen asked in surprise as he furrowed his brows. The heart of darkness is the most famous region in the 3 great countries. Most cultivators in the 3 great countries know the location of the heart of darkness. After all, there will always be some treasures that will involuntarily float out from the heart of darkness. If you're lucky, you might be able to obtain 1 or 2 treasures. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out. The fire elementalist fairy, who had been standing to the side, suddenly spoke. Her beautiful eyes, which were like the bright moon, stared straight at Zhuowen. In the 3 great countries, there are very few cultivators who don't know the location of the heart of darkness. It seems that this young master doesn't pay much attention to the outside world. I happen to have a map of the heart of darkness with me. Speaking of this, the fire elementalist fairy's lips curled up. With a flick of her jade-like hand, a yellowed map appeared in her hand. She very naturally handed it to Zhuowen. Zhuowen didn't argue and accepted the map. He knew that the fire elementalist fairy's initiative was probably due to the terrifying strength that he had just displayed. After looking at it casually, he found that the markings on the map were extremely detailed. The location of the heart of darkness was also highlighted. Zhuowen nodded and revealed a satisfied look. Fire elementalist fairy, Zhuowen owes you a favor. I won't take your map for free. This fairy embroidered spring footwork will be my reward. With a slight smile, Zhuowen flicked his finger, and a glowing scroll shot toward the fire elementalist fairy. Originally, the fire elementalist fairy wanted to refuse, but after seeing the level of the scroll in her hand, she couldn't help but stiffen. Lower royal armor skill. The fire elementalist fairy's jade-like hand trembled as she held the scroll. Never had she imagined that Zhuowen would actually take out a monarch rank armor skill as compensation, and this had practically exceeded her expectations. One had to know that although the fire elementalist city was quite strong, the highest level of armor skill they had was only lower heavenly level. Compared to the fairy embroidered spring footwork in front of her, it was many times worse. Only the royal family of the Bianhai country could possibly have such a level of armor skill. Now, however, Zhuowen had given it away so easily. At this moment, not only the fire elementalist fairy, but even the surrounding people's gazes on Zhuowen became quite heated. This Zhuowen must have extremely rich resources on him. However, no one dared to snatch it. The scene of Zhuowen killing Nangong Lingtian with one move was like a nightmare that couldn't be forgotten. It kept replaying in everyone's minds. Such a strong person was not someone they could afford to offend. "Thank you, young Master Joie." The fire elementalist fairy hurriedly cupped her hands at Juoin gratefully. Then she looked at the surrounding people vigilantly. She knew that a treasure like the royal armor skill was tempting, so she was extremely worried that others would try to snatch it away. "Old man Gu, old Hua, we should also leave." The fire elementalist fairy called out to the two elders beside her and decisively took out the fire spirit ship. With a whoosh, it turned into a ball of flames and disappeared into the horizon. Since Nangong Lingtian was dead, the marriage alliance was naturally ruined. Now that the fire elementalist fairy had obtained the royal armor skill, this thing was much more important than the marriage alliance with Green Fire City. Naturally, the fire elementalist fairy could not stay here for long. At the scene, no one dared to chase after the fire elementalist fairy because Juoin was standing in the same place. If they tried to snatch it away, they would not be giving face to Juoin. Therefore, the fire elementalist fairy left Green Fire City very smoothly. Outside the courtyard, Wuxi's beautiful eyes were already filled with regret, especially after seeing Juoin casually take out the royal armor skill. This trace of regret reached the extreme. Chapter 675. You're so ruthless. The Nangong family, including Nangong Shudu, was trembling in fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly as they stood respectfully to the side. Zhuowen's strength had already been deeply rooted in their hearts. They didn't dare to disobey this young man with a bronze mask. If they disobeyed, they would end up like Nangong Haoyan. "Arrange 3 rooms for us. We're going to stay in Green Fire City for a while. Also, don't try anything funny. If I can kill your Nangong family's ancestor, I can naturally destroy your entire Nangong family." After looking at the yellowed map in his hand, Zhuowen shifted his gaze and instructed Nangong Shudu. Nangong Shudu nodded repeatedly. He didn't have the courage to disobey the young man in front of him anymore. He hurriedly led Zhuowen, Wu Shi, and Wu Xia to the rooms in the depths of the pavilion. Along the way, Wu Shi remained silent. She didn't even dare to raise her head to look at Zhuowen. After what happened, she didn't have the face to see Zhuowen again. In front of a luxurious pavilion, Zhuowen said indifferently, "Wu Xia, the 2 of you can choose to stay in the Nangong family or leave this place. I won't be staying in Green Fire City for long, so there's no need to wait for me." Zhuowen looked at Wu Xia indifferently and ignored Wu Shi, who was beside her. Previously, Zhuowen had already given 2 heaven-class transcendent armor skills to Wu Xia and even saved them from the Huang family. He had already done his duty. "Big brother Zhua, can't we follow you?" Wu Xia said with a little disappointment. Zhuowen shook his head and said indifferently, "My destination is the heart of darkness. With your strength, do you want to follow me into the heart of darkness? That's simply courting death. I'm doing this for your own good." When Wu Xia heard this, the disappointment on her face became even more intense. After a few days of being together, she didn't know why, but she felt an unforgettable sense of dependence towards Zhuowen. Thinking about being separated from Zhuowen, Wu Xia actually felt a sense of discomfort in her heart, and her eyes became misty. Looking at Wu Xia's appearance, Zhuowen sighed in his heart. He also knew that Wu Xia might have some feelings for him, but Zhuowen also knew that this was just a love that had no ending. It was better to end it as soon as possible. "All right, you guys should rest early too. I'm going to rest first." With that, Zhuowen was led into another luxurious pavilion by Nangong Shudu. After bringing Zhuowen to the pavilion, Nangong Shudu did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left. Looking around, Zhuowen found that the decorations in this loft were rather elegant and simple, which was more in line with Zhuowen's taste. Slowly sitting on the cushion in the middle, Zhuowen once again took out the map that the fire elemental fairy had given him from his spirit ring. His gaze focused on the markings on the map, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. On the map, the explanation was very detailed. It was said that in order to enter the heart of darkness, one had to pass through a dangerous place called the Dwanren Horizon at the border of the sea border country's capital. The Dwanren Horizon's terrain was steep, and it was like a thin line of sky. The surrounding cliffs were like broken blades, and it was extremely spectacular and dangerous. Within the Dwanren Horizon, there were countless terrifying meta-beasts. The meta-beasts varied in strength, and it was not very likely that an ordinary warrior would be able to break through the first obstacle of the Dwanren Horizon. In addition, even if one did break through the first obstacle, the Heart of Darkness was surrounded by an extremely dense poisonous fog. It could be said that it was extremely difficult to truly enter the Heart of Darkness. This was also why those who had not reached the ultimate Emperor realm were not qualified to enter the Heart of Darkness. Zhuowen knew that if he wanted to enter the Heart of Darkness, he had to pass through the sea border country's capital. I won't go to the sea border country's capital for now. Since there is still a year's time, I might as well cultivate in Green Fire City for a while. When the time is right, it won't be too late to go to the capital. His eyes flashing, Zhuowen knew that the Heart of Darkness was definitely the place where the final battle of the Peach Blossom origin diagram would take place. It was not a wise decision to go there so early. 1 year's time, Zhuowen could definitely use this time to improve his current cultivation. When the time came for the final battle, his chances of being eliminated would be extremely low. Dong dong dong! Just as Zhuowen was deep in thought, a series of knocks suddenly sounded on the door, causing Zhuowen to frown slightly. It was already late at night. Why would someone be knocking on his door? Who is it? Zhuowen asked indifferently. The person outside was silent for a moment. Then a clear voice rang out, "It's me, Wu Shi." Zhuowen frowned slightly when he heard this. He did not expect Wu Shi to come looking for him in the middle of the night. He said indifferently, "Why are you looking for me in the middle of the night?" Wu Shi was silent for a moment, then continued, "Can you let me in to talk?" His eyes flashing, Zhuowen wanted to see what this Wu Shi was up to. He said indifferently, "Come in. The door isn't locked." Creak! The door was gently opened, and a beautiful figure slowly stepped into the room. However, when this figure entered the room, Zhuowen's brows furrowed. At this moment, Wu Shi was wearing a translucent gauze dress that faintly revealed her snow-white skin. Her voluptuous figure was even more prominent in front of Zhuowen's eyes, and a sense of lust gradually emerged. Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Wu Shi and said, "Miss Wu Shi, why have you come to my room in the middle of the night? Could it be that young Master Zhuo does not welcome Wu Shi?" At this moment, Wu Shi's charming eyes were like silk, looking at Zhuowen with some resentment. That spontaneous seduction was enough to make a man's heart burn like dry firewood, and he could not wait to embrace this woman. However, Zhuowen sneered in his heart. He somewhat understood Wu Shi's current state of mind and could not help but shake his head in his heart. A man and a woman alone in a room in the middle of the night. Don't tell me, Miss, Wu Shi doesn't feel that it's a little inappropriate? Zhuowen said indifferently. Wu Shi's body stiffened, and her expression was a little unnatural. However, she quickly recovered and smiled charmingly. Young Master Zhuo is treating me like an outsider. Back then, we were companions who went through thick and thin together. Could it be that you are so cold to me? Wu Shi, tell me your purpose. No need to put on an act in front of me. Zhuowen snorted coldly, and with a wave of his right hand, a surge of power gushed out, causing Wu Shi's body to sway and almost fall. Wu Shi's face changed slightly, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Since young Master Zhuo is so straightforward, Wu Shi will not put on an act." This time, Wu Shi came to ask young Master Zhuo for a favor. Back then, Wu Shi had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I did not know that young Master Zhuo was such a peerless powerhouse. With young Master Zhuo's current strength, helping our Wu clan rise should be as simple as moving a finger, right? At this point, Wu Shi looked at Zhuowen with eyes full of hope. Ever since Zhuowen displayed his invincible might in the Nangong family, Wuxi had secretly planned to find Zhuowen alone. With Zhuowen's strength, it would be extremely easy for the Wu clan to rise. He could even help the Wu clan reach an even higher peak. Wu Shi, could not let go of such a person. What you said makes sense. To me, reviving your Wu clan is not difficult at all. When Zhuowen said this, Wu Shi's beautiful eyes immediately flashed with hope and even excitement. She knew that if Zhuowen really agreed, there was hope for the Wu clan to rise. But why should I help you? Firstly, you've never done me any favors. Secondly, you've even spoken sarcastically to me. I've already been very merciful by not looking for trouble with you. Now, you actually want me to help you revive the Wu clan. Think about it. What kind of fool in this world would agree to such an unreasonable request? At this point, the corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up, and a thick mocking expression appeared on his face. This Wu, she was really thinking too much. She actually wanted him to help her unconditionally. How laughable. Wu Shi's face was deathly pale. She gritted her teeth and said, Zhuowen, as long as you agree to help the Wu clan rise, I'll do whatever you want. How about it? As she spoke, Wu Shi actually gently lifted her muslin robe. Her snow-white skin was faintly discernible under the translucent muslin robe, becoming even more alluring and enchanting. Do whatever I want. Seeing Wu Shi's shameless actions, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. There was a faint trace of disgust in the depths of his eyes. Wu Shi's actions were making him feel more and more disgusted. Yes, do whatever you want. Wu Shi coquettishly snorted. Then let me ask you, is your virginity still there? Zhuowen sneered. The moment these words were spoken, Wu Shi's delicate body stiffened. She pursed her cherry lips and said, Of course it's still there. It's really still there? I've heard a little about Nangong Lingtian style. I don't really believe your words. If it's still there, then why would Nangong Lingtian abandon you outside the Nangong family? Zhuowen coldly questioned. Instantly, Wu Shi's charming face turned deathly pale. She clenched her teeth and said, Zhuowen, what do you mean? What do I mean? You don't have to be so pretentious in front of me. Don't show off in front of me. Back then, you were always against me. I was already extremely merciful when I didn't deal with you. Today, you're still trying to flirt in front of me. Do you even have any shame? Zhuowen bluntly mocked. Hearing these words, Wu Shi's charming face turned green and white. Zhuowen's words were extremely harsh. It was as if he did not give her any face at all. He did not even leave any room for negotiation. Zhuowen, do you really hate me that much? Wu Shi said somewhat unwillingly. It's not that I hate you. It's that you're degrading yourself. It's your own stupidity that landed you in such a situation. Who else can you blame? Leave on your own. Don't force me to send you out. Zhuowen coldly said. Zhuowen, you're so ruthless. Wu Shi's eyes were filled with hatred as she glared at Zhuowen. She let out a cold snort before she directly slammed the door and left. She no longer had the face to remain in this place. How could she continue to stay after being condemned by Zhuo when in such a blunt manner? Ignorant, stupid woman,